Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we are going to build a rank tracker app that allows users to monitor their website ranking on Google. In this project we are going to use latest Next.js 13, React.js, Mongo database and Tailwind CSS for styling. We will start by creating the structure of our app with React and Tailwind. Then you will learn how to scrape Google search results with Puppeteer. I will also show you how to do the same thing but much simpler using Bright Data Serve API. They kindly sponsored this video and provide a referral link that gives you $15 in credits for their tools. You can find the link in the description. In this tutorial, you will create a unique project using latest Next.js. You will learn the difference between server and client components and how to use them. You will also learn how to operate a headless browser from your code and how to implement a third-party API. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description. And as always, all I ask for is that you will smash the like button to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. Alright, so as always we start with an empty directory. As you can see, my directory is called Rank Tracker, and I will open my terminal here. And let's start by installing a brand new Next app here. So I will do yarn create Next app, and I will just add a dot here so it will be installed in the current directory. So now let's install it. And do I want to use TypeScript? No, not this time. ESLint, yes, why not? Tailwind CSS, yes, please. Source directory, yes, I want to use it, so it will be more organized. App router, yes. And import alias, do you want to change it? No. And that should be it. So now everything is installing. And now it's installed. So as you can see, everything looks fine. I got some files here, source, and I got my app directory. And now let's start to do yarn dev, and let's open our app. As you can see, we got this link, localhost 3000. Oops, localhost 3000, and now it's running. So first thing we are going to do is to do some kind of authentication, because this app will be accessible only for logged in users. So for authentication, I will open here terminal, new window or new tab, and I will yarn add the next auth, and I will also add the Mongoose, because we will use Mongo database and next auth for authentication. Alright, so next I will open next auth so we can get started here. And let's see, we added next auth. And as you can see, for Next.js 13, they have a separate guide here for the latest Next.js. And we need to create this file. So let's see, inside app, we need to create a new directory called API, then auth inside it. So let's do new directory here, API. Then inside API, another directory called auth. And then inside auth, we need to create this weird directory. So let's do new directory, this. And now inside, let's just do route.ts. But actually, we are not going to use TypeScript this time. So let's just do route.js. All right, and inside this route.js, we want to do something like this. So I'll just copy and paste it. I will get rid of those 3 dots because we need to have some options here. So for our options, we will put 2 things here. The first will be provider. So let's go to providers, not here to providers. And I'm going to use Google because it's the simplest to set up. If you want, you can try later with some other providers. So I will open this console Google to create a new app. So I will do a new project here, and let's do rank tracker, and let's create it. I'll make it a little bigger. Now it's created. I will select this project rank tracker, And we need to configure the consent screen as always. So let's do this. External, create, and app name. Let's do just rank tracker. And you just need to fill this out with the email, and let's see what else is necessary. Here another email, so I'll just put my email here. Let's do save and continue, and now we have this consent screen. Let's now go to credentials. Let's do create credentials, and let's do open auth client ID. All right, and here web application. Let's see, authorized JavaScript origins. Now we just need to fill this authorized redirect URLs. And as you can see here, for development, we need to put this for authorized redirect URLs. So let's put this here. Let's create this. And now we have our client ID and client secret that we need to save somewhere. So I'll create .env file inside my main directory. So here I have it. And now let's do Google and client ID and Google client secret. So now client ID, copy, and I will paste it here. And we also need to put client secret. So let's copy this and let's put it here. Right, so now we have it. Let's see what's next here. We need to use this Google provider inside this route here. So let's import our Google provider here. I will close my sidebar so you guys can see a little bit more. And now we just put inside the options that we have here, next auth. We have object of options, and as you can see, they put those auth options here and not directly here. I'm going to do the same. So let's do here const auth options. It will be an object, and it will be just use here. So let's do auth options, and inside here we are going to add providers and Google provider. It should be Google. Let's see, we are on getting started here. Here we have Google provider. So I'm going just to put it here. And here I actually imported GitHub provider by mistake. I will just change this to Google provider. Yes, and here we have our Google provider. And it shouldn't be directly here inside. It should be inside providers. Providers, an array, as you can see here, providers. So I will cut it from here and let's put it here inside. Right, and this should work. We have our providers. Now we need adapter. I think it's called adapter, and our adapter will be Mongo database. Let's see, MongoDB, and we need to install this. So let's open here and let's do just yarn add those, and let's see what else do we need to do. Yeah, we need to have this weird file they want us to have, and basically it just creates a promise to database connection for Mongo database, and it uses this MongoDB URL and should be in environment variables. So we need to have a database first. So I will open Mongo Atlas. Let's log in here, log in with Google, and I will create here a new project. Let's call this one Rank Tracker. Next, so we'll have a brand new database, create project. And now let's create a database. Inside this project, it will be a free version of the database. And let's create it. I think that's everything we need. Now username and password. Yeah, I think this will work. I will just copy and I will put it inside my .env file just in case. I will put it as a comment for now, my database password here, so I don't forget it. Let's create this user and let's see. add entries to your API allows list. Here are the APIs that are allowed to connect to the database. This is my home, sorry, not API, IP addresses. This is my home IP address. It's automatically added, but later when you publish your app, you need to change it to allow all IP addresses in the network access here for the database. For now, this will just work, so I click finish and close, and let's go to overview. And all right, so we need to prepare this MongoDB URI. So let's go to connect here, and let's see. We can use this MongoDB for VS Code. As you can see, we get this Mongo URI here. So let's put it here, MongoDB URI equals, and I will just paste it here. And as you can see, we need to change this password to this, so I will put it here. Yes, and I can get rid of this password from here. And now after this slash, we can put the name of our database. If we don't put anything, I think it will be test as default. I don't like it, so I will put just tracker. Why not? You can put production or something like this, doesn't really matter. So we have MongoDB URI. And now let's go to back to this adapter here for Mongo database. I will just copy all of this, and I want it to be named Mongo client or something like this. So I will close API, I will close app, and inside source I will create a new directory called libs, and here inside I will put Mongo client.js, and I will just paste everything, and we get some errors because they included TypeScript typings. So I will remove this, and let's see, I will remove this part, and I think that should be it. And they're using MongoDB URI, yeah, the same thing. We are just added to the .env file, so this looks fine. So now let's save it, and let's go back to app, API, and here. And let's see, now we created this. So now for the configuration, we need this MongoDB adapter and client promise. This client promise will probably be somewhere else for us. So let's go, let's import this one. And now we also need a client promise for our adapter and for our options here. So we have options here, providers. Under providers, I will put adapter, MongoDB adapter, and now let's import our client promise from Mongo client. Yes, so this has been imported for me, as you can see here. If it doesn't automatically import for you, you need to add this import line. Right, and we have our options here. I will add an export here, so we can use it later when we will grab session information. And I think that's it. So let's go here to our app, and I will close this API thing. And let's go to layout. Let's see what do we have here. Just almost an empty layout. Let's leave it like it is. Page.js inside our app. As you can see, we have a lot of stuff here going on. I will just remove all of this main thing, and I will just put an empty div. Let's say test here. So we have white test on black background. Let's see. Let's go to globals, CSS. We have some stylings here. I will remove it. I will just leave this Tailwind imports. And now we have just test, black test on white background, so that's better because I want to style my website by myself. And yeah, that should be it. So now we can do some styling for the login page. So for the login page, I would like to, maybe first I want this page to not be white but more like grayish. So let's do body, inside globals, and I will do some applies here. And let's do background slate 100 like this. And now let's see, now it's more like gray bluish. All right, and let's do the text color will be also slate, but more like 700. So now the text is not dark black, sorry, but it's like more like dark gray. All right, so now we want to implement authentication that when you are not logged in, you will only see a screen saying you need to log in, click here, something like this. And then when you log in, you will see your domains, keywords, and tracking and everything. So to do this, I will go to live.js. And as you can see, all of those, both live.js and page.js, are like server components. So they are rendered on the server side. So we can actually use backend code here, unless we add use client on the top, but we are not going to do this on layout or page. So let's go to layout and let's see what happens here. They are just putting children inside the body, and children is actually the stuff from the page. So it's just a div saying test, and as you can see, we have it here. But if we go to layout, we can add some more stuff if we want to. So we have children here only, and the body with HTML. But if I just remove children from here, the test will not be visible, because the children is actually the stuff from the page, page.js from here. So I think that inside the page, I will put all the stuff like the tracking and stuff. And here inside layout, I want to change that if you are not logged in, you will not see the children, so you will not see the stuff from the page. So first here, I want to check if you are logged in. And to do this, it's super simple. You just do const, and let's do just session equals, and let's do get server session. And here inside, you need to put auth options, and auth option is actually the options that we exported from this API auth next auth route. So that's why we added this export, because we will need this for every get server session. Don't forget to add a wait here, because it's an async function. And as you can see, now we also need to add a async here. So our root layout is an async function as well. So now we have a session. We can do some console log to see what's inside it. Let's open my console here, and as you can see, we have session null. All right, so session null means we are not logged in. So let's do something like this. Let's do that. I will add an if statement here saying if you don't have a session, not session, let's do end parenthesis, and let's put a div saying not logged in. Now let's do the same for if you have a session, session without exclamation mark, parenthesis, and let's say div logged in and smiley. Right, and I'm not logged in, and I see this test underneath from the page. And instead of logged in, I will just put the children here inside. So if you are logged in, you will see the page. Otherwise, you will see just not logged in. And instead of not logged in, I want to put here a login button or login screen. Let's do login screen. So now it says login screen. Right, but instead of putting the whole thing about the login directly here inside layout, I think it would be much better to put it in a separate file to have a better structure on everything. So let's see where we can put it. We have app, and we have layout, page, We can put login screen maybe somewhere here if we want. So let's go up, new file, and let's just do login screen.js. If we will have too many files here inside the app, we can move them later. For now, I think it's fine. Let's do export default function, and let's just say login screen. And well, it will be just a return. I want to have a div and login screen here. All right, now let's go back to our layout. And instead of login screen, I want to import our login screen component. So now on the top, as you can see, we get additional import. It has been added for me automatically. If it doesn't do it for you, those imports, you need to add them manually. All right, so we have a login screen here, and it says login screen here. So this works. We can go here, and now we can style our login screen a little bit. First, I want to add, we will be actually inside the layout here. I think that I will put something like main element here with some class names to center everything. So I will put all of this inside this main, because I think we can just center everything. It doesn't matter if it's login screen or if you're logged in. Maybe let's skip it for now. Let's skip it, and I will put it as it is. Let's just go to login screen and let's style everything here. So let's put a main, not maintain, let's put a main element here, and let's add some class names. Class name, and the button inside saying login with Google. All right, and I'll see how it looks like. It looks bad because we need to do some styling. Right, we can have a main, we can have a div. It doesn't really matter here. All right, maybe above the button I want to also have a login to your account. Yes, login to your account. All right, and how do we want to style it? I want to have like a box somewhere here, login to your account. Yeah, why not? So first I will do style this div to be some kind of box. So let's do background white. I want margin top to be 8, and I want to do max width of let's just do just XL. Let's put the border just to see how it looks like. Looks like this. Let's make it more narrow, so we'll do medium here, and let's make it centered. And let's zoom in a little bit. It's already zoomed in. All right, MX Auto to make it centered. So now it's centered. And now let's style it a little bit more. So I want rounded the corners to be XL, so it's really rounded. Now I want also to add some padding of 4, and I want to style the border. The border color will be, let's say, blue 100. So we have something like this, and I want the border bottom to be a little bit wider. So maybe let's put it here, border B, and let's put maybe 4, something like this. Yeah, this looks really pretty. So now I want to fix this login to your account, and inside this div, let's make everything centered. So let's do text center, and now we have login to your account. Maybe before this I'll put also welcome back. That will be H2. So we have welcome back, login to your account, and now I want to style it a little bit. So for this welcome back, I want this to be more grayish. So I'll do gray 500, and I will do 2XL. Let's see. Yeah, we have something like this. I want this to be even lighter or more white. So let's do text gray 300, and I want also to add uppercase. So we have welcome back, and I think this looks better, but I want this smaller, just XL, or maybe large. Yes. And now log into your account. Let's add some class names here. I want this to be bold. So let's do font bold. I want this to be bigger. So let's do text 2XL. And maybe a little bit bigger, 3XL. And I think this looks fine. All right, so now under this H1, I will add some margin bottom of 4. So we will have some spacing underneath. And now let's style our button. So for our button, I want margin bottom of 4 as well. And well, we need to style the button somehow, right? So I think I will make it first some background color. And let's maybe start with indigo color. So maybe something like indigo 600. Yeah, maybe a little bit lighter, 500. Yeah, it looks fine. Now let's do text white inside. Yeah, it looks nice. Let's add some padding on the sides of 6 and on the top and the bottom of 2. Let's see. Yes, this looks nice. I want to do rounded corners here as well. So let's do rounded. I think XL will be good. Yes, and this looks nice. And I think I would like to have also some kind of border as we have on this box. The same thing on the button. So let's see here. Here we have the button. Let's put the text here and the closing of the button here. And now let's add some more classes here. So let's do border, and let's do border for the color. Let's do indigo here, indigo but darker. So we need to go to the bigger number. Let's do 700, and I will do border bottom of 4. So bottom border will be darker. And now we have this cute login with Google, and it doesn't do anything. And you can just click on it and nothing happens. All right, so now it would be nice to do something with this button, right? But maybe before I will put a Google icon here. Let's search for Google icon SVG, and let's see, this one looks fine. So I would just copy this image address. We shouldn't hotlink, but let's do this. Let's go back here. In the ideal scenario, you should just put it inside public, but grabbing a link is much faster, and I don't think they will change the link soon. So let's just use the link. And let's see, I'll put this as an img. Inside the source, I'll put this link that I have just copied. And if I save, it looks terrible. So we need to add some classes here, right, to our img. So for our classes, I'll put width of 8. And now it's better. I will change it to 6 maybe. Yeah, and to make it next to each other, I will go to the button and I will add a flex. And now it's better. And I will add also some gap of 2 between those two things. And let's make it smaller to 4. Yes, and also let's make it centered. So let's do item center, so it will be centered vertically. Yes, that's much better. And now it's black, but if we do, let's see, invert, it will invert colors. So now it's better. But now, as you can see, the problem is that our button is flex and it's aligned to the left. But I think that if we change it to inline flex, it will be back to the center. So that is nice. This button still doesn't do anything, so we need to fix it so we can actually log in. So to make our button work, I will put this class names for the button here, and I will add on click. on click with capital C, and on click I will do arrow function and I will do sign in, enter. Let's import it. As you can see, this function has been imported for me from Next.js React. If it doesn't automatically import for you, need to add this line for the import. Now we can just put the param Google here, and it will use Google provider. And I saved now, and as you can see, we get some errors saying if you need interactivity, consider converting part of this to client component. So what they mean is this by default, and any component you create with latest Next.js 13.4 or something like this, any component you create in here will be a server component. And they're saying if you want interactivity, so any on click or state or something like this, you need to change this component to a client component. And to change it, you just add use client on the top. And it's that simple. So now everything works. We don't get the error, or we don't know if it works because we didn't test the login thing. But as you can see, we got rid of this error because we changed this component to client component. And what it does is that we can use interactivity from React, like on click, state, context, and so on. But it's not a server component anymore, so we cannot use server functionality somewhere here. So we can't do get server session or something like this. Instead, we need to use only API calls, and we need to do client requests to our backend to ask for stuff. But that's fine. This is just a screen to log in with Google. So this can be a client component. It needs to be, because we need to add this on click. All right, so now let's see what happens if I click here. As you can see, I'm redirected to the login page, and I will just pick my user so we can log in, and it will redirect me back to localhost 3000 to our app, and it says just test. So we don't see this login screen anymore. I think we are done with it. Let's go to layout. As you can see, if we have a session, then we are just displaying the children, and the children inside the layout is our page here. So that's why we get this test. We can change it to hello from page.js. It should say from and not form. So now we have hello from page.js. All right, so this works. I can get rid of this import because it's not used. And well, what do we want to build on our front page when we are logged in? So for our page, first we want to have some kind of maybe logo here, and then a user image or something like this on the right side with a logout button, something like this. So a logo for our app and a logout button, something like this, right? So how can we do this? We can put it here on inside our page, but this header part that will be logo and information about the user and logout button will be actually the same for all other pages that we'll create later. So it doesn't matter where you are on the page, you will see, you should see the same logo and the same header. So I think it would be better to put it inside layout. Here, if you are logged in, you will see children, and I want to also add here on the top header. So I think I will just put React fragment, so there's those empty tags, and I'll put children here, maybe even without this div, we don't need it. And first, above children, I will add a header, and I'll put just header here. And as you can see, we have header here. Right, so the first thing here for the header is a logo. So I'll put maybe an A tag here saying, let's say rank tracker as a one word. So we have rank tracker, and if we put all stuff about the header here, it will grow too much, and I don't want to have it inside layout. So I think I will just create a separate component. Maybe this part, yeah, let's put it inside up. So let's do new file, and let's do just header.js. And let's just grab it from here, cut, and let's go to header.js, export default function, header, and now let's do return, and it will return this. And now let's go back to layout, and let's put our header, and it did the import automatically for me, and everything looks fine. Let's go to header, and we have our logo that we will style in a minute, and I will also add a div saying logout. We have a logout button here. So we have rank tracker logo and logout button that doesn't do anything. Let's start by styling this a little bit. Let's do header, let's do class name here. And for class names, I want to do max width, not mx width, max width of, let's do 2xl. I will add border and mx auto to be centered. Let's see, it's this big, it starts here and it ends here. I think it's too big, so let's do just max width of medium. And I think that's much better. Maybe too small, let's do large. And now let's style our rank tracker. So let's add some class names here, and for the class names I want this to be big logo. So let's do font, or not font, let's do 2xl, text 2xl, and let's see, yes, I want this to be bold as well, so let's do font bold. And let's see, yeah, I think I like it. Now for the header, let's do margin on the top and the bottom, let's do 4. So we'll have some spacing. Now for this rank tracker, let's make it even bigger. So let's do text 4XL. And maybe that's too big. It takes 50% of the width. 3XL looks fine. And now I also want to add some colors on this logo, maybe gradient. So for gradient, let's put the gradient first. So let's do background gradient, gradient to right, and let's do from blue 600 to indigo 900, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, maybe we can switch the colors, so from indigo to blue. So let's do, this will be to blue 600, but from indigo 900. So now we have something like this, from the darker to the lighter. But now we just need to add the text white. Sorry, not text white, text transparent. And I think now it's background clip text, yes. And now, as you can see, some magic have happened, and we have gradient on the text instead of the background. So that is much better. Now we have this logout thing, that is this div underneath. I'll put maybe this rank tracker here underneath, and like this. I will put flex on the header, so the stuff will be next to each other, and we need to also have items center, so everything will be centered vertically. All right, so now I want this logout part to be on the right. So there's something called justify between. So now it put stuff to the sides and put spacing between them, as big as possible spacing. All right, so this looks fine, I would say. And now we need to fix this logout. I think that instead of logout, I would like to have some kind of hello David or something like this, and then logout. So as you can see, our header is still a server component. So we can use server session here. So let's do session equals get server session, and let's import auth options here, and let's don't forget about await and async function here. Right, so we have a session. Let's do console log session, and let's see what do we have here. Inside session we have user, and the user have name, email, and image. So let's grab this user. Let's do const user equals session user. I added this question mark before the dot, just in case session is empty, so this will not break. All right, so we have a user with name, email, and image. So here, instead of logout, let's do something else. First, I will show an image and just user image with question mark even here. So I get my image from my Google profile, and profile image, let's put it as a alternative text, and let's add some class names. So for the class names, I want this to be smaller, so let's put height of 8. Let's see, that's too small. Let's put maybe 16. Yeah, maybe that's good. Let's do rounded full, so it will be circle. Yeah, I think that looks fine. And now next to the image, I'll put a separate div here for the name. So user name, and I have my name here. For this div here, I want to add flex, so the image will be next to the name as it is now. And as always, just let's put items center here, so the name is here. Let's add some gap of at least 2. And let's get rid of this light border that is around header. So we have this border, let's get rid of this. And I think that my image here is a little bit too big, so let's try with maybe 12, and I think that's more reasonable. So for this div that holds the image and the username, I want to add some background color of, let's say, gray 200. So we have something like this. Maybe let's do gray 300. Yes, and let's add some padding of 1. And let's do rounded full to round the corners. And now we have something like this. So that is really pretty. Maybe we can change this gray to slate, so it's more like blue-ish. Yeah, I think that's better. And now for this username, I want to add some class names to add some padding to the right of at least 2. Yeah, so it looks like this. And now we have a username, but I'll add here break line, and underneath I would like to have a button that will say logout. So we have this logout, and it's a button, so we can click this. And now the problem will be that later for this button we need to add on click, but our component is server component, and I don't want to change it to client component because we use this session thing. So instead of changing this to client component, I would just put this one button somewhere else, and I will make only this button client component. So this stuff here app, it starts to grow. So I'm thinking about creating a new directory here called the components, and inside I will create a component called let's say logout link.js. And here let's just do export default function logout link, and it will just return a button, say, oops, not like this, it will be a button element like this saying logout. And well, we already know that it will be client component, so let's put use client here on the top. and we have logout. Let's add also like an arrow, right arrow, something like this. And now let's go back to our header. Instead of this button like this, I will put button, sorry, not like this, logout link. And it has been imported, and we have our right arrow here. Let's go back to logout link, and I'll change this to Rackwo. So we have something like this, and this will be uppercase here, and I think it looks fine. So let's go back to header, and let's see, for this div that holds the name and the logout link, I want to put leading 3, maybe leading 4, so the texts will be much closer to each other. And now for the name, as we have it here, I'll put the name in a separate div, so we don't need this break line. And for the name, maybe it doesn't have to be a div, I'll put it inside h3, and I will start a little bit. I'll make it bold, so it's the font bold. So we have something like this. And the logout link, let's put it inside a separate div. Now let's just style it inside the logout link. Let's go to logout link, and we have a button. Let's add some class names saying, let's make it text slate, and let's do 500. So it's a little bit lighter. Yeah, I think it looks fine. And now on hover, I want to have underline. So let's do hover underline, and I think it looks fine. Maybe we can add a little bit more spacing. So let's do leading 5. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. Maybe a little bit more spacing on the right side. So let's see, padding 1. And where do we have a spacing on the right here? So let's do 3. Yeah, maybe even 4. Whoops, 4. Yeah, I think this looks fine. We have a logout. Now this logout will not do anything, so let's fix it. I'll put the label here and the closing tag underneath. And now let's also add on a click and arrow function and sign out. And that's all we need to add. So now I can log out. If I click, it logged me out. Welcome back, log into your account, log in with Google. And I will pick my user here, and I'm logged in. And if I refresh, I am still logged in. So now everything here works. So we can go to our hello from index page, hello from page.js. So now we have done our authentication. We are done with authentication. We can log in, log out, and now we can focus on the page. All right, so when I log in on the home page, I would like to see here all of my websites and how do they perform. And in other words, all of my domains. So let's say that I will have like github.com or my personal website, and I want to know the ranking of specific keywords for those websites. So if I'm owner of github.com, I want to know how do they perform on keywords like Git, GitHub, share your code, or Copilot, or something like this. So first we want to list all of the websites here. And the thing that we are going to do now is to do some basic styling for just the list of the websites, and we also need some kind of a small form to add new websites. So this will be maybe somewhere here, and then underneath we will have a list of the websites. So we have our home page here. It's just this page.js. And we're going to use it now to put those two things. So I'm going to put the div, and we want to have two things here. First will be a form to add a new domain, and then underneath will be the list of existing domains. So first I will put form and the form here just to see how it looks like. it's here. So let's add some class names on this main div here. I want this to be centered, so let's do max width, but actually this center thing should be inside layout. So let's go to layout, and as you can see here, we have a header and children, and I will change this to a div from React fragment, and I will add some class names here. So as you remember, inside header we have this max width large and mx auto. I will grab it from here and I will put it inside layout on this div here. So now everything will be centered, the header and the children that are inside. So now form here is also centered the same way and the logo is. So let's go back to our page.js, and we have this form here. Instead of form here, we need to have some kind of input, so I can put github.com and then a button to add it. So we need an input with a placeholder saying something like new domain.com, and then a button that you can use to add your new domain. So now we have something like this. It looks terrible, but we will fix it in a matter of minutes. So first, let's maybe focus on the input, right? So we have input here. Let's add some class names, and I'll add white background, and let's put border. The border color will be let's do maybe bluish of 200, and the same thing, let's do border bottom of 4, so the bottom border will be bigger. Yeah, something like this, but we want to make it let's say bigger, and let's add some padding. Padding on the sides will be 4, on the top and the bottom will be 2, and the text should be bigger. So let's do text should be bigger, so let's do text XL, and now let's see, yeah, something like this, but I put type and placeholder here underneath, and the class names will go here. Oops. And all right, text XL. What else? Rounded XL. Yeah, so we have something like this. Maybe XL is too big. Let's do just large. I think larger will be good enough. Yeah, so we have something like this. This is much better. And now let's go to the form. As the class name, I will put flex here and gap of 2, maybe 4. No, let's do 2. So we'll have some spacing between the button and the input. I think the input looks fine. Now I want this input to also grow, to take as much of space as possible. And now we can style the button. So let's put the label of the button here, so we can add some class names here, and let's do background of indigo. I think we had 500 there inside our login screen. Let's see, login screen, class name, background indigo 500. Yes. So let's do text white, and we want to have some padding on the size of 6, let's say. Maybe even more. Let's do 8, and let's do rounded large, same we had on the input. This looks fine, but I also want to add this border thing. So let's do border on the bottom will be bigger, so let's do maybe 4, and the border color will be I think indigo. Let's see what was it here, login screen, indigo 700. Indigo 700 here, and we have something like this, and this looks much better. And for the whole form, I want to add some margins from the top and from the bottom to have some more spacing. Margin Y, let's do 8, so we have some more spacing here and on the bottom, and I think this looks fine for the design for now. And now I would like to add the design for the list. So we have this form here. We don't need this action. And maybe for this form, we can put it in a separate component. So our home component will be smaller. And so let's go to our components. I will cut first from here. And inside the components, I will do new file. And let's maybe call it, let's call it new domain form.js. And inside export default function, new domain form, and it will just return parentheses, and let's just put the form here. And inside our page, we can remove the empty spacing, and here new domain form, and let's just put it like this. All right, and that's much cleaner. So now I want to do a list of domains. So here we can add a new domain. Underneath we will see all of the domains. So well, first I want to have like a slogan here saying your domains, you have 11 domains or something like this. And I think I can use the same thing that we have here. So we have this, this and this. So I will have like your domains and 3 added domains here underneath. So maybe I can just take this and put it as a separate component. So we had this inside the login screen, and we have this H2 and H1. Maybe we can change this to H3 and H2, just because when it's H1, you should have only one H1 on the page. In case we have more of those, it's better to use H3 and H2s. We have this, and it says welcome back, log into your account. And I will copy this. I will go to components, and I will new file. And how do we want to call it? Let's call it double title.js. Export default function and double title. And or maybe we should call it double header. That doesn't really matter. And double title is, or maybe actually let's rename it to double header. So I will rename it to double header here, and also on the file name. I think header sounds better. Double header. Right, and here inside those divs, I will just put it here. But instead of printing those texts, I will use pre-title and main title as properties. And I'll put pre-title here and main title here underneath main title. All right, and let's see how it looks like when we put it on the login screen. So let's get rid of those, and let's put our double header here. And it's empty because we need to add the pre-title. I think pre-title was welcome back, and main title was login to your account. Right, yeah, this looks fine. So now let's try to use the same thing if we are logged into our home page. Let's go to page, and let's use double header here. Pre-title will be your domains, and the main title will be, let's say, 4 domains. Yeah, and now let's see. Yeah, something like this. I would like the spacing here between those two to be smaller. So I'll go here, and for this one, I will do leading 3. Yeah, I think now they are closer to each other. Let's do leading 2. Now it doesn't change anything. Let's see. Let's see. We had this inside our, let's see, leading 5. It should work. Leading 5, like this. Maybe we need to put it on the second. Or maybe let's put it here on the div, leading 4. Yeah, let's see, 2. No, it doesn't do anything here. Let's get rid of this and let's put it maybe here, leading 3. Yeah, now it's closer. And let's change it to 4. Whoops, 4. Yeah, I think this is better. Maybe I will do 5. A little bit of spacing. Yeah, I think this works fine. And now let's see for the login page if it looks still okay. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe for the button we could make some more spacing. Login screen, button, and let's do margin on the top and the bottom of, let's do 6. Yeah, we had this margin bottom here of 4. Let's get rid of this. We don't need this. And let's go back to our page. And let's log in here. Maybe we can even increase the spacing from the top here. Let's go to our login screen and we have this on this box we have padding of 4. Let's do padding on the top and the bottom of 6 to have more padding. Yeah. Now let's log in back to our page so we can see our page here. And we have this your domains for domains, and now let's add a domain list here. So I can put it here. Let's add a first domain and it will be like it will be a div. So let's add some class names here. But before we will do this, let's say that this div will be our first domain that we will have here underneath a box with a domain. What do we want to have it? What do we want to have inside? Let's say a logo, domain name, some keywords, and maybe some small statistics. Right, so we need to have flex, and let's do a gap of 2. And let's do background of white. Let's add border. Border will be indigo 700. Border on the bottom will be bigger. And we need also padding of, let's say, 4. And inside we'll say test. And let's see, almost there. We forgot about the rounded large. And we want to change indigo to, let's see, blue 200. Yeah, so we have something like this, the same we get for the input. And here inside we want to have an icon. We want to have an icon, name of the website, keywords, and statistics. So first, let's do the icon. The icon will be just an image, and let's put maybe GitHub icon. Let's grab our icon from here, and I will just copy image address here, and I will put it here to the source. And let's see, looks almost fine. I would just add some class names here. So let's do class name, and I want to do height of, let's say, 4. So it will be smaller, maybe not that small. Let's do height of 8, and maybe more. Let's do like 12. Yeah, 12. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So we have an image. Next will be a div with the title. So let's put just github.com, and let's see. Yeah, let's add here items center, so everything will be centered. Yes, that's much better. For this github.com, I want to change it to maybe h2, and now I want this to be bold. So let's do bold, font bold. I want this to be bigger, so I do text XL, and let's see how it looks like. I think it looks fine. So now I want to have like keywords here, and then small statistics. So let's put a div with keywords, and for now I'll put those keywords here. Keywords or maybe I will put this as an array here inside. Let's put an array of keywords that will be git, hub, git, and what else? Copilot and git share code and free git repos, something like this. And maybe I should actually just put it as a string somewhere else. So let's put const keywords here on the top. We will fix it later, so it will not be like this. But for now, I just want to have some text to work with. And for now, this will work. And now here, let's just list them. Keywords, map, and for each keyword, I want to do parentheses. And for those parentheses, let's do span with the keywords inside. So we have the keywords here, and now let's add some styling to the span. So for this, for those spans for each keyword, I want to do background gray 300, maybe just 200, and I want to do inline block, and let's add a margin of 1 everywhere. So we have something like this now. Now if I add a little bit of padding 1, then we have something like this. If let's put this keyword here and closing here. Let's put rounded medium, so we have rounded corners here. I think this looks better. Maybe instead of gray we can use this slate, so it will be more like bluish. Yeah, I think this looks fine. It takes some space to put everything. I wanted to have some small graph here also, but that's okay. Maybe instead of having keywords here, we can put them underneath. So I will get rid of this div, and I'll put them under this github.com. First, let's put the div, and inside this div we will have h2. And underneath, I will list those keywords. So let's do something like this, keywords map, and let's do for each keyword, I want to do parentheses and a span saying this keyword. So now we have something like this, and I want to also add a space here like this. And now for the span, I want this to be smaller, so let's do text sm, so the text will be smaller. I will add a comma on after each keyword, and well, let's go to here, let's do leading of 3, so the spacing will be smaller. I will put text xs, so the keywords will be super small, and I think it's good. Now let's change the text color to grayish, so let's do gray 500. So now this is how it looks like. And maybe we can actually get rid of this comma and change this to those chips or with this background. So let's do a background slate of 300. Let's put small padding. Let's add small margin, and let's add the inline block. And let's see how this will look like. So now we have something like this. Let's maybe make it smaller and lighter. So let's do gray 500 for the text, but for the background color I will do 200, and I want rounded medium here for the corners. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Let's do background slate of just 100. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And they are not aligned with the logo because they have this margin of 1. on every side. Instead, we should do margin top of 1 and margin right of 1. Actually, we don't need margin right because we have spacing. So let's just test this. And now we don't have any spacing. We have spacing inside and we don't actually need it. We need spacing after the span. So now we have an error because we can't have two elements here. So we need to put it like this. And now it works, kinda. So now I want to have a little bit of spacing here. So let's do leading 4. So we'll have some spacing. And now I think it looks fine. The text could be actually even smaller. Let's see, text XS. It's super small. Let's see if I zoom out. It's this big. So I think it's fine. Now, let's see. On the right side, I would like to have a graph. This looks good enough. And now for the right side, I want to have a graph. So we have this div with the name and the keywords. Let's do the last div with a graph inside. So I want to have a graph here. So it says just graph. For now, I will just put a div with background green of 100. And it will be width of, I don't know, let's do maybe 48. And height of 12, let's see. Yeah, so we have something like this. It should be a little bit bigger. So let's do height of 24. And it shouldn't be that wide, so let's put 36. And let's see. Yeah, I think it looks okay. Maybe we can change it to height of 18. 18 doesn't work. Let's do 12. And I think 12 is too small. Let's do 18. No, 18. 24. Yeah, 12. 24 is this big. Right, I don't know. Let's have it as this for now. And later we will see how this will look like comparing to other. We have our homepage where we have this form, double header, and then we have this one domain here. And I think we should put it into separate component. So let's see, I will grab this div and let's see it end here. I will cut it from here and let's put it as a separate component. New file inside our components and let's do domain row.js. Export default. If you know a better name, you can name it differently. Export default function and let's call it domain row. And let's do return parenthesis and let's just paste it here. And now let's go to page and let's do domain row. And I will put 3 of those so we have some more data. Let's see, keywords is not defined. Okay, so we need to remove those keywords from here. And we need to put them here to domain row. And we have something like this. We need some spacing here. So for our div here, I will do a margin on the top and the bottom of 4. So we will have some spacing. And this looks fine. This looks cool. We need to fix this graph and those the data. But otherwise, I think it looks fine. We have a list of our domains. Maybe we can decrease the spacing here from the bottom. So let's see, we have padding of 4. I think it's good on the sides, padding 4. Maybe it's because of this big green box. So let's see. Let's do something like this. I will do custom height of, let's say, 60 pixels. So now we have something like this. I will do 64. Yeah, and I think this looks a little bit better. I would decrease the spacing between those to margin Y of 2, so they are closer to each other. Maybe that's too close. Let's do 3. Yeah. All right, so we have this styling now, and I think the next part will be to actually make this form work so we can put domains to the database, and so we can list them here without any keywords, without any graphs for now. We want to only list the domain. So I want to add like 3 domains, let's say for GitHub, for Verso, and for maybe Next.js. Why not? Or I don't know, for something else. Just any 3 domains, and so I can list them here from the database and not just copy pasted code. So this is what we are going to do next. All right, so now to display the domains, first we need to fix this form so we can add domains to a database, right? So let's go to our page. Let's see here. And as you can see here, we have this new domain form. Let's maybe go inside and let's see. Here we have a simple input and a button to add. And here we will need to have a state for our input to have the text that we are typing in, and we will need to have on click on this button. So we need to make this component client, and we need to have state for our input text. So maybe let's do a domain and set domain equals use state from React, and default will be empty string. Now we can do something like this. We have this input here. Let's do value equals domain, and on change we need to add the event and set domain event target value. All right. Now for this button here, or maybe we don't need, let's do it for the button. We will make it type, we can either do this button on click, but a better way would be to change this button type to submit. And here on the form, let's add on submit. And I will declare this function here above to not put it here. So let's do function handle submit. And here let's put handle submit. And now with all the events, we will get an event object here, and we will do stop propagation. Sorry, not stop propagation, prevent default. Because otherwise this form will just send the data the default way, which is just to send with a GET request. And we don't want this. Instead, when we are submitting this form, we want to use, let's say, Axios. Do we have Axios here? No, we need to install it. So let's go to here and let's do yarn add Axios. Right, and now we have Axios. So let's do Axios imported, and we want to send a post request. So we want to send a post request. Where do we want to send it? We want to send it to a separate endpoint. So let's say that inside API, we will create another directory called, let's say, domains. And inside domains, we'll just do a new file and route.js. And now here we will just do export a function. Maybe we should add async function post. And now we can just do stuff with this endpoint. But first, let's finish here. It will go to /API/domain. Is it domain or domains? Let's see. Domains. So the domains. And now the data we want to send only this domain. This domain that we have inside the state. And let's add a wait here, and let's make this one async. And that should be it. It will send. Let's say that after it's sent, it will say sent. All right. Now we don't want to have an alert when it's sent. Instead, when it's sent, we want to reload this part but we will fix it in a moment. First, let's fix so it will send the post request and it will save to the database. So first we need to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose. Is mongoose installed? Yes, it is. Mongoose connect. Here we just do process env mongodb URI. And yes, what's next? Next, we need to have a model for our domain. So here we have app, here we have components, and here we have app, components, libs. Let's create another directory for our database models. And inside, I will do new file, and let's do domain.js. And now let's define our model. So first we will need the schema. So let's do domain schema equals domain singular equals new schema, import from mongoose. And here we are going to define our schema. I will also add here extra options like timestamps to true. And for our schema, what do we want to do? Here, what information? We will need to have a domain that will be a string with capital S because it's an object here. And let's put it like this, type string. And let's also add that it's required. All right, and that should work. And we can also do some validation. Validate. I think validate is a function. So we can do something like this, validate. And let's put value. And let's check that value includes a dot. Or maybe we can do a regular expression. So let's do something like this. It will be a regular expression. And it will be that we need to have some letters or numbers. And let's maybe put this regex here, const domain regex. And it will be a regex, so let's do like this. And it will have some letters and numbers. And then we will have a dot. And again, we will have letters. I think there are only letters in the TLDs, so .com, .org, and so on. But actually, we can have several dots. So I need to come up with a different validation. So I will make a function, or maybe I will just add here also dots and also dots. So dots and numbers, and this can be many. So first it checks that we have, I will show you an example. An example will be test.com. And this first part, some letters and digits, at least one is this test part. Then we have a dot that is required. It's this part. And then we have the rest, which is .com here. That's letters, numbers, and dots. So because you can have also like some gov UK or something like this, so you can have several dots. So that's why we have this dot here inside this. All right, so this should work. And now let's do something like this. Domain regex test, and we want to test the value. All right, so this should work. We have domain, and inside the domain schema, we will have a domain, which is the string here. Now we need to have an information about the owner. So let's do owner, and the owner will be email address. So let's do type string. It's also required, required true, and that should be it, I think. So we have this, and what else do we need? We need an icon. So let's do icon, and let's do type string but it will not be required. And I think that's it. If we missed anything, I can add it later. So now let's do const, and we need to do the model. So let's do domain equals. First, we need to check if it already exists. So let's see inside models imported if it has domain. Otherwise, we will do a new model with model function. And the name here will be, I think it should be uppercase. So let's do domain, and let's do here domain schema. And we want to export it, and this should work now. So now let's try to use it inside domains route. And now we can do domain imported from models. And now we can do create with the data inside. So for the data, we need to have owner, which will be a user email. We need to have the domain itself, which is a string that we are going to get from the request. And we need to have also an icon. All right, so and this will be a wait here because it's a database query. All right, so how we are going to fetch it. The first domain part, we can just grab it from the request. So it's data equals request JSON, but we need to add a wait here. All right, and now we just need to do data domain. I added this question mark in case it's empty or something. Now, for the owner, we want to have the user email. To get this, I would do session equals get server session, and we need auth options here. And I will add wait here because it's needed. And now from the session, we can do something like session user email. All right. And now for the icon. For the icon, it will be a little bit complicated. But first, let's see if this will work. On the end, I will do just return response JSON saying true, just to know if it works. Let's see here, inspect, and let's try to send the request here. So I will do, let's say, test or maybe example.com, and let's see, post request, it says it's pending 200, and I get this pop-up, it's send, so it worked. Let's see the preview, we have the true, so everything works. Now we can fix the icon part. So for the icon part, I want to go to, for example, example.com and grab a favicon, or to github.com or Next.js.org, something like this, and I want to grab this favicon, this icon that they are using here. And to grab it, let's see, view page source, it's let's search for icon. It's a link element with this attribute saying icon, and href, that is the URL to the icon. So this is how we are going to grab it. We are going to go to this page and fetch the HTML. So let's start with doing const HTML equals, and we will do await, and we will do axios get, and now we will just go to this domain. But first we need to do, I will do like this, HTTPS, and here I will add domain. All right. I think this will be several lines of code to grab the icon, so I think I will just put it as a separate function here. Function, it will be an async function saying get icon URL, something like this. So how can we grab it? First, we need HTML. I will remove the space from here. HTML of this domain. And then when we have HTML, then I want to parse it somehow. So to parse it, I'm going to use a DOM parser. So the const parser equals a new DOM parser. Yes. And then let's do parser. Let's do parse from string. And I'm going to put HTML here, and here the type will be text HTML. And that should work, except this will not be HTML, it will be response. And HTML will be actually inside response.data. Right? So we have this, and after we parsed everything, we will have our parsed HTML. Parsed HTML. Parsed HTML equals this, and then when it's parsed, we can grab parsed HTML and we can do something like this. We can do a query selector, and we can go inside the head, and we can find a link. And as you remember, we need to find the link. Let's see where this rel. So let's do rel. Where this rel, it includes icon. So let's do like this, and let's put icon here. Right, and now let's grab the href part. Right, so let's do dot and href. All right, we have a href. So the href is here. So let's put href equals this. And now the href, as you can see here, it's not a full URL. It's just a /favicon. So to get the full URL, we will check if href includes protocol. So if it includes HTTP / or HTTPS, I would just do if it includes : // If it does, we can just return it, return href. Otherwise, we need to add return HTTPS : / and let's do plus domain. We don't have any domain, but we will add it here as a param. Domain plus, and then we can add this favicon here. So let's do href. But we probably also need to add here a /, or do we? Maybe not. Let's remove the / for now, and let's see if this will work. Right, so this can fail in many places. So here, before grabbing the icon, I will do something like this. Let's do let icon, so we can change it later, equals null on the beginning. And then let's try to get icon URL. This is async function, so we need to add a wait for this specific domain. But we don't have a domain, we need to grab it from data. So let's do data domain. And if it succeeds, let's just assign it to icon, like this. And then if there's any error, we are just going to console log it. Or maybe let's do a console error instead. Right, and this should work. And here we can just put icon like this, or we can just do like this. Right, and now let's see. I will just, let's see, the function query selector. This should work. So now let's try with Next.js.org. And one more thing I would like to change here. We have response JSON with just true. Why not just returning the document? So let's do document, equals this. So let's return the document that we just saved to the database. Now let's do inspect here to see if this will work. I will make it bigger a little bit. so you guys can see it better. Next.js.org, let's do add and send, and everything seemed to worked. The icon is null, so something went wrong here. Let's see. DOM parser is not defined. Okay, so DOM parser is only on our front-end JavaScript. Let's see if we can just install it. Let's do DOM parser. Yeah, we can install it with Yarn. So this is what I'm going to do. So I will open here my terminal and let's do yarn add. And I think it's like this DOM parser. Let's see. Yes. Enter. And now this DOM parser, we are going to import it like this, but we are going to use regular imports. So let's do import. Let's see how it's imported. DOM parser, DOM parser from DOM parser. Yeah, and now let's try to use it. So I will copy this and now let's put it here. And let's see if this will work. Parse from string, do they have it? Yes, so this should work. Let's try again. I will also do next.js.org. Later we'll remove all of those. Send, okay, network. And let's see, domains, it's still empty. Let's see if we have any error. Query selector is not a function. So this is a problem here. So query selector is not a function. We have a parsed DOM here, but we can do get element by ID as they are showing. They have other implemented methods like get element by ID, get element by class name, tag name. So let's try with get elements by tag name. We need to get elements by tag name and we want to grab a link, all the links. And this will not be href anymore. This will be all of the links. And we need to find a link. So we need to do for each of the links, const link of links. And now we need to find a link where this rel attribute is actually this icon. So let's see. First, I will do something like this. Let href be null, and then we will check if link. Let's see how we can check attributes here. Node name, child nodes, no parent attributes. Let's see attributes. Let's get attribute of rel, and let's check if it includes icon. If it does, then our href will be this link attributes get, and we will get href. And let's just do a console log here of our href to see if this worked. And let's try to do this again. Let's do add and send, and let's see. Well, here we have another console log of some kind of session. I want to get rid of this. Let's do console log. Here we are doing dumping session. I don't want this. Let's go back here and let's see what do we have here. Link attributes get is not a function. All right. So let's see what it is. Console log link attributes. Link attributes, and let's do add. Oops, and looks like it's just an object. So that's even better. Let's do. Let's check if I will add question mark dot, and we want to check rel if it includes icon, and maybe we can do something like this. Const link attributes, and we want to grab rel, otherwise empty string, and it will be rel equals. All right, and here we will just check if the rel includes icon, right? And I can get rid of this console log, and here we just need to change to ref. And I will add question mark here just in case. And now let's see, let's go here. Okay, let's add again. And let's see, we get ref to be null. Cannot read properties of null, reading includes. So let's see where we have includes, here and here. Let's do that. Ref on the beginning will be an empty string. Looks like ref is empty. And let's do something like this, console log. I want to console log all of the rel properties of all of the links. And now let's see, add. So looks like everything is just empty. All right, then instead I will do just, let's do just attributes, link that attributes. Oops. Yeah, and let's try to send it again. All right, so here we have, okay, so this attributes is an array of objects. So we need to loop through this and find where, for attribute rel, we need to find where name is rel and value is icon. So this is what we are going to fix now. So instead of doing like this, I will do find where attribute name is rel, right? Otherwise the rel will be just empty string. But if we find this, we want to grab value, right? Right. So now let's try again. I will send this again. And now let's see. Ref is undefined. And we get an error. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading includes. Let's try again to see if we have our rel. Rel. And okay. So we have a style sheet icon. So this worked. I think the problem is that we forgot about this ref. Instead, we need to do here find where attribute name is actually a ref, and then let's grab the value. And I'll add question mark even here just to be safe. And now let's see. I will get rid of those. And now let's see if this console log ref will work. Let's add again. And we have ref 5 icon. So now if I click OK here, let's see the latest request. We get a 5 icon URL that just worked. So I can open this in a new tab and we get an 5 icon for Next.js. For our database, we'll have a lot of documents added now. So I will log into the database and I will manually remove them. And I will show you how to do this. I can close this, and those next auth things. So here we have our database. Let's go database and let's browse collections. And let's see, we have domains here. So I will just remove it, or maybe I can just remove everything. If I put collection name, yeah. And now let's just put it again. So we will have only one. Add, send, okay. So now if I refresh everything here, I should get back domains, and I should have only one document with the Next.js org, my email that I have logged in with, and this favicon. So now we can display this here, right? Just one. So I will get rid of this console log, and now let's go back to our page. And as you can see, we have 3 domain rows. I will get rid of those 2, so we have only one. And now I want to grab all of the domains here. This is a server component, so I can use models and everything. So let's do something like this. Domains equals await, and I will need to add async here. Await, and let's grab our domain model, and let's do find. And I want to find for my specific user. So to grab the user, I need to do something like this. Const session equals await get server server session, and here auth options, and then I will get the user. So let's do something like this. Const user equals session user. All right, and now let's see. I want to find domains where owner is user.email. All right, and I have domains here, so I can display them here. So we have domain row here, and to display them from this array, I would just do domains map, and for each domain, I will do like this, parenthesis, and let's put domain row here, and I will pass all of the attributes like this. Yeah, let's save it. Let's open here, and we'll get all of the attributes like owner, and we'll get the domain, and we'll have the icon. So here we see the icon that I can just replace with icon, and then here we have the domain. I can do something like this, just domain, and let's see if it works. So it's saved and it didn't work. Let's see why. Let's go back to our page, and we have domains here. Let's do maybe here console log of domains, and let's see. We have domains, and as you can see, we have this data working here. So why isn't it displaying? Let's see. Domain, for each domain inside the domains. Let's do domain row, and we have domain, icon, and owner. All right, let's see. I will do something like this, JSON, and let's stringify domain. And let's see if we got anything here. No, it's still empty. Let's put it as an object. So let's do domain like this, and it's an empty object. So somehow this domain is empty. I think this is because this object is a little bit weird, and we need to do something like this. JSON parse, and then JSON stringify, and first JSON stringify. Let's see if this will help. Yes, it helped. As you can see, we have the icon, and we have Next.js here. And now let me explain why it worked. But first I will just get rid of this JSON stringify. All right, it worked because this part of the code, domain find, returns some weird JavaScript objects that they are using for Mongoose. And where we are grabbing this to just domains, yes, it is an array of objects, but each object here inside is not like a really simple object with all the props just displayed there. Maybe we can make it a little simplified. Let's see. I will do here domain.to JSON, and let's see if this will work. Yes, this works as well. So we can do like this instead. And if I remove it, it shouldn't work anymore. Yeah, everything is just empty. So let's put here to JSON, and now it works. We have the icon. It's blurred a little bit, but it works. Now I need to refresh the page to see all of the domains, and this count doesn't match. So let's fix the count, and we can get rid of this domains console log. Let's go back to our page, and let's see. We have this double header here saying 4 domains. I will put here, instead of this 4, I will put domains length, and I will put this pre-title here and main title here, and I will add the plus here so it will work. So we'll have now should have one domain. But again, this domains array is weird a little bit. Let's try to convert it to a regular array. Does it help? No, it did not. Maybe because it should be main title here. Let's remove this conversion to regular array. And let's see. Yeah, your domain's one domain. And we have this M here flying around from main title. All right, so now let's see. If I add here, we get this weird alert sent. And instead, I would like to inform this this domain rows and this that we have a new document, right? So first, I will put those domains and this list into separate component to make it look better. So let's go to components and let's do new file and let's do domains list.js. Let's put here export default function. It will be an async function and let's put it like this. Return async function domain list, and here we want to do return. Yes, I'll put a div here. Let's go back to page and I will grab all of those and let's put them here. So we have domains. We need to put them as a property because they are not defined here. And now here I will just do domains domain list, and I'm going to pass domains like this. Right, but the problem is that when something here changes, I want to refresh the domains. So how can I do this? There are different ways of doing this. Either I can go here and change this to a client component and do that when something changes, it will fetch again. Or I can go to new domain form and when something changes here, I can grab the router, const router equals use router from next router, and then I can do router refresh. Let's see if this will work. Let's see. I don't know if it should be from React next router or from navigation. Let's try with navigation first. Yeah. Now let's see. I will add, let's do twitter.com and let's do add, and something is okay. Now we got this twitter.com and we got this twice. So that's not good, but we will fix it in a moment because I thought that it's loading or something. So let's see. I will go now back to my page and I will do React here. Actually, maybe not React. I can do just directly suspense from React. The fallback will be loading ... and our server component will be this. So now if I refresh and let's see if I add something here like let's do github.com, enter, we get github.com here. Let's see if we can get this to work if I put this inside. Let's put maybe github.com again, and if I clicked enter, but it doesn't do anything for me. Let's do it like this. I will clear everything from domains to have clear database. And now let's see if I will do example.com, enter, nothing happens. I don't get any image here. I don't get any preloading. All right, so I think the best way to approach this will be to actually change this to a client component. So this is what I'm going to do. When this is submitted, I will refresh this list and I will make the list to a client component. So let's see. Let's go to our page and here we have domains and I will get rid of those. I will get rid of this part and let's go inside domains list. And now let's get rid of this property from here, and instead let's put use client here on the top, and let's do state. Let's do domains and set domains equals use state, and yes, and the default will be empty array. And now I will also use effect from React, and I will do here an Axios request, Axios get to /API/domains domains to get all the domains for this user. And then I will grab the response, and with the response I will set domains to be response data, but we need to fix this endpoint, get endpoint first. So let's go to domains route, and we have post. We need to create a async function get, and here we just need to connect to the database, and then we need to grab the session to know the user, and then we need to return response JSON with all of the domains, right? So let's do await domain, let's do find, and we want to find where owner is our user. So our user is session user email, and that should be it. So now let's see if domain to JSON is not a function. Okay, we have an error. Let's see. We can get rid of this domain to JSON. Let's see. Here I added a small suspense, so when this loads, but this is not needed here, I'll get rid of this suspense. So let's see, we have an error saying that async away is not supported in client components. Let's see, it's domains list, I guess. No, here is everything looks fine. Let's see inside our page. This looks also fine. Let's just refresh and see. Async await. Okay, we need to just remove the async from the domains list, and now it should work. Yeah, and we have 3 domains that I have just put here. So now let's go back to our page, and let's remove those imports that are not used. And now let's see, we have this form here, but from form we need to inform the domains list that something have changed. So actually we will need to use client here as well, and we need to remove this async. Yes, and now we cannot use session like this, but we don't need this. We don't need session or user, and we don't need those imports, and we don't need this import either. And now instead I will use client here, and I will do something like this. On the form, on new, I will trigger a function called let's see, on new. What do we want to do? We want to refresh this list. And how do we refresh this list? We can refresh this list by saying what should be displayed. So let's go here, and all of those stuff, let's grab them from here. Let's put this domains as a property as it was. Let's go back to page. Let's put this stuff here, and let's put domains here. Domains. Let's see, and this on the new is empty. Let's remove it for now. And yeah, now it works. Domains list, and we are loading on the home. So even the home page is a client component now. Now I want to do something like this on new, and on new I want to reload those domains. So I will put this as a function called load or fetch domains function, and I will run this here, fetch domains, and on new I will also run fetch domains. All right, And now we need to handle this on new inside our new domain form. So let's go inside here and let's see. Let's grab this on new and let's run it here instead of this refresh on new. Yes, and now we don't need this router, so let's get rid of this router, and we don't need router import either. So now we can also do something like this. Let's go back to page, and here we can do another state for loading, loading, and set loading. Use state, default will be false. And here we will do set loading to true, and here set loading to false. And now we will do here loading. If it's loading, we will do something like this, parentheses, and let's put a div saying loading, ... And now if it's not loading, let's do end parentheses, and let's put domains list. Right, so if I refresh, it says loading. And now if I add something like my website.com, enter, loading, and I have another website here. So that is really nice. So I should also clear this. So let's go back to new domain form. And here let's do also set domain to empty string. So we will clear this input. Let's try again. I will maybe clear everything. Let's remove the domains. Let's remove everything, drop and refresh. And let's do coding with david.com. Enter, and now loading, and we have our domain here. So yeah, now it works. Now we can add domains. So I think now the next part will be keywords, and actually so we can enter a specific domain and see keywords and other keywords and stuff like this. So we can make later graphs based on all of the keywords. And so when we click in open a specific domain, so we can actually even remove the domain from the list if we don't want to have it. All right, so now let's try to do maybe a link of this domain name. And then when I click on it, I should see a list for this domain, and the list will include all of the keywords and statistics for them. So the same thing, the same kind of list that we are building here with the form, but it will be for a specific domain, like for example my website here, and it will list all of the keywords that I want to track. So let's see. First we need to do a link out of this. So let's see here, components, and let's go to domain row. Right, and now let's see. First I will also fix that if we don't have an icon, we shouldn't show it. So let's do icon and parentheses, and let's put this image here. Now we have this domain here, and this is an h2. Let's change it to a link, right? So I will try to do a link, yes, like this, and I will put those class names here inside. So let's do it like this, and this domain I will put it here to this link. Right, so href cannot be empty, I guess. So let's say it will go to URL like domain, and then, well, we can do the domain here. So let's do plus domain. Let's see if this will work. So if I click on this, it will go to /domain/codingwithdavid.com. So I guess that's fine. So let's go now and fix a page for this domain, right? Or for this path here. So let's see here. We have app here, and then we need to do another directory called domains. Oops, or maybe it should be domain. I don't know. Let's do domains here. Domains. And then we have this specific domain. So we need to create another directory called with here a square parenthesis. Let's say it will be called domain. Yes, and now inside it I will create a page.js. So let's do page.js. And here let's do export default function, and let's call this one domain page. Yeah, and let's return parentheses. Let's put a div here saying test just for now. Now let's see if I click here, we are on this test page. And the header and everything is included because it's inside this layout here. And it's used even on other sub pages, as you can see. All right, so now first we want to do is to get this domain name from the URL. And I think it will be inside props here. So let's check this. Let's do something like JSON stringify props. So we will see what's inside. And as you can see, we have params here with domain, and there are search params that are empty. We only need to grab params. So, and from params, we only need the domain. So let's do something like this. Before we will do this return, let's do const domain equals, and let's do props, params, and domain. Yes. And now instead of doing this, let's just do domain. All right, and that looks fine. Now, what do we want to show on this domain page? First, I want to fix that the logo, when I click on the logo, it goes to the home page and it doesn't just refresh here. So let's go to header here, and here let's just add a slash. So now it will go to the home page. Yeah, and this works now. Now, what do I want to see when I click this? Well, I want to see the name of the domain. So domain like this, but maybe with bigger letters. Then a form like this to add keywords and then to list the keywords. So let's go back to this page here, domain page. And well, the first thing I want to see the domain name. I think maybe we can use this double header. So I will do a pre-title of domains, and now I will do also main title of this domain name. Domain like this. I'll put this into separate lines so it will be easier to see. And now if I click this one, we have domains, and then we have codingwithdavid.com. I think it looks fine. And maybe I will add like Rakwo here. This will not work. Okay. It's just those weird arrows like. So this is this character. It looks like this. So maybe I can just copy from here and I can put it here. And we have something like this, domains and this. All right, so underneath I would like to have a form, same form that we have here, but for keywords, right? So let's see. Inside components we have a new domain form, and I need to create a similar but for keywords. So let's do a new file here called the new keyword form.js, and let's do just export default function new keyword form. Yeah, return just parentheses. Let's put a div here. Let's see how this one looks like. And as you can see, we can just copy paste a lot of it. So I will just do this, and let's go back to new keyword form. And let's paste it here, and I will just replace some stuff here. First, I don't want this to be domain, and So I will rename it to keyword and set the keyword. And now let's use them. So here we will have, keyword, and now let's just set keyword here and set keyword here. And then we need this on new here as a param. And now the keywords here. So we'll have an API endpoint, API/keywords. All right, and that should be it. So let's see, maybe also the placeholder, new domain.com. I will change this to new keyword, and that should be fine. So now let's try to use this component on our domain page. So under this double header, I want to do new keyword form. And let's see, we have a problem with this form. So let's see. And what does it say? You are importing component that needs use state. It only works in client components. Right, let's go to the top and let's do use client. Yes, and now it looks fine. Let's go here, new keyword. Yes. So this looks fine. Now let's try to fix this endpoint so we can add the keywords, right? Before we will do this, we will need a model for keywords. So let's do a new file and let's do keyword.js and let's do first schema. So keyword schema equals new schema. I need to import this. Yes, and here I will add the timestamps to true, and here for the columns or for the fields inside every keyword, I want to know what is the domain. So let's do domain, and it will be type of string, but we should put it like this, type string, and it will be required. Then what else do we need? We need the keyword itself, keyword. So it will be type of string and it will be also required. And what else do we need? We need the keyword to be validated. So let's do validate. I think it's validate, or yeah, I think it's validate, and it's a function. So let's put value. Oops, I will put this into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. Like this, and validate will be a function that will check the value, and we want the value to be the length should be bigger than 0, and that's it. So we have domain, we have keyword, and I want to know the owner who actually added this keyword. So let's put owner, and the owner will be also type of string and required. It will be an email of the user who created this. All right, so now we have this keyword schema. Let's create a model for our keyword. Keyword equals, first we try to find it in existing models, and we try to find it in as keyword. Otherwise, we will do a new model with model function, and here the name will be keyword, and here we need to pass our keyword schema to create a new model. We need to export it so we can use it in other places, and now we can use our keyword model. So let's go to, let's see, I will open my sidebar. Let's go to app, API. We have 4 domains, we have some out here. Let's create a new directory for keywords. And here inside, I will just put a route.js. And I want to create a route for export function post. And later I will also put export function get. And both of them will be async. So let's put async here and async here. And let's start with post. So first we want to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect. and process.env.mongodb URI. That's done. Now, if someone posts, we will always have a request param here that we can use. First, we want to grab the data, the JSON data. So let's do await request JSON. Yeah, we need to add a wait here. Don't forget about this. And then if we get the data, what do we want to do with this? Well, we want to create a new keyword, right? So let's do keyword. Let's import this model. Let's hit create, and let's see what was the data that we need to put here. Domain, keyword, and owner. Let's put domain. Domain will be something, keyword will be something, string, and owner, same thing here. So domain and keyword, we will get it from data. So let's do data domain and data keyword, but the owner will be from session. So let's grab the session, const session, and it will go from await get server session, and here we need to pass out options. Right, and here for the owner, let's put just session user email. Yeah, and this should work. Don't forget to put await here because it's a database query, so we need to await for this, and it will return a document. So we can do keyword document equals this, and then we can do just something like this: return response JSON, and let's just put it here, keyword document, and that should be it. We can also put get function here. So in get function, we will retrieve all of the keywords for this user and this specific domain. So we will have some kind of params here. So let's grab a request here, and now let's see, request params. And then I think we can do just get, and to get a specific param, and we want to grab domain. So the const domain equals this, and then we want to do return with a response JSON, and inside this JSON we want to return all of the keywords from the database. So let's do await keyword, and let's do find. But before we will do this, I need to add this Mongoose connect just in case, and I will also need session from about the user. All right, and now we want to find keywords where domain is the same as this domain, so I can put it like this, domain, and I want to find owner to be session user email. And that should do this. So now let's see, I will go to /API, /API/domains/ and then let's do question mark domain equals coding with david.com. And let's see, we get some weird stuff. We get a domain owner icon, we get the domain. Okay, it should be here keywords, sorry, keywords. And this doesn't work, we get a 500 error, let's see why. And there's a lot of stuff here going on. Cannot read properties of undefined reading get. Alright, so it looks like params is undefined. Let's try with query. Right, now if I refresh, still. Okay, let's just try to console log the request object to see what we have inside. If I refresh, here we have some console log, so we can see method, body, client, and let's see, where do we have params here? Cookies, URL, and here we have a search, and we have search params. So we need to go to URL, search params. So let's do this. Request URL, search params, and then let's do get domain. Right, now let's see if I refresh, still 500 error. Let's see why. What error do we get here? Cannot read properties undefined reading get. I would just restart this to be sure that we still have the same error. And let's see, we get another error here, and module not found, can't resolve route. Where is it? Keywords route. Something here is wrong. Of options, this looks fine to me. And let's see again, can't resolve route next auth from API auth. So it looks like we cannot get those auth options. That's weird. I will restart it again. Let's refresh, and we get the same error. Can't resolve this next auth route. So we cannot import auth options from this, but it worked in different places. Let's see why. We have domains, and this auth options worked. Let's see if I put the same import here. Oops. If I put the same import here, it should also work, right? But it does not. Let's see if something changed here. No, this looks fine. We are exporting those auth options. And keywords route, domains route. Let's see if domains route for get work. Domains, and we don't need this. And here we have the same problem. But this time we have a problem, cannot resolve Mongo client from client promise inside next auth. So let's see what's going on here. And it looks fine to me. So I don't get what can be wrong here. Let's try to restart this again. Well, let's see. Inside here we have domains, but this is for a page. Here we have keywords, route, and here we are reporting from models, mongoose, next auth, get server session, and auth options. Yes, it looks fine. Let's see here. Maybe we are importing something wrong. Let's see if I will just comment out everything here inside, if this will help. Because this is route for keywords, and now I'm testing domains, that suddenly stopped to work. And looks like this is not working either. So let's see domains. If I just do like this, so now it's 4 or 5. Let's just see if our website works. Now we have problem with some other imports. So let's see how much we need to comment to find the problem. New domain form inside can't resolve new domain form inside main page. Let's go to the main page, and they say that they cannot import this one. Then with the same thing with domain row inside domain list. Okay, let's find where is the problem. I will comment everything, and still let's comment this client promise in Mongo client. Let's see. Now I will just put everything as it was. This domains was working, so let's put it back, and this was working as well, and the only problem was with this. And for our page, let's put also everything as it was, same with this and this and this. Right, and this should work, but it does not. Let's see why. Let's maybe go to domains and codingwithdavid.com. Let's see if this one works. No, it does not. Let's see if we got any problems here. We have domains, domain page. This looks fine. That's some weird error. And let's see if this is maybe caused by some kind of cache. This is the only thing that I think can be possible. I will list every file here, and as you can see, we have an invisible directory .next, and I will just remove it because it's cache. Let's see if this will help. rmrf.next, and now let's see. Now we just have a white page, and let's restart our environment. And this didn't help because we still have a problem with double header inside domain page. Let's see. This time inside the app domains domain page. So let's try to comment out almost everything here and everything here. Alright, so I don't know what was actually the issue, but I just uncommented everything behind the scenes, and the only fix that I did was that inside jsconfig.json and tsconfig.json I added the space URL and paths here, and same for this tsconfig.json. Added this paths here, that every import that starts with this @ sign / and anything will go to here. And I refreshed 3 times and restarted my environment, and now it seems to work. I don't know what was the issue. I don't know what was the issue before that it stopped working. That was really odd, but yeah, now it works, so we can continue. So let's go back here to our domains page, and let's go back to our source app domains domain page. Here I forgot to uncomment everything as it was, but now we should have everything. Yeah, I also get some weird warnings here that @ sign / components is not installed, but well, let's leave it as it is. And here we have a form for new keyword, and we fixed the API endpoint, so now we should be able actually to let's disable throttling to add the keywords to my domain. So let's see if it works. I will do something like this. For my website, I want to add a coding with David as a keyword. Let's try to add this. We get a post request and we get a 500 error. So let's open the console here and let's see what's the issue. Path domain is required. Let's see where we try to send it, /API/keywords. This one is correct. Let's go to our API keywords route, and let's see what can be the issue. Search params get domain, and let's see. Here is get request. We need to check the post request here. We grab the data from the post. Let's see if we have inside payload, but we are sending only the keyword and not the domain. That's why we get this error here. Oops, not here. Here, path domain is required. So we are not sending domain, we send only keyword here, as you can see. So let's go to where we are sending this. So this will be inside the components, and let's now go to new keyword form. So we are sending only keyword, but we need to send domain as well. And let's say that we will pass it as a param here. It will be a param or property domain that we will send also here. So now let's see where this is used. New keyword form, and it's inside the, let's see, and it's inside here, domain page, new keyword form, and we want to pass domain singular to be our domain. Right, and now let's try the same coding with David. Let's add this, and yet another error. Let's see what happened this time. I will go to network. It's keywords. We get 200, but we get some weird error here. On new is not a function. Okay, so the request went okay. We get keywords 200, post request. we can see the preview. The keyword has been created, but the problem is that we don't have this on new defined here. So I'll put just an empty arrow function for now. And let's see, only in client components. All right, so for this page, we need to also add use client. All right, and now it works. So we should have now inside our database, and I have been logged out, and let's log in again. Inside our database, we should be able to see one keyword, right? A collection with keywords with one keyword document. So let's go to database, and let's see, browse collections, and now I want to go to keywords and see if everything looks fine. Yeah, we have domain, we have keyword, owner, so everything looks fine. Now this works, so maybe we can try to list the keywords, right? So we want to have a similar list that we have here for the domain, so almost the same box. So first I'm going to grab all of the keywords here before we can display them. So let's do use effect here, use effect from React, and let's do arrow function. Dependency will be only empty array here because we want to run this arrow function when component mounts, and we'll just run axios get to /API/keywords, and with domain of domain equals domain. Let's add then with the response, we want to do arrow function, and we want to save our keywords somewhere. So let's create a state for this. So the const keywords set keywords equals use state, and default will be empty array. So now let's do set keywords and response data. Yeah. Now we have keywords that we can list. So let's maybe do for each keywords, let's do map singular, and for each keyword, let's do parentheses div, and let's do keyword dot keyword. Yeah, something like this. Now if I click here, we get an error. Let's see why. Inspect console 500 error. Let's see what happened here. So cannot read properties of undefined reading get. All right, let's see. It's inside our API keywords route. Something wrong with the get. Request URL search params get domain. Well, let's see what the URL looks like. So I will refresh here and keywords here. So we have keywords question mark domain, and we get the domain. So keywords, everything looks fine here. So request URL search params get domain, and here we have domain. So let's see where we get this error actually. Keywords route line 29. All right, so let's see. Route, we don't even have a line 29, but it's on this reading get. Okay, let's see if we have params here. As you can see here above, we are console logging the request. So let's see if we are getting params. Search params, right. Let's see, request here, it's a get request, correct. And now let's see, URL, and we have search params, and the domain is this, right? So something is wrong here. Let's see why. I will do here return response JSON true, and I will put it under the request, the console log of the request URL, let's say. So now it should say keywords map is not a function. All right, I will, but the request worked, right? Let's see. Keywords, no, still 500. Let's see why. No, I think it should work. Let's do restart here, refresh, and yeah, keywords map will not work, but let's search for keywords requests. And here we have a request that worked, and we get this true. So this worked. Now let's see for the for our console log. So this is the console log we get. Let's see search params. So if I hit refresh here, readable stream is already closed. All right, wherever it means. Let's try to do get of domain. Whoops, get domain. All right, and now let's do refresh, and it looks like we get an error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading get. Okay, but if I remember correctly, it worked before. So let's see what have changed. If I just do request again, and let's see the object, we get the search. Okay, I think I know what can be an issue. I think the issue is that the URL object, URL class doesn't exist here for our backend code. So I think maybe we can do something like this: import URL from and URL, something like this. And now let's try to do something like this. We will do const URL equals new URL, and let's pass here request URL. And now let's try to console log this URL. And this, let's refresh. We get some stuff here. Now let's try to do console log search params. Oops, without this colon. And this works again. And now let's try to add get with domain. Oops, domain singular. And I will open here, and as you can see, it works. So the issue was here, I don't know why, that we needed to import this URL from URL. And now we need to use this URL constant instead. So not request URL, just URL. And let's get rid of this response here. And now everything works. And as you can see, we are listing our one keyword. So let's go back to our domain page, and for our keywords, I will create a separate component. So something similar that we have here for domains. We have this domain row, but when I open a specific domain, I want to see something like a keyword row. So let's go to let's see, components, and I will do new file, and let's do keyword row.js. Export default function, and let's do keyword row, and here we will just do return, and it will be a div. And here we will get everything about the keyword. So keyword itself, we will get owner email, and we will get domain. And inside, and we'll print here the keyword just for now. And let's see, inside the domain page, instead of this div, I will do keyword row. Yeah, and I will pass here everything about the keyword object, the keyword document. So we still have this, and now we can style it inside our keyword row. We want to do this almost the same as we have it for domain row. So as you can see, we have some cool classes here. I will just copy paste them. Let's go to keyword row, and let's put it maybe like this first. Let's add some class names here, and I will pass those here. All right. What's next? Before we will style them even more, I would like to add something like that, this on new. fix this on new property. So this on new is empty, and when we get a new property, I want to refetch the keywords here. So we have this, here we are fetching the keywords. I will put this as a separate function fetch keywords, and let's just run this, and on use effect will fetch keywords, but we will also do the same for when we put a new keyword. And it would be nice to see some kind of loading here. So let's see, I will add a state for this. Loading, set loading, use state default will be false. And here I will do set loading to true. And here set loading to false. And here first, before mapping, I will check if it's not loading and the keywords map. And if it is loading, I will just add here a div saying loading ... So if I refresh, we will get this loading ... for a fraction of a second. All right, and if I add here, for example, another keyword like my name, it's loading, and then I get another keyword. So that is nice. All right, so so where were we? We want to make this keyword row prettier. What do we want to do here? We want to have something similar that we have here for domain, but for keywords, we only need the keyword and the graph, right? So let's put keyword and let's put graph on the right side. So I'll put the div for the keyword, and for this div I will make this, maybe we can do some like h3 or something like this. And I want to make this text a little bit bigger, maybe the same size as this one. So I think it should be bold. Let's do font bold. And now let's see. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Now I want to have a div with a green block. So let's do background green 100. And the width will be, I don't know, 48, and the height will be 12, something like this. And well, a little bit bigger. Let's see how the domains look like. Yeah, I think maybe we can make it like 18 or so. Let's see about the domain row, how big it is. Okay, it's height of 64 pixels. So let's do the same thing here. 64 pixels, and I want to push it to the right. So for our h3, let's say grow. All right, so this works now, and we are listing the keywords. Here we are listing domains, and one thing I would like to fix is that for the domains, I want to fix that the keyword should not go here. So let's go to domain row, and let's see. Here we have a div, here we have a link. This link should be block. Yeah, so now the keywords go under, and let's see, more spacing under the domain name. So we'll put leading 5. Yeah, and now let's see, we have keywords here, but we cannot delete domains or keywords. So let's say I want to delete this keyword, so I should have some kind of delete button somewhere here, right? And same for the domain. If I want to delete this domain, I should have a button, maybe on the right side somewhere here, or maybe when I open a domain under here, or maybe somewhere here, so I can delete this domain. And then same for the keywords. So let's start with the domain. For the domain, I think I will do a small trash icon here, or maybe here on the right. So let's see, let's go to this page. I think it's here, domains, domain page. We have this double header here. I will put the div with flex, and here I will have this double header, and I will have a div here with a delete, and it will be a button. So here we have this delete. I will put also here items center, so this delete will be more centered, or actually it should be more to the bottom. So let's do items end. No items end, no items start. Let's see, items end. Yes, and then I need to make this delete button. So I think that for this would be nice to have a trash icon like this one, and I will just copy JSX and I will put this as a button here with this icon here inside. And now we have something like this, and it's almost good, but we are getting too much stuff here. So I will put this delete button somewhere else, maybe inside components. So I will grab this button, let's cut it from here, and let's put it inside components. Let's do new file here, and let's do delete button.js, export default function, delete button, and let's do return here, and let's just paste it here. And now let's use it on our page. So here, delete button, and we have our trash icon here. And maybe for this div we can add some kind of padding on the all sides. So it looks better. And maybe we can make it smaller. I don't know. For now it doesn't do anything. We should definitely add some label. So let's go to delete button. We have an icon here. Let's add delete. And for this button, let's add flex. Let's add a little bit of gap between the icon and the text. And I want to put the icon first. Something like this. Let me also add a little bit of border. Let's make it rounded medium. But the border color should be like slate 400. So it will be more visible. And we need some padding of 2 at least. And I think this works. Maybe we can make it the same color as we have it here. So let's add instead of border, let's add some background. Instead of this border, we will do background slate, and let's do 300. That looks better. And let's add rounded medium as it was, and I think it looks fine. Maybe we could make it smaller. Let's do text smaller. And now the same with the icon. I will change this to 4 and this to 4 as well. So now we have something like this. We have it flex, but we don't have items center. And I think this looks much better. Right, so now we should be able to add some kind of functionality so we can delete those domains. So let's say that I will add a domain like Next.js.org, and then I want to delete it. So how can I do this? To delete this domain, I want to click this button, and it will be on this domain page. Let's see, domains, domain page, and let's add on click for this button. On click, we will do something, and we need to add this on click here. So let's do on click, and let's put this here. On click, we will do on click. That's it. Now let's go back here, and on click we want to delete this domain. So but I don't want to have like when you click it's deleted, and instead I would like to have something like confirmation or something like this. So to get this, I think I will use Sweet Alert 2, and I will use the React version. So let's go to Yarn and let's search for Sweet Alert 2, React version, React, Sweet Alert 2 React. Yeah, I think this will work. It's kind of popular. So let's just grab this. Let's go here. Let's do yarn add Sweet Alert to React. Let's see how we are going to use it. And we are just passing Sweet Alert like this. So let's try to do this. And this has this show. So let's see. I will try to put this here. Sweet alert. Let's see. We need to import this and import Sweet Alert from Sweet Alert to React. So let's go here and let's put it here. And let's see. Right, we are missing this closing tag here. Let's see, we have on confirm. Something is wrong here. Let's copy this example. Maybe it will be simple enough. Yes. And let's see if we get anything. We don't have this state. So let's change this to true. And let's see, on confirm, let's just do an empty function. Okay, and this kind of works. But we want to have something else. Instead of confirm, we want to have another type. Let's see if we have a type here. The type will be confirm. Let's see. No, this is not what I wanted. And I need to change this show to something else from the state. But first, let's fix this type. So we need to go to documentation and let's search for type. Or let's see, let's go to examples. And we want to have some kind of super simple, yeah, something like this. So the only thing we need to add here is actually show deny button, show cancel button. We only need to have one of those. Let's see, not this one. We want to have show cancel button and show close button. Why not? Let's do those two. And show close button true. Looks like I get some weird error here. Yeah, because of this comma. And now let's see if I refresh. Okay, here this comma as well. Whoops, it shouldn't be colon. It should be like this. True. And here true. Yeah, now let's see. Yeah, and we get okay cancel. Would be better to have different colors on those. Let's see. Let's try OK button. Let's see what can we change with this. I want the OK to be on the right. Revert. I want to change the order. Let's see. Here we have this reverse buttons. I will add this to true. And I want to change the color of the buttons. So here we have a confirm button color. So let's use this. And I want this to be almost blue. Not blue, but confirm should be red. So let's do F00. And let's see now. Okay, this works. And this should ask if we want to delete. So let's do you really want to delete, and then the keyword. And maybe it should just say delete. And here, do you really want to delete? Question mark. And we will have this inside state. So let's see, we have all of the keywords here. And when someone clicks delete button, I want to have a state for this. keyword to delete, and set keyword to delete. Default state will be null. And here on delete button, we will do something like this. We will set keyword to delete to be, sorry, it shouldn't be keyword to delete, it should be domain to delete. And here set domain to delete. We are deleting domains. So let's do set domain to delete and our current domain. And our current domain is grabbed here from the URL params. Right, and we have it inside state. We actually don't need it because we have only one domain. So maybe let's we can skip this. No, let's keep it. Otherwise, we would need to have a true or false, like show delete, and then set set show delete, and the default will be false or null. And here instead we can just do set show delete to true, and we will show it only when it's show delete. Right, so now it's not visible, but when we click on this button, we get this. Here we can add the domain name. I will change this to backticks, and this way I can do something like this, domain, and a question mark here. And let's see here. Yeah, I forgot about those, so let's put it like this. And now if I click delete, do you want to delete? Do you really want to delete Next.js.org? And I want to focus on cancel. Let's do focus cancel to true. And if I click delete, no, it's okay. That is focus. Let's see. I will add the confirm button. I want to change confirm button text to delete. So now when I click here, we get delete and cancel. And let's see. I think that's okay. And I want to have focus on the cancel. So let's see. Focus on, let's see, focus confirm, and focus cancel here. Focus cancel will be true, and focus confirm will be false. Now let's see how this looks. I will refresh. Let's see, what type of button is this? This is styled button, and it's confirmed button, and it shouldn't be focused. Let's see again. Show, cancel, reverse buttons. All right, so this delete is a confirm button, and it shouldn't be focused. So maybe if I do something like this, let's refresh. Now I don't know why it doesn't work. Maybe I'm also add the focus, deny to true. No, still nothing. But let's cancel. I'll get rid of those two. And let's see if I will do focus confirm to true and focus confirm to false. This doesn't change anything. I don't know why. Let's skip it for now. And let's say that on confirm, we are going to delete the domain. So let's do a function called delete domain. And it will run an Axios delete request that will go to slash API slash domains, and we will send our domain. And let's see if we can send it as a data. No, we cannot. So we need to put it as a param. Domain equals, and let's put the domain like this. Let's add the plus here, and let's add then, and not here, then response. And when we deleted our domain, what do we want to do? We cannot stay on this page. We need to go to this page, right? So let's grab redirect to slash, and we don't need a response here. Right, and now let's use this to here. Maybe before we will do this, I will do console log here to see what data we will get here. So let's do inspect, and now let's see. I will go here. I want to delete this, delete, and nothing happened. Let's see. Let's refresh, delete, delete, nothing happened. Delete, oops, refresh, cancel, nothing happened. So let's do a and console log, and let's do a delete, delete, it's undefined. Okay, let's try again. Delete, cancel, undefined. So if I do cancel, I get undefined, and if I do delete, I get undefined as well. Let's see here for the examples. I think that we are going to use a different one. This kind of works, but we get some problems with this unconfirm and stuff. Instead, they are suggesting to use sweet alerts to this way. The sweet alert libraries promoting this way, sweet alert 2 and sweet alert 2 React content. So I'm going to put those two, and I will go into yarn add those, and let's do it like this. And then, as you can see, we want to import it like this. So let's go here. We don't need this one. Instead, we need those three. And here, as you can see, we need to do something like this. Now we can do mysval fire, and we can fire some. Here pop-ups. So let's try to do this, and we want to do this when we have this show delete. So instead this on changing this on delete, we will do function called show delete pop-up. Yeah, and let's do maybe here function show delete pop-up. And now let's paste this, and I don't need this lid open. Now let's see, sweet alert is not defined, and let's see why. Let's see if we forgot to import something. No, let's see what's not defined. It's this old sweet alert component that we are using. Let's get rid of this, and now let's see, and we get our hello world. So let's see. Here we have this then when something happens, and let's call it result, and here we will do console log result. And I actually shouldn't remove this because many options will be here. Let's do show, and the typing here is much better because we see everything. Let's do cancel, button text will be cancel, and the confirm button text will be delete, and confirm button color will be red. So let's do F00, something like this. Now let's see. Yes, and I want to show cancel close button. Yes, and I want to show cancel button as well. Now let's see. Yeah, and I want to reverse buttons to true. Yeah, and let's try this focus. That didn't work. Focus cancel to true. Whoops, it should be colon here because it's an object. And let's disable focus on confirm to false. And now let's see. Refresh. Yeah, now it works. All right, so and as you can see, we get this result here from this console log. Confirm the false, and dismissed true. And if I click delete, then we have confirmed true. All right, so we can do something like this. We can grab if result is confirmed, then we want to delete this domain. All right. And so now we should be able to delete the domain, but this endpoint for delete is not implemented yet. So let's fix it. So let's go domains route, and let's do export async function delete. And now first connect, and let's grab the session. And now let's delete. So let's do await, and let's do domain. Let's do delete. I don't know if it's delete or if it's remove. Let's try with remove. No, I think it should be delete. Delete, and we want to, let's see, cache delete. That's weird. We want to delete a domain. Let's try with remove. Oops. Domain, let's see, delete one. Yeah, this one. So let's do where owner is session user email, and the domain is, well, we need to find the domain. How we find the domain? We will do the same thing that we did for our get request, or actually not get request, but we should get this inside, we have it inside keywords route. So let's go to keywords route. As you remember, we were grabbing request URL, and then we are grabbing domain like this. So let's do the same thing here for delete request. We need to put here request because we get it as a param. And let's see, we get now domain that we can use here. So we can just make it simple as this. Right, and then we'll just return response JSON saying true. And that's it. And now let's see if we can delete this. I will open network here, and let's delete. Domains delete, we get an error. And let's see what's the error about. Next redirect, uncaught promise. So something wrong with this redirection, but otherwise it worked. Let's go to the home page, and as you can see, we have only one domain here now. So everything worked. Let's go back to our domains page, and we have this redirect from next navigation, and maybe instead of redirect we can use router. So let's go here, const router equals use router from router, and now here let's do router push and just slash. So now I will put Next.js.org as it was, and let's open this. Something wrong here, so I think I will import this instead from, let's see, here we have router, use router from React, next navigation instead. So we have two domains, and this one I want to delete. So let's hit delete. Hello world, no, I don't want to have hello world. And I don't need this state anymore, so I can get rid of show delete. And instead of hello world, I will do, let's say, delete question mark, and I put this as a string, and the text will be, do you want to delete, and then the domain, and then the question mark. So now let's try again. Delete, do you want to delete Next.js.org, delete, and now I have only one domain, so now it works. All right, so now we have domains, we have keywords, we can add the keywords now, and we can delete domains. So I think the next part will be to have a page for keywords where we can delete the keywords and we can show bigger graphs. So a page for a specific keyword that we can click on this, and the thing that we are going to see will be the domain name and the keyword name here. So we can also delete the keyword, and then a bigger graph for the keyword, like a green box that will be this big. All right, so now let's create a page for a specific keyword. So first we need to do a link of a keyword. So let's go to domains, domain page, and let's see, here we have a keyword row, and we have h3 here, and I think I would just do link here, and let's put a keyword here inside. And I also want to have those class names from this h3, so I will put them here to my link. So let's put it, oops, not like this, I will remove it, and now let's put it. And I also want this to be block, and now the link to this specific keyword will be the same as we have here, but we will also have a keyword on the end. So it will be domains/domain and then the keyword name. So let's do something like this, domains and then plus domain. Maybe I can put it into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. And then let's do slash. We can either do just keyword here, or we can do keywords and then the keyword. Yeah, maybe let's do like this. And now let's see. If I click here, we get /domain / the domain and then /keywords and then the keyword here, right? Maybe I can make it shorter because now the links are pretty long. And if I just click now, we have the domain and then the keyword directly. So now let's create a page for this. Inside domains, domain, let's create another directory. And it will go like this, and then keyword. And inside we need to have a page.js. So let's do page.js. And let's call this one function, and let's do, how can we call this? Keyword page. Why not? And the name doesn't really matter here. I would just put here an empty div for now. And as always, we can grab from props, we can grab params, and then we can grab this keyword from the URL, right? So let's put keyword equals, and it will be this, not this, props, params, keyword. And we can also grab the domain from the URL as well, because it's also a param here, as you can see. So it's props, params, and the domain. It's a domain, not domains here, and here we have keyword. Now let's try to print those two, and the domain and keyword, and let's see if this will work. So we have the domain, and then we have the keyword. As you can see, the keyword needs to be decoded, because we can't have spaces here. So let's fix it. Here for the keyword, I will do something like this, decode URI component, and then let's put this here, and I will also encode it before creating a link. So let's go to domain row, or sorry, no, keyword row, and here I will do encode URI component, and I'll put the keyword inside just to be sure that everything works fine. Now let's try it with this domain, and let's see this link, and it looks like this, and everything works fine here. So I guess this is this one is okay. It's weird that when I hover on this keyword, the link on the bottom of my browser shows spaces. Let's see what's here inside. But inside, as you can see, here inside HTML, we have this %20 instead of spaces. So yeah, and same on the URL. So everything seems to work here. We have the domain name and the keyword from the URL. Now we want to do some stuff with it, right? First, maybe let's go back to the keyword page. And first I want to use this double, or how was it called? Double header. And we have pre-title, that will be the domain name, and then let's do the main title, that will be the keyword. And now we have something like this, and that looks cool. And now we want to have this delete button the same way we have this for a specific domain, right? So I will put here a div that will have a flex class, double header here, and here will be a div with a delete button that we just created. So now if I open this keyword, we have this delete. I want to add a little bit of gap of like 2. Let's see how it looks for a domain. Yeah, we have some spacing here as well. So that's cool. Now let's do items end. So we will align it to the bottom, but I also want to have some spacing. So I will do padding of 2, and we can probably get rid of this gap then. Yeah, so this looks fine. We need to add on click here, and on click, what do I want to do on click? On click, I want to show delete pop-up, because I want to have a confirmation that you actually want to remove this keyword, show delete pop-up. And we want to use this sweet alert that we were using here. So I'm going to copy those imports. We have those imports here from sweet alert, and I'm going to copy them to here, to my keyword page, those 3. And then I'm going also to copy this sweet alert part for asking if you want to remove it. So copy this, and let's put it show delete pop-up. And we have this delete domain function that is executed here, and we need to change other stuff. Do you want to delete domain? No, let's say keyword here instead, keyword from our URL. And then instead of delete domain, let's do delete keyword. This will be the name of the function that we need to put somewhere here, let's say. And oops, something went wrong here. Yeah, something is odd. Let's see. Function delete keyword. Yeah, and here we have one too many of the closings. Yeah, now it's correct. Let's see what is wrong here. On click function. Let's see. On click show delete pop-up. For this one, event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. Event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. I think this is because we need to make this one to be client component, or let's see. Yeah, this one is client. This one is not. So we need to make it as a client component. And now it's fine. And now let's see. We need to fix this delete keyword function, and it will do something like this. We need to send a delete request to /API/keywords, and we want to send both the domain and the keyword, right? Because if I go here, as you can see, to delete a keyword, I want to find what keyword and what domain and what owner. So let's go here back, and I want to add stuff like domain equals this, and let's do here just domain, and let's add plus, and keyword equals, and let's do plus here, and code URI component keyword. something like this. Now this URL became really long, so let's do something like this. I will do cons URL, and let's put this URL here, but it's still long, so I'll put params separately, URL params, and I will just copy this part of the string. Let's put it here, and this should work. So let's do URL params here. Let's add them here, and now Axios delete on this URL. Let's add then response. We actually don't need any response, so I will just do like this. And it looks like Axios is not imported, so let's import this one. Okay, then when it's deleted, what do you want to do? Maybe we will not do it then, we will just do await, so it will look simpler. Let's add async here because we have await. And now when it's deleted, what do we want to do? We want to go back to the domain page, so just this URL. So let's grab the router, const router equals use router, and I don't know if I remember correctly, but I think we should import from next router. And then let's do router push, and we want to go to /domains/ let's see, /domains/ and then domain name. So it's plus domain, and this should work. Missing await. Okay, let's add await here. And next router was not mounted. Yeah, that wasn't correct. Use router. Let's go to navigation. Yeah, and now it looks fine. So let's see. Would be nice to make links out of those, right? This and this, or maybe, or at least this one, so they can work as breadcrumbs. So I will go to this double header, and let's say we will have another property, pre-link, or maybe pre-title link. Something like this, and then I can do a link. Maybe I will just replace here link, and I will add here block. But actually it should be only link if we have something here inside. So I'll put this back to h3, and here instead I will check if we have pre-title link. Let's do end parenthesis, and let's put this but as a link. And if we don't have any pre-title link, let's do end parenthesis, and let's put this h3 instead. And here we need to have a href, and our href will be pre-title link. Let's put this class names here, and let's put this here, and let's put maybe href here, class name. Okay, this looks fine. And now we can go to our keyword page, and here double header, we can put those here underneath, and this one maybe here, and we have pre-title link that we can use. And here I would just go to /domains/ and the domain name. So let's add here, we can add the domain singular. All right, so now I can click on this one, and it will go to this domain. All right, so that works cool, and would be nice to have the same Rackpo, or however it's called. So let's go to domain page, and we have this Rackpo sign here. I'm going just to copy this over from my domains page to my keywords page. So let's put it here. Yeah, and now let's see. Yeah, domains, this, and then if I click here, I can go back to my domain. So that is cool. Right, so I can go back and forth. Now for our keyword page, we can delete the keyword. We will get the pop-up, right? Do you want to delete coding with David? Maybe it should say that this is the keyword. Keyword, and I will add those backticks here. Yeah, this looks fine. Now we have this endpoint here that deletes, and after this we have this redirection, but I think we don't have an API endpoint for this. So let's go to /API, keywords, and we have a post and a get, but we don't have a delete, right? So let's do export async function delete, and I want to grab the request. As you remember, to get the query params, we need to do this stuff. So I'm going just to copy. Here we have for the domain. I will do the same thing for the keyword. So let's do keyword, and okay, we have keyword and the domain name. Then we need to connect to the database, and then we want to grab the session, and then I want to await to delete this. So let's do keyword and delete one, and I want to delete one where domain is the domain, keyword is the keyword. I can put them like this instead of doing domain is the domain, keyword is the keyword, because the naming is the same. The property name of the document is the same as the constant that we are using. And now I will do also owner is session user email, and that should be it. Now I just need to do response JSON with, let's say, true, and that's it. Now let's see if this will work. I will open my network tab here. Let's hit delete, and we get 500 error. So that wasn't that straightforward. Cannot read the headers. Let's see, cannot read properties on undefined reading headers. Where are we reading headers? That's really weird. Let's see. Let's just restart this and let's see if we will have the same problem. And I refreshed and looks like we still get the keyword. If I go to my domain, let's see if we have any keywords. Looks like it has been deleted, but I will delete even this one, my name. Delete, and we still have this reading headers. Let's see where can it be. Maybe here. No. Let's see. Delete gave 500. So the problem is with this somewhere here. I will maybe change this to not delete anything, and I will leave it as it is. And now let's go back here. We don't have any keywords, but I will do my name, and I will add this. Now let's see. I will try to delete this one, and we still get an error, and because of the headers. So maybe the problem is with the request. So I'm going to comment everything here, and let's go back here. And if I refresh, do I see the yes? Because I commented this deletion here. Let's delete again, and we get an error once again, something with headers. Let's see, maybe it's on the front end if we are sending something wrong. Let's see, network tab. Let's try to delete once again 500. Let's see, we are sending /API/keywords. This is a delete request. Domain is this, and keyword is this. So this looks fine, the request, but it still says there is a problem. We get 500 error, and we get more information here. Cannot read the properties of undefined reading headers. Let me, I think I know what's the problem. We forgot about return here. All right, and now if I click here, everything is fine. All right, so now let's uncomment everything. Uncomment this, and now this should work. So I will clear everything here. Let's see, one domain, okay, here, one keyword, delete, delete, and now we don't have any keywords here. So maybe it would be nice to have no keywords, and let's go to domain page, and here I will add something like this. If it's not loading and the keywords length equals 0 or not existent, so add the question mark here, and let's do end, and parenthesis, let's put the div no keywords found, and sad smiley. Yeah, so this works. Now let's see, I can go to my domain, no keywords found. I will add a keyword. All right, and this looks fine. So now I think the next part will be for the keyword to have like a green box here, so we can later do a big graph. So let's go to our keyword page, and somewhere down here let's do a big green box. So let's do background green 100, and let's do height of I don't know, 36. Let's see, 36 looks like this. I think it looks fine. I will add some margin top of, or maybe on this one I will do margin bottom of 8, so we'll have some spacing, and I will make this a little darker, like green 300. Right, I know it doesn't look great, and I should decrease the margin bottom here to maybe 4, and this will show the graph, and here underneath I want to show like a log, like this day the position was 5 for this keyword, this day the position was 6, something like this. All right, so we have a page for a keyword, we have a page for a domain, and we have even a page for all of the domains here. So the index page, the home page, shows all of the domains, and you can add the domain. Then if you click a specific domain, you can see keywords and add the keywords, and you can even click a specific keyword to show more information. There are a few things that I need to fix now, like those keywords here, and I also want to have click on this one. So let's start with click on this one. On the domain page, I want to go to, let's see, here we have this double header, pre-title link will be /domains/ and plus domain name. So now I should be able to click on this one, domains, yes, and no, it should be without the domain. It should be just the slash, so it will go to the home page. Yeah, so now if I click, it will go to all of the domains. All right, so that is nice, and I can go to here, and I can go here, yeah, and now I think I would like to change those keywords here. So on the domain page, we are on the domain page, aren't we? Let's see. Yeah, this is domain page. And here we are showing this keyword rows. Oh, it's not domain page. I want the index page. So it's more this page. So it's home here, and we have domains list. Let me open this one. And let's see. New domain form, then we have domains list. Let me go back, domains page, and here we have new keyword form. On the main page, we have domains list, and inside domains list, we have this new domain form. That's weird, because I thought that this is home, and here is domains list. New domain form is here, and here is also new domain form. That's really odd. Let's see. Yeah, that's really weird. So let's close this one. Let's close API. On the main page, we have new domain form. But even in the domains list, we have new domain form. It shouldn't be here, right? And well, it looks like it's the same thing. So if I go to page inside app, we have domains list. And domains list is this component from domains list. So let's see how it looks like. Let's go to components and domains list. Okay, now it looks okay. We can get rid of those imports that are not used. And what we want to do is to fix those. So those are actually domain row. Let's go to domain row. And now let's see. For the domain row, we have this domain, and then we have keywords here. Let's see. Keywords are now just hard-coded here. And instead, I would like to display them here, right? So as you can see, we are passing this to domain row, all the information from domains list. And domains list has this information passed from the main page. Here we have domains list, domains, and we are fetching the domains here, fetch domains through this endpoint. And I think it would be nice that this endpoint will also include the keywords, right? So I will go there to API, domains, and it's a GET request. Domains route, and it's a GET request. And as you can see here, we are fetching domains and sending a JSON with the domains were for this specific owner, and that's it. So first I'm going to put it here, const domains, and then I can put domains like this and nothing will change for now, but I want also to grab the keywords. I want to grab the keywords, so let's do await keyword, find. I want to find where the owner is the same owner as here. So let's copy just this part. And I want to find where the domain names. So let's do domain. Maybe we are using this in two places. So maybe we can just, let's put here email. And let's put this email here. And I want to find where the domain is in a specific array. And to get this array, I will grab those domains from here. This is actually a collection of documents, so we need to do something like this. Domains.map, and I hope this will work. I will put this into separate lines because this map will be a little bit longer. And where document for this specific domain, let's do document.domain. All right, and now let's see how the result looks like if it worked. Domains, response, and we get only one domain because we are just responding with domains. But if I change it to send domains and keywords, let's see what happens then. Everything here should be broken, but yeah, domains map is not a function, so this is broken. But let's see here, preview. As you can see, we have domains and keywords. So the keywords are also here. So how did we do this? Here we are grabbing an array of all domains, and those domains, this is an array of documents from the database. And then we want to find keywords, and we want to find keywords where the owner is the same as the logged in user from the session. And we want to find where we want to find the keywords for those domains, only for those domains, right? So to find them, to find for those specific domains, this is not an array of string. Instead, this is an array of documents. So we need to map through those documents to grab only the string of the actual domain name. So this is array of objects that looks like this. Array looks like this, and for each domain we have like ID, something like I don't know, and then we have domain, and then we have owner, blah blah blah, and for each document we have this. And that's why I'm looping through using map to, for each object I'm only interested in this domain part. All right, and this way we will have more information. But as you can see now, it's broken because we are sending both domains and keywords. So now let's go back to my page, main page here. Here we are fetching domains, but it's not directly on the response data, but instead we need to do response data domains. Yes. And I also want to save to the state, I want to save the keywords. Let's do set keywords, use state default will be empty array, and we'll do set keywords from response data keywords. Yes, that's it. And to the domains list, we are sending domains, but let's also send keywords equals keywords. And let's go to domains list, and oops, it's not here. Let's see, domains list. We have domains here, and we also have keywords. All right, and now here we have keywords for all of the domains, and here we are passing for a specific domain. We want to pass keywords for a specific domain, because here we are looping through those, all of the domains, to do specific rows of a specific domain. So let's do keywords, but here I want to pass not all keywords, but keywords for this specific domain. So let's do keywords, and let's find, maybe not find, we should filter all of the keywords. We want to filter the keywords and send only those where the keyword domain is the same as our domain here, So now let's see, I'll put this here. Let's put this here, and this should work now. So now if we go to domain row, let's see, domain row, we will also have an array of keywords here, and this will be an array of documents. So now we have a config because we have keywords here and keywords here. Let's get rid of those. And now let's see, here we are mapping through the keywords. And maybe let's rename this to keyword document, and let's do keyword document dot keyword. All right, so now it should work. Let's see, we have no keywords here, looks like, and we have one keyword, so something is wrong because the keyword is not showing. I will try to display them here. So let's do JSON stringify keywords, and let's see what we got, empty array. So something is wrong because we are not getting our keywords. Let's go to domains list, and let's see. We are passing the keywords, we are filtering them where the keyword domain is the same as domain. Okay, now let's refresh. Still nothing. Let's go here. Let's try to print them again. JSON stringify keywords, and something wrong. Let's go back here. Keywords is, we want to send all the keywords, but we want to filter where the keyword domain is the same as this domain. Let's see here. Let's try to print all of the keywords here. JSON stringify keywords. So we have one keyword here, and this is the keyword we want to show. And as you can see, the domain is the same. So let's see what can be wrong. We are looping through the domains with the domain. Okay, but this is domain document. Domain document. So we need to do domain document, and here domain document dot domain. Now it should be it should work. Yes, it does. Let's go back to domain row. We can get rid of this JSON, and we have one keyword here. All right, so now what do we want to do? We have this here. Later we can add something like this that it will show also position like 12 here. Maybe not here, but here inside this chip here, something like this. But for now, we have done this. We see the real keywords, and we can open domain and we can open keywords. Maybe we can make those keywords also links. So let's go to this span and let's make it to a link. Here we have class names, here we have the keyword itself. All right, let's add a href here, and the href will be to slash domain slash plus domain and plus, and let's do slash and then the keyword. So let's do keyword document dot keyword. Yeah, so now let's see if I click on this one, it will take me directly to the keyword. So that is nice. Now I want to do the next part, which will be the most important, that when we add a keyword here, or if we have an existing keyword, we need to find the position of this keyword for this domain. So this will be the next part that we are going to build. Okay, so basically what we want to do is, for example, for this keyword, we want to check that when we Google this, what will be, at what position this domain will be. So let's say we Google this, and if this will show up if this link domain will show at the first 100 results or something like this. So I think I will go to, let's say, libs, and I'll create a file called find keyword, or maybe ranking functions.js. And here I will do export function. It will be an async function. Export async function get keyword ranking, or maybe rank. And now we will have two params. We will have domain and the keyword itself. And what do we want to do? We want to go to, let's say, I will add another domain so we can test with other domains. Let's say I will have github.com, and for the github.com I will add a keyword git. And now basically I want to Google git, and as you can see, github.com shows in the second place. So I want to have this information. So how can we do this? There's something called Puppeteer, and this is like a server headless browser. So this is what we are going to use. So let's do yarn add puppeteer. And now we can do something like this. I will do const browser equals await puppeteer and launch. And then I will do const tab await, or maybe not tab, it should be page. I think it's the proper way of saying puppeteer, a new, let's see, not puppeteer, browser new page, and it's like a new tab in your browser. So page is like a tab, and for this page we want to go to a specific URL, and the URL will be actually something like this, So I will put this in backticks, and as you can see here, we just replace this git with our keywords. encoded keyword. Encode URI component keyword. Yes, and we need to add a weight here. That's correct. And now, when we visit this page, how do we know at what position our domain is? We know we need to check, like this is the first, this is the second. So how can we check this? Let's see how this thing looks like. So they have some weird class names here going on, and it's hard to see, hard to find something. But let's say that inside a div with ID search, we will check the order of the links. Okay. So now we are going to do something like this. With a wait page, wait for function, we can run a JavaScript function on this specific page that we have opened. So something like opening console and running a specific code that will be here inside. And first I'm going to close it and see how this will look like for a brand new incognito tab. I will search for Git. And as you can see, the first thing is the cookie banner that we need to accept. It says for me here in Swedish, but basically this one means I'm okay with the cookies. And I need to click this button. So, so later I can see the links underneath. Or maybe I can do this without accepting the cookies. Let's see, I will try to get rid of this one, and let's see, let me inspect this one, and let's try to get rid of this one. Yeah, and I cannot scroll, but let's see, overflow hidden. If I remove it, now I can scroll. Yeah, so maybe we don't need to accept the cookies, we can just skip it. And but now let's see here. Now it's the third position for me, maybe because it's incognito. And let's see, I will inspect this link. And as you can see, each link here that we want to find is like an h3, and then it sits inside an a tag. So basically what we need to do, I will put this here. We don't need to wait for function. I want to do something like this, a wait page, and I want to run a function on several elements. That's why I do double $evaluate. If you do like this, you evaluate function on a one element, HTML element here on the several. So I want to run a function on all of h3s. This is like h3, this is h3, right? And this one is also h3, and even the first one is also h3. All of those h3s sit directly to the parent of a tag, and a tags have some older parent somewhere here where the ID is results. Let me see here, search, sorry. So let's do search, and then we have a tag somewhere deeper, and then directly we have a direct child of h3. And now on those elements, I can do even search here in the console. I can do document query document query selector all, and I can put this, whoops, and I can put it like a string, and as you can see, we found 8 records here. All right, and now on all of those, here I will run a function. So we can run a function on those elements, and this function will be run inside the browser, so like inside here in the console. So what I want to do is to take those elements, and I want to map through them. As you know, those elements will be hrefs. So that let's say that for each href, we are mapping through each href. What do we want to do? Let's do arrow function here, and for each href, I want to find the link. So for example, for this href, I want to see what is the link of the parent here. So I will do something like this. I want to have the title, and the title sits here inside href. So the const title equals href inner, I will do inner text, and I want to have the link, and the link will be href. I think it will be parent. Let's see if this will work. Query selector, I will grab only the first one, and then parent element. Let's see. Yeah, parent element will work. We can probably do also parent node, but let's do parent element, and then let's do href. So we get the link. So let's do just parent element href. Parent element href. Yes, so we have the title and the link for each one, and now let's just return title and the link. And all of this data, let's return this, and we'll grab it here, const results, something like this. And now let's do console log results, and here I want to first close everything. So let's do browser close, and I will add a wait here, and first I will also page close, yeah, to clear the memory, and that should work. Now let's try to run this function right somewhere. So let's say that let's go to app API. I'll create a new directory called puppeteer. Or maybe we can do it easier. Let's go back to the function we just created, libs, ranking functions here. And I will just run it here. Get keyword rank for the domain of github.com, and the keyword will be git. Okay. And I will do a wait here. And now let's try to run it this way. So I want to run node. And let's do source app, maybe not app, libs, and then we have ranking functions, and cannot use import statement outside of a module. Okay, so we cannot import this way. Instead, I will do const puppeteer equals require puppeteer. All right, and now let's see if this will work. Unexpected export. All right, let's get rid of this export then. Now let's see. Await is only valid in async functions at the top level of bodies and modules. Let's get rid of this then. And maybe we need this async. Await is only valid in async functions and the top level of bodies of modules. Okay, let's try to run this again. Maybe we cannot run it like this, but instead I can do something like this. A function that will be directly executed. So let's put it here. And now let's see. Still, await is blah, blah, blah. So let's put here async. And now let's see. Yeah, you see, now it works. So something worked. Maybe we can just get rid of this, and this should still work. Let's try to clear and let's run it again. Yeah, it works. We get some warnings here, but it's not that important. For each result here, for each link, each href, we get like, we googled git, and as you can see, first result is git as the title, and this is the link. Then we have git Wikipedia, and we have this link. But then on the 1 to 3rd position, we have our GitHub. So basically, we can do something like this. We can check the results. Let's do return. results, and we want to find index where the result item, let's do arrow function here, result item link includes our domain here. So let's do domain. Domain. And now we should get the result. When I run now, I should get, let's do clear, 2, because it's the third position, but we start with 0, so it should be 2. But I'm not displaying anything because I forgot to do console log. And now let's try to do this again. And I have promise because I forgot to add a wait here. So we need to do this console log differently. So I will do like this, .then, and position, console log, position. Right, and now let's see, we get 2. So now it works. Right, so now we have this part working, and there it works, but there's a small problem with this solution. Let's say that Google will change, the titles will be H2s instead. This will not work anymore. Nothing of this will work. Or maybe they will change that instead of the div ID search, they will have search results. Then it will also not find anything. So there are some drawbacks with doing this by yourself. It will work here for now, but no one knows how long. So a better solution would be to use actually an external service. And we are going to use Bright Data, scraping solutions, SERP API for this. And this is because when something changes on the Google side, they will update this immediately. So you can rely that the stuff they are sending is always correct and it will always work. And it's more precise, and their API is, well, better and faster. So the thing is that they have also like Yandex, Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, so we can actually show the positions for specific keywords for different search engines if we want. But for now, I'm going to do only for Google. So let me show you how it works. We search, for example, for Git, and in United States, you can also change this for you can have like a specific customer can have his own country or her own country. And as you can see, they have much prettier results with a lot of information inside this JSON. But the only thing that we are interested in right now is this organic field. And as you can see, they have this link and they have this title, the same thing we had here. But their service is more reliable than ours. Our service can break anytime. So let's use here. I will log in. I will also have a coupon code so you guys can have some credits for their service. And let's go to proxies. And here inside proxies, I will hit add, and we have this SERP API that we are going to use. All right, and here solution name, I will put rank tracker as a one word. Now here you can choose if you want to see ads in your result or not. I will pick off, so I don't need ads. And now the only thing that is important is here, if you want to have an async requests or not. If you have it disabled as it is now, you are sending a request to them. Hey, what is the result for Git or pizza? and they send you response back. But the time here in between is like few seconds. And the problem with this is that when you deploy this on, let's say, Vercel or somewhere else, you are charged for this running time of 5 to 10 seconds. You wait for the response to be parsed and sent back to you, and this time in between, it's few seconds that, well, we don't need to wait. Instead, we are going to enable this, and this way we are sending the request to them, to the Bright data, and they are saying, okay, we got the request, we will check it and we'll get back to you once we get the information. So you don't wait for the response. Instead, you just send the request, and then you have an endpoint here that they are going to use once they are ready. So when they have a result, we don't wait. We just say, hey, I need information for this. And they respond with, okay, we got this. We will get back to you to this URL once it's ready. So this is the thing that we are going to use here. This is not possible to implement with this because we are running the code ourselves, and with this they are running the check on the Google. They are parsing the Google to see the positions and links and labels and titles. So here, as you can see, you need to put a URL that they will send the result to. The problem here is that this localhost 3000 is not a URL that we can send to them, because this is our private URL that works only on our local machines. If you send this link to your friend, he will not or she will not see this app working. Instead, there will be like 404 or something, some weird error page for Google. We can try like with something like this. Yeah, this site can be reached. So we need to have a public URL, and we can get a public URL when we deploy our app to, let's say, Vercel. But if we still develop an app, we can also get a URL. And for this, I'm going to use a tool called Tunnel Mole. And if you worked with something like this, it's similar to the grok. You just publish your URL to, or domain to, local domain to an outside URL that they are providing. It's a free tool and it's open source, so that's why I'm using this. Previously I was using grok, but they have links that last only for an hour. Tunnel Mole is giving the links for forever. So basically you have instructions here. If you have Windows or Mac, doesn't really matter. I have already installed this Tunnel Mole, so I can do just Tunnel Mole 80, and it will redirect. It will create a link that will redirect this link to my localhost 80. As you can see, we are working on port 3000, so we'll do tmol and 3000. And now we have both HTTP and HTTP links. So if I open this link, I will also see my app. I'm not logged in anymore because this domain is different than this one, but it works. And this link, if you send it to your friend, he will also or she will also see your app that you're working on. You can send it to a coworker or someone else. So, and this is the link that we can also use here while we develop our app. So I can put something like this, but I will also add API / and let's say results, and it will be a post request. Let's say that they will send us a post request, and that's it. I will hit add, and let's hit yes, and yeah. So we have a password here, we have a username, and I will close this. I will go to my .env and I will just save my password to .env. So let's do bright data underscore password equals this. I will put bright data as one word, bright data password this, and now you can generate your code here. Check out code and integration examples either here or even on the playground here. If I open the playground, you can generate API code for Node.js. And they're using something called request promise, and we are going to use Axios instead. But basically you can see that the first request is we are sending requests to them saying, hey, I want to have the result of a Google search for query pizza. And then the second query is after they informed us that this specific result is ready, we are asking for the result. So let's go to ranking functions, and I will get rid of this, and I will also close this one so it will not take any place. Or maybe we can create another file. Maybe we don't need to. What we are going to do is that when you add a keyword, we want to fetch a position, and then every, let's say, midnight, we want to grab a position for all of the keywords. So maybe it would be the best to grab and create a file for those functions. I will get rid of this old puppeteer solution. We are not going to rely on this one. Instead, we are going to use this service instead. So I will copy this, and let's maybe create a function called function ask about results. Not ask about results. Let's do search. Do Google search. We want to do for a specific keyword, and that's it. So we are going to use Axios, and this will be let's see, post request. So let's do post, and now let's see what should be the URL. URL should be this. So let's put it here. We don't need those backticks, just like this. And then there's some data that we need to send, this JSON. So let's put it into second param here. This will be the data. Maybe we can make it cleaner, like data this. And let's put this data here. And let's put the URL also here above, so it will be cleaner. So let's do cut from here. Let's put it here. And let's put URL here. So this should work, and we have data. Let's see, we also need to send headers with API token. All right, so here we will also send headers, and for the headers we want to send a header called authorization. So let's put here authorization, and for authorization we need to send the token like this. And to create a token we need to go to our user. Let's see, account settings, and here we have API tokens. I already have created the token, but I will remove it, and I will add a new token. Unlimited expiration date, and yeah, let's save. And I need to verify with some kind of code, verification code. Now let's see, save, and we get our API token. I'm going to copy this, and I will put this inside my .env I don't know if we will need this password, but we have it anyway. Write data, and let's do API key, and let's put this one. And now let's go back to our ranking functions, and instead of this, I'm going to do plus process.env.write data API key. All right. And maybe we can put those options separately, or maybe at least headers. Let's do const headers equals, and let's grab those headers from here, and let's put them here, and we can put headers like this, headers plural. All right. We are sending this post request, and what else do we need? Well, we want to grab the result because they will send us an ID of the result that we will later ask for. But this ID will be also in the request they are sending. So basically we don't need anything. I will just add a wait here and async here, so we can see how it looks like. So we have this function to ask them for to do a search. I'm going to replace this pizza with our keywords, and as you can see here, we need also another request because they are going to send the request to our API, and then we have something like results. Let me check this. Yeah, /API/results, and it will be a post request. So let's do new directory, results, and then let's do new route.js and export function post, and here we will do async, and we'll get a request here, and let's just console log the data from the request body. So let's do const JSON equals await request JSON, and we'll do like this, and we'll respond. Let's do return response JSON true, something like this. Doesn't really matter. I'll open my console here for our app, and now we want to see what happens when we send a query to them. So let's see. I will maybe restart my environment just in case, and here we have our tunnel working. So I will open yet another tab here, and here I will run this function that we have created. Let's see, it's ranking functions, but it's not called. So let's do here, do Google search for, let's say, Git. Yeah, and here I will do a node, source, and libs, and ranking functions. We get an error. We are importing Axios this way, and we should import it another way. We need to do const Axios equals require Axios. I hope this will work. Let's see. Yeah, we get an error, customer not found. Let's see. Maybe our token here is invalid. Let's see. I want to do console log on both the URL and the headers to see if everything is filled. And let's see here. We are console logging here a lot of stuff, but let's see. I need to get rid of some console log. Here we are having this, and this is because of an error. So let's see, bad request. We get a response about bad request. Let's hide it. So let's do try, or maybe we can do just instead of try catch, we can do catch here, and with the error we will do nothing. Now let's try to run it again. We see that the URL is like this. We have customer this, zone this. But our authentication, the token is undefined, so this is wrong. bright data API key. Let's see how it should be named. Bright data API key. I will copy this and let's put it to our ranking functions. Bright data API key. Yeah, I think that our .env is not readable when we run it like this. So I will do bright data API key, and I will put the key here, and then I will do end, and let's run this. So I will go to .env. Let's copy this key. Let's put it here, and then I will run this function. Still undefined. Maybe I need to do set on the beginning. Let's do set. No. Right, I will just put this key for now here inside, and later I'm going to replace it with this process.env once we run it inside our application and not inside the console. So let's run it again just to see if this works. Yeah, we get this, and it looks fine. We get this bar token on place, and let's try to get rid of this catch to know if everything is correct. Yeah, everything is correct. We don't get any error. So now let's go back here, and as you can see, they have sent us information that they get a response that we can check for the keyword git. Basically, we can now go here, and instead of just doing console log, we can ask for the response this way. So we just need to do Axios post. Is it post? Let's see. No, it's a regular GET request. So we can do just Axios GET, and let's define URL here above. Const URL equals. URL will be this. So let's do like this. URL is this. And I need to put this here. And now, as you can see, response ID is something we don't have defined, but I will define it here. As you can see, they send it as a request inside request JSON. So we can just grab response ID from, we can do something like this. Response ID equals JSON response ID. Yeah. And now we can use this response ID here, and yeah, that should be it. We can maybe rename this to data, and here as well data. Yeah, and we are asking with this for this URL, and we need headers as well here. So let's do const headers equals, and let's put this here. Let's copy. Here the token should work because we are running this inside our next app. So let's do process.env bright data API key. Yes, and let's put here our headers. Let's do await, and maybe we can do console log every response here that we console log. So we will see the result. All right, so let's try to send. I will restart here. Let's try to send another request to them, and they will respond here. So we are sending, as you can see, everything went fine, and after a few seconds we will get a response from them. And meanwhile, we are not using our resources. So here is a lot of data, as you can see. So probably we can make it shorter. Let's do const response equals this, and we want to display only response data. And let's try again. I will send a request to them to ask about the git position, and as you can see, we get here again. This looks like a whole HTML of Google. Okay, so one thing I forgot about is that according to the documentation, to get the parsed version of the result from Google, we need to add here where we are grabbing the request from them. We need to add a param called output. Here is the documentation, and as you can see, output needs to be JSON. So we need to output equals JSON, and then customer is this and response ID is this. This is because the default is HTML, and this means we will just get the HTML from the Google page, and we want to have JSON with parsed information. So we have this parsed information here, and as you can see, we need to go to organic results, and then for each result object we can just check the rank, and rank is 1. That means that this link is on the first place. So now we can do something like this. We can do response data or organic, and let's see, yes, organic, and then we want to find where the row, let's say that it will be a row, or maybe we can call it result. We want to find where the result link is our domain, right? So but we don't have any domain here, we are just getting the result. So after we are getting result from them, what can we do? We need to actually know what the domain was it for and what keyword. So basically here we can grab all of the keyword that we have inside our database and see the position of all of the domains. So we can do something like this. Keyword let's first define keywords. Let's grab all of the keywords from the database. It will be keyword find. I will add a weight here. I want to find, and let's see if we have a keyword here. Search engine, search text. We have input original URL, and we see inside URL that we search for Git. But now there will be an easier way of doing this. For now, I'll just console log response data or organic, and we will do this proper way from the beginning. So first, when someone here enters a keyword, we want to do basic search, like for this specific keyword and this domain. So what is the position for Git? Or let's say we will add GitHub or Copilot, and we want to know that when we search for Google for Copilot, what will be the position for github.com. So when we click here add, we can go to, let's say, domains, not domains, to keywords route, and this post request will be run here. So in here we should actually also search for the position for this keyword, for this domain, right? We have this function here, ranking functions, and I can get rid of this console log, and they are responding with a response here, response, and I think this response contains data. So let's do response data, and they have the request ID here inside, a unique ID. So I will try to run it, but I will try to run it by adding a keyword here. So let's do Copilot add, and I forgot to run this function here inside we can get rid of this, and let's go back to our route, and here we are going to run do Google Google search, not working because we need to export this one. Do Google search for keyword of keyword. And our keyword is here, data keyword. So let's do like this. And let's add a weight here. And yeah, this should work. Now let's open console and let's see. I will delete, let's say git, delete, and I will add this again, git, add. And as you can see, the response is actually empty response data, but maybe we can get something else. Response, do Google search, response headers, and I think it's inside the headers. So let's do, let's delete this git as a keyword, and let's search for git. And now, as you can see here, Axios headers, we get this X response ID. So let's see if we can do here get. Yes, we can do get. And we need to do, let's see here. And I think it was like this, X response ID. And let's return this one. Return this X response ID from the response. Right, so let's go back to our route. When we create a new keyword, I'm going to delete this git again. If I put here git and I hit add, we will run this. So we are going to run this keyword. We are going to add this keyword to our database, and we are asking Bright Data to do Google search for our keyword. And they are going to respond with response ID, or let's see how it was called. Yeah, response ID that we will need also to save to our keyword database, keyword collection, or somewhere else. I think we should save it somewhere else. So this way, for each search, we will have a separate collection for each search, a separate document for each search. So we will not put this into keywords because we will have many results for each keyword, right? So I will I'll create a new model called result.js, and here export default, not export default, sorry, const result schema equals new schema, and I will add the timestamps to true here. And this is not important. The important part will be here, the fields. We want to have a domain name, domain, that will be type of string and required. Then we'll have a keyword that will be type of string and also required. Then we will have a Bright Data request response. Is it a response or request? Let's see. Response ID. Response ID. And this will be type of string and also required. And I will do Bright Data result. And here I will just put all of the JSON. So I will do just string, and this will not be required. And then I will also do position. Maybe we don't need this Bright Data result. We don't need this JSON. It will take too much space in our database. Position will be a type of not string. It will be a number. It will be required. So with this schema, we will we will do something like this. When we add a git keyword to the GitHub, we will save this into keywords with our domain, but we'll also create a new result saying, okay, for domain git and keyword for domain github.com, and for keyword git, send a request to Bright Data So they check the position on Google. We can see the position, and they will send, okay, we are working on this. Here is the response that you can use later on. We will get this and save it here. Then they will come back to us and say, okay, this response ID is ready. You can check it if you want. So now we are going to check it. And then when we are checking, we are going to update this position. Right? So let's go and create a model for this. Const result equals models, models import. Let's check for a model called result. Otherwise, new model of the name result and result schema, and we need to export it. Now let's go back to our keywords route, and here we can create our first result. So let's do result. We need to result. Let's see, result. Let's import it from models. Let's do create. And we want the same stuff that we have here. So I can do like this. I can put it here. We also need response ID. I need to add a weight here, and we need bright data response ID. So let's grab this. Let's put it here, and we have this response ID here. We don't have any position yet, because for now we are just asking them to do this, and they are saying, okay, we will do this, and here is the response ID you can use later for this specific keyword. Right, so let's save it, and now let's go back to our result endpoint. So here they are sending a post request saying, okay, now we are done with this response ID, and you can check it if you want. So we are building this URL to actually check it. We are saying, okay, send us a JSON as a response for my client ID, and let's see, here is the response ID I want to check. And we are sending also this API key, and that's basically it. Here we get the response, and we are doing this console log of the organic results. Instead of doing this console log, we are going to do something like this. We are going to grab our result model from those models, and we want to update only one result. I will add a weight here, and on update one, the first is filter. So we want to update where let's see, I will go back to result, where bright data response ID will be this response ID that we have here. And what we want to update, let's see, is actually this position. That will be a number. And how do we know the position? Well, we will calculate the find the position here. And the position will be actually this rank. So maybe we can rename it to rank. Let's rename it to rank. Rank, and here rank. And I will put here rank as well. So the rank will be for this specific result. But wait, we don't know the domain. So basically, it means we just need to first fetch this result before we are updating it. So let's do like this, and let's do first find one. And let's do const result. We can call it our result document, something like this. And now inside this, we know what is the keyword, we know what's the domain. So we can do something like this. We have response from them. We can go to this organic object to check all of this data. So let's do this const rank. Maybe we will also first grab the domain equals our result document domain, and same with the keyword equals our result document keyword. And now const rank equals, we want to go to response data organic, and we want to find a result where we want to find a result object where the link includes our domain. So let's do result link includes our domain, right? And this will return an object that includes the rank. So I can do that rank, and I can put maybe here, so it will be easier to read. I will also add some question marks in case anything of this is empty. All right, and now we can do some, if we have a rank, then we want to update this, our result document. So we can do something like this. We can do our result document that rank equals rank, and our result document that save. And we just need to add a wait here. Maybe we can add even console log, saying like I would add backticks rank, and let's do rank saved for keyword and domain. Yeah, now let's see if this will work. Let's also get rid of other console logs if we have any. No, it looks like that's all. Let's go here, looks fine. Now let's see if this will work. So I will do add here. We get some weird warnings that we can fix later. Result validation failed. Okay, let's try again. I will refresh here. We got this keyword anyway. I'm going to delete it. And let's try again, git. Let's do add. And something is required. Rank is required, but we are not applying this. So it's not required. Let's remove it from required, because on the beginning, when we are asking them to do the search, we don't have the rank yet. We need to wait for them to parse the result. So I'm going to here hit the refresh, and I'm going to remove this git once again. So let's do git, delete, and let's add it again. I will restart here just in case, and let's do add. And after a few seconds, as you can see, this is added. We send the request to the Bright data. They are parsing Google results, and they will send us back some information. Oh, so now you can see we get our console log rank free, because Git is on, when we Google for Git, the GitHub is on the 3rd position. Save, so rank free, saved for keyword Git, and domain github.com. So now everything works, and we can go to our database, refresh, and inside the results, we see that for domain github.com, keyword Git, the rank is free. So now we can actually display this here. We can do graphs, and on like from 0 to 10 or something like this, and we can see that the position is free, and then we can see if it changes over time. So that is cool. Now it would be nice to show this. So I'm going to delete this copilot. Let's do delete. And I will go to keyword row, and keyword row. And as you can see, for now we have just this green box here. And let's start by putting a number here. So let's say that we will have a rank here, state for rank. So let's do const and let's do let's say rank and set rank equals use state and from React, and default will be null. All right, and we have the keyword here, but we don't know the latest rank for this keyword. Let's see where this is used. It's used here for in our domain page, right? Domain page. We are showing all the keywords. Maybe when we are fetching them, we can find the latest result. So let's see. Here we are fetching keywords. API get request on keywords. Let's go here. Keywords route. So here we are fetching them. Here we are getting the keywords. Let me put this on a constant keywords equals this. Before we'll send them, I will send also results. So let's do something like this, const results. And I want to find results for those keywords. So let's do find where domain is the same as here. So domain is domain, keyword is keyword. And that's basically it. I want to know keyword is the same as, let's see, keyword is inside those keywords. But here we have keywords documents. The keywords documents, results documents. And, or maybe not, because later we will respond with JSON. So, or maybe let's do keywords documents and results documents. And keyword needs to be inside the keyword documents. Let's do map, and for each document we want only to grab the keyword, right? Now I'm going to put this and this into separate lines so it will be easier to follow, and this should work. So we are searching for results for those keywords. So here let's respond with an object of data, keywords to be keywords documents. I want to rename those. So in front we will have keywords and results. So results will be results documents. All right, so now let's go to the front, and instead of response data, we'll have response data dot keywords, but we also will have results. So let's do results, set results, use state, and the default will be empty array. And here set results, and we will have here response data dot results. All right, and here for our keyword row, we can find also and send the results for this keyword, right? So to find them inside our results array that we have inside state, we just need to filter those, and we want to filter where a specific result keyword is the same as our keyword here. But this is a keyword document, so we need to keep in mind. I will maybe rename it to keyword document. So let's do keyword document dot keyword. All right, and this should work. So now we have also results inside keyword row. We don't need this rank for now. Here we have results. But on the beginning, these results will be empty. We can show it now here. I will do JSON stringify results. And if I refresh, you can see that we have rank 3 here. But on the beginning, the result is not ready. So let's maybe grab from the results, we don't want to have all of this stuff. We only need to have We don't need domain, we only need to created at, so we know the date and we know the rank. So let's just grab this data. So let's do const, and maybe we will just do results equals, and we will write over this variable here. So let's do results, and we want to map through them, and for each result we want to return a new object here with just result date, that will be result created at, and the rank, that is result rank, and that's it. And now it looks like this, rank 3. Looks like created at didn't work, maybe if it's because this, yes. So now we have date and the rank, and that is fine. But if I remove, for example, this git, and let's add a copilot, let's add here. Now it's added, we have only date, we don't have any result, because now it takes like a few seconds for Bright Data to search for this copilot, and then they are sending the information we done. Then we are sending a request to Bright Data saying, okay, for this response ID, I want to grab the data. I see you are done. So we are fetching this, and we are finding a rank for this keyword, for this domain. But it takes few seconds, so we need to reload, and then we see rank is 1. So if I search for Copilot, the GitHub is on the first position. But on the beginning, the rank is empty. So what can we do here if we don't have any latest rank? Let's do const latest rank, and latest rank will be the results reverse method reverses an array, yes, and so we will get the latest item of this, and we will do that 0, and then we'll grab the rank. And now we can maybe just show here latest rank. So we have 1, because Copilot is on the first. When you Google for Copilot, Google is on the GitHub is on the first place. But on the beginning, this will be null. So I want to do something like this. I want to do a use effect from React. I will add here an arrow function, and now dependency can be empty, or we can put the latest rank in case it changes. Here I will check if latest rank is null or something, so exclamation mark. If we don't have any latest rank, we want to actually refresh this latest rank in, let's say, 5 seconds or 3 seconds, or every 3 seconds. If this is empty, every 3 seconds we want to check, is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? And if it's ready, then we don't need to check anymore. We are just displaying this. So this is what we are going to implement now. And for this, I think we can go to API results. Here we are getting a post response from the Bright Data, but I will also here create a function, async function get, that we will just use to grab the result. And here will be a request that we are going to use, and basically here I'm going to connect to a database. I forgot about the connection here. I need to add it just in case. Mongoose connect and process.env.mongodb URL. And same here. And now inside the request we have this URL and so on. So the const URL equals new URL. And I think we need to import this the same way we did with, I think, keywords. Let's see. Yeah. We did it with keywords, so let's do the same thing for results here. Import this in case this is not defined. And for our URL, request URL, and now we can grab the, for example, ID from URL search params get ID, because we are going to send this, actually not ID, or yeah, we can send ID of the response that we are interested in. And we are going to return a response that will be a JSON, and here I will do just await and result and find one where bright data, let's see how it should be spelled, bright data with capital D, response ID, bright data response ID will be this ID. Okay, and that should be it. So now let's try. Let's go back to our keyword row and let's do something like this. We have this latest rank here. I think that instead of having this as a constant, we can put it as a state. So let's do latest rank and set latest rank equals use state, and default will be this. So I'm going to copy this, and the default will be the information that we get from the properties. But in case it will be empty, we are going to do an Axios request. Axios to, we are going to do get to /API/results, and we are going to pass an ID, and the ID will be, let's say, latest result. So this, let's do here plus, and then I think here we should have bright data response ID, bright data response ID. Oops, here, bright data response ID. Okay, and let's maybe put it, let's maybe do some small refactoring. So here I will do cons, and we don't have this bright data response ID because, as you see here, we are getting rid of this. We only have date and create that. Let's remove this part, so we will have all of the information. And first let's do latest result. Result will be this results reversed 0. Latest result will be this, and same here, we can replace with latest result. Right, and let's see if this will work. So for now it works. We need to add here, maybe let's put here const URL, so it will be look better. URL will be this. Then we get a response, and let's see, on the response we are just responding with the data that will be this result. So so we can update latest rank if we want. Let's do this. Let's do set latest rank response data rank. Okay, because the response data will have this document of our result, and we know that inside we have rank that is updated. All right, so now let's see if this will work. I'm going to delete this copilot, and one thing here, we shouldn't do this all every time when this changes. Instead, I'll put a separate function for this Axios part. Maybe check rank, and I'm going to do this, all of this here, and here I'm going to call this check rank function. And let's see. Here I'm going to do set timeout, so I'm going to have a delay. I'm going to run check rank after 3 seconds. Okay, and now let's see if this will work. Actually, let's delete Copilot and let's add a Copilot once again. Let's add, and as you can see, this is empty now. But we are checking for this, and as you can see, it's still empty. And let's see if we will check after 3 seconds once again. Looks like we are not. So we checked only once, and because we don't have any rank here in the response, we set the latest rank to the same value that it was before, that is null or undefined. So let's maybe put this rank from the database to a constant here. New rank from database equals this. And we can see if we have new rank from the database, so if it's not null or undefined, we can set it. We can do set latest rank to new rank from database. But otherwise, if 3 seconds have passed, but we still don't have any new rank, we are going to run the same thing again. Why not? So we are going to wait 3 seconds and we will check again. So now, as you can see, it worked because we run this results query once again. Let's delete this and let's try again. So I'm going to clear this and let's add a Copilot as a keyword for GitHub. And let's see, here we don't have any keywords. Here we have results. We don't have any rank. But after 3 seconds, we are asking again, still not any rank. 3 seconds, still nothing. And 3 seconds, and we have rank of 1 that it has been updated here inside state and displayed here. So we can add here inside this green box that if we don't have any latest rank, let's do and we can say a div saying loading, or maybe checking rank dot. And if we have a latest result, we are going to just do and let's do div with the latest rank. So like this. So now we can add another keyword saying like git add, and now we have it. We don't see any. Whoops, here we should have latest rank, not latest result. Checking rank, and now we have 3. So yeah, now this works. We will need to change that. We will also show the other older historical data in case this is an array with several elements, and it would be nice to see some kind of preloader or something. Another thing that we need to add now is that every midnight or so we need to check the current position for all of the keywords, for all of the domains. So this is something that we need to add as well. So there are 2 main things that we need to build. The first is those graphs here, statistics, and the second will be that, and this is the one that we should start with, that every midnight we need to do a check for all of the keywords and all of the domains. So we need to go to all of the keywords that we have here inside the keywords collection. And for each keyword, let's say my name here and my domain here, and for Copilot for GitHub and Git for GitHub, we want to check every midnight what is the position for them, and we want to create new results. So this is what we are going to do next. And then when we have some kind of historical data, we can build more prettier graphs here. Like let's say on the beginning it was 3, but then it moved to 5, and then it went to 2, something like this. So first we are going to create an endpoint to check every midnight, and then we can build a feature to show the graphs. Alright, so now it would be nice to add actually some graphs here so it will look better. And I think we can just do this by creating a component here. And let's name it like just graph, or maybe chart.js. And here let's do export default function chart, and let's do return, and let's do a div. And well, the first thing that we are going to need here is we are going to need all of this data that we have here. So this is actually results in our database. So we have results here, and for example, for Copilot keyword for GitHub, the rank is number 1, and as you can see, it's for this created at date. So let's grab here results as a property. So we have this. Let's also add some class names here first. So I will do background green. Let's do maybe 200, something like this, and minimum width of let's do minimum width of 100 pixels, and I will do also minimum height of 100 pixels as well. And here inside we will have data. Right, so now, as you remember, we created those numbers here, and it's inside keyword row. And let's see, here inside keyword row we have this latest rank, and we are checking rank for this keyword. And here we have this green box. But here where we are showing latest rank, instead of showing just a number, we can use our chart, right? Or yeah, it's called chart. So let's do chart component imported, and we want to pass all of the results here. And let's see, our results are here. We have this property here that we can just pass results. All right, and now let's go back to our chart, and let's maybe change the color to green 300, and let's do minimum height of just 50 pixels. So now, as you can see, we have this darker green inside lighter green, and we have results here that we are not using yet, but we are going to use them. So how can we use the results to show a graph? I think that we can just use a lib called recharts. Recharts for JavaScript and React. So I will actually go to yarn and let's search for recharts, React recharts, and I'm going just to install it with my yarn here. So I will go here to my terminal and let's do yarn add recharts. Yes, and now it's installing. We can open the documentation. Let's see, let's go here and let's go to documentation, and inside the API here we have some documentation, and I think something like this looks really nice. We could do like regular lines, but I think area looks better because it has this gradient. So well, for now I think I would just copy this and let's try to paste it here. Let's do all of the imports. So every component will be imported, and let's see how this will look like for us. Tooltip and the area, and now let's see if this will work. Data is not defined, so here we have data and it is not defined. Let's see if we have any example data here. Here we have it. So I'm going just to copy this and let's put it here above our component. Let's see if this will work now. Yes, kinda. It almost works. So let's see here. The width is too big. Let's see what happens if we just remove the width and the height. If we remove them, we don't see anything. So let's see, I will refresh and let's see if something shows up. No. So we need to add the width and height, or we can use responsive container. So I think this will be better, because then we don't need to tell what is the width and height as we had it here in this area chart. So let me use this area it was responsive container, and let's put this area chart inside. Yes, let's put it here. And now let's see if this will work. I will refresh. No, I don't see anything. Maybe because we need those properties. Let's try with them. And no, still nothing. Let's see. Area chart with data, margin. Let's try to put this example instead. And now, reference line is not defined. Okay, let's import this. Still nothing. Let's see. Maybe if I will remove those properties from here. Let's see if we have any errors. Yeah, here we have some errors. But this is warning about the key, missing key property. So let's see if we have anything here inside. We have a div that is super small, and we have this responsive container, and it's super small. So let's see. I think that the problem is with the data. We need to update the data that we have in this example. So let's copy this one and let's use it here. So I'm going to update this data, and now let's see. I will refresh. Still nothing. I will copy this once again. Responsive container. Still nothing. But let's see if it will help if I will make this div bigger. So I will do this div of the size of width 700 pixels and height of let's do 200 pixels. And yes, and now let's refresh. Nothing is visible, but it should be. Let's see. And nothing is showing up. Let's see. No. Let's see here inside. We have green of 100, and there is another div. And here's our div that we made super large, but doesn't take any height. Let's get rid of this responsive container here and here. And let's get back to the example that that was working. So I'm going to put back this one. And let's start with this. Here we have a working example. So, well, the first thing is, as you can see, they have 2 lines on each. And we have 2 lines here, 2 definitions here. and even here 2 areas. And even inside the data, we can probably also change the data to this one. So I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here, just to be sure that this is the same data. And we actually need only one area or only one line. So let's keep the green one, and the green one will be, I don't know which one, but let's remove the first one, and this one and this one. Okay, so now we have only one line on each. Now let's see, now let's make it smaller, 150 pixels on height, and on the width let's do 230. Yeah, that's better. Now we don't need any Cartesian grid, so let's remove it. And let's see, now I don't need those stuff on the left. So let's see, I think it's this one, y-axis, yes, and x-axis not needed. Alright, so now let's try to make it smaller, 200 pixels. Yes, and now let's get rid of this one. That's better. Let's get rid of this. Better. Let's change it to only 80 pixels. Yes, we're almost there. And let's see. The line goes outside here, but let's see if I change it to 200 pixels. Yeah, now it's much better. I don't need this green color anymore, so I'll remove this background green 300 from here and from the keyword row. So let's remove it from here. So now we have something like this, and this looks much better. Let's go back to our chart, and well, here this looks nice. This looks nice, but we want to make it responsive, right? So let's try with this responsive container again, if this will work, if I would just place it like this. No, it will not, but let's try to add width of same width and same height that we had that we have here. Okay, now as you can see, it works. Now let's see if we will remove those. Does it work? Yes, it looks like it still works. Alright, so let's see if we remove the width from here. It still works. Let's see if I remove the height. Yeah, it looks like it still works. Or no, it doesn't work anymore. We probably need some height. Yes, that's correct. We need at least height on the chart. And now let's see, what do we have here? Okay, I think it looks fine. Let's try with doing width of a string 100%. And now let's try to refresh here. Let's see. Yeah, it looks fine. It looks fine to me. It doesn't go all the way, but that is okay. We can live with this. We can get rid of this width, and let's see here. Here we have some padding on the left side. We can probably get rid of this padding on the left side here. So let's go to our keyword row, and let's see, we have padding of 4. Let's add here padding on the right will be 0. Yeah, so now it looks like this, and I think it looks fine. Then we have this chart here, and maybe we can here add a param like a width of 300. And now let's go here and let's grab this width from here and let's apply it here, width to be width. Okay, now it's super long. Let's see why. Not here, not here. Okay, so this is now 300, but I think this is too big. And let's go to keyword row. Here we have this width of 48. Let's get rid of this one. And let's maybe change this width to 300 pixels. Let's do 300 pixels. And now, let's see. Yeah, now it looks really nice. Let's see. It takes 270 pixels. Yes. The SVG takes 300. Let's see here inside this chart. Maybe here we can add a width of width. Let's see. I will refresh. Let's see if we will change the width to 250. Let's inspect here, and it takes like 220 pixels now. So it's always a little bit smaller than what I want this to be. And maybe because of those margins. So I'm going to put 0 and 0 here. Yeah, and now the margins are fixed. So I can go back here and I can put here 300. Now it's better, and now it goes all the way to the right side. So that is nice. I think this looks fine. And now we only need to fix the data so it will look better. So let's go to chart. And first we will fix this data so it will look real. And then we will replace this data with our actual data. So I'm going to leave only like 2 days or maybe 3 days. So and the value, the data key will be rank, and we are going to leave only one of those. So let's do here rank, 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 and we can remove other numbers because we don't need them. And for those, I'm going to, instead of doing page A and so on, I will do dates. So let's do, I don't know what month we have today or what date, but I'm going to put just like this. And some fake dates, 13th, 14th. So let's see. Yeah, it looks fine. Now let's see. Yeah, we have rank here, tooltip. I would like the tooltip to show both the number and the date. Let's see if we have like data key here for the area. Let's see if we have data. No, let's see if we have for tooltip somewhere here what data we want to do. So let's search for here tooltip, separator, offset, item style, wrapper, content, label, view box, active position, payload, content. We can change the content and we can change the formatter. So let's do formatter. So let's do formatter. And with all the data, I want to just console log the data to see how the data looks like. So I will open console, and let's see, we have 3000 and 4000. So looks like that's only data we have, but I will also try with arguments. Let's see, we have 2 arguments. We have results, but this is arguments of this function and not this one. Let's maybe do function, and let's do like this. So maybe it will grab the arguments now. Now we have five arguments. So we have 4000 as a number, rank as a label, and then on number 4 we have some payload and other stuff. But it looks like we don't have a date, or actually we have here. Let's see, what else do we have here on the tooltip? We have a formatter. And do we have anything about the label? We have also label formatter. Let's check for label formatter. And maybe in here we'll have some more data. So we have only some numbers here, and that's basically it. But we have also here formatter. So let's try with just formatter, and let's see. Here we have 4000 rank, and then here we have payload inside with the date. So maybe this is something we can use. So as you can see, it's the third param, 1 to 3. So let's use this third param, and from the third param we are going to grab payload and then name. Maybe we can rename this name to date. Right, so here inside, let's see what's the naming of the params here. So let's just copy paste this one, and let's put this formatter here, and I will put it maybe here and this here, so it will be easier to follow along. I'm going to use props as the last one, and here format and name I will do props payload name, and let's see if this will change anything. No, we still see the value, so we don't want to use the second part here. We want to return only one string. So if I put test as a string here, it will always say test. So let's try to put the date here. So let's do props and name, and let's see if this will work. No. No comma here. No. Let's do props payload date. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so now we have some data here, so that is nice, but the values are wrong. So let's see, we have 0, 1, 2 here, so let's try to put it like this, and now let's do refresh. And now let's see if I put 3 here, I still get like 0, 1, 2. Let's see why. Formatted value, formatted name. Maybe it's not formatter that we want to use. Let's try with content instead. So let's change this to content. And for the content, let's see what type of data we'll get here. So I will do here again a function, and I will do a console log of all of the arguments. And let's see what we will get here. So we get 2 arguments, and here let's see if we get something useful. No. Here, no, nothing. Here in the arguments, no. Let's see if I will put the data here, D here and D here. Then we get some different data. So let's see, here we have empty payload. Let's see, maybe the last one. And payload is here empty. So the first param looks like it's empty, but I will add like 3 in case there are many. A, B, C. And now let's see. And now, as you can see, we get some more data, but still nothing that can help us build the content. Let's see how do they want us to use it. It should be, let's click this link to see how we can customize the tooltip, and we can just build a custom component like with this name, for example. So let's put it as they want this. So let's put it here, and let's define this as a function here above our chart. function customize tooltip, and I will grab all of the props, all of the data from here, and I will just return test as a string, and I will do console log on the data. And now let's see if we will get anything. So we have an array of 2 things. Let's see, but still the same thing that we got before. So nothing useful. Let's see if I will just pass it like this, if this will change anything. Still only 2 arguments, but nothing specific. So let's go back to label formatter, and that will just console log everything. And let's also add formatter for just formatter. I think regular formatter is for data and label formatter is for labels. So here we see like nothing, but let's try to do ABC. And here let's do console log of A, B, C. And here the same thing, A, B, C. And let's do console log A, B, C. Now let's see. Looks like still nothing. So let's use this documentation here. On the formatter, we are going to put this. So let's use formatter this. And on the label formatter, I will put the same thing. And now let's see how this will look like. And now we have something that we can start with, right? So first, let's see. I will add 1 here and 1 here. Now let's see. Yeah, so let's start with this one with ones. I will put only test1 here. Yes, so we have test1. Instead of test1, I would like to see the date. So let's do here console log of value, name, and props to see if we have date anywhere here. I forgot to close it. And let's see. I guess it's this one. And we have payload and date. So let's do on the which one? On the first param, it's payload and the date. Value dot payload dot date. Now let's see. Loading. No, not visible here. And let's see why. I will scroll a little bit up to see if we had no. Let's see, undefined. Let's see why. I will go back to this console log value name props. Let's see. The first param is the payload or value. And here inside we had this payload, right? So if I do only value, well, then I get zeros and ones. So this is not what I wanted. Let's try again. Looks like we get an array somewhere here. Let's print it as an object. It will be easier to find where we have it. So, okay, so we have values only when I hover on this stuff, right? So let's see, name, and inside name we have 0, and then we have the payload. Name 0 payload. So let's try to do this. Name 0 payload. Let's see. Let's do it like this. Let's go here, name, and let's do 0, and let's do payload, and let's do here date. All right, now let's see. Yeah, so now we have dates. So that's some progress. Now for the formatter, let's try to do the same. So I will start with doing console log, and let's do value name props as an object. So we'll put those curly brackets here, and let's clear here, and here we get value. So it's super simple. We just print here value. So now if I hover, rank 3000, rank 4000, so it decreases with time. Is it correct? Yes, it's correct. But if I do 5000, then it goes like this. Right, so now we are done with the tooltip, and it works and looks fine. So maybe we can decrease this white on the bottom. Let's see, offset 95, opacity, let's do 0.1. So it's not like pure white, or maybe 0.2. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe 0.1 was better. All right, so this looks fine, but maybe it would be better to put those graphs into some separate boxes, or I don't know. Let's leave it as it is now. But well, now the important thing is we don't need those props here, and we don't need those name and props here. Those are not used. The important part now is that we need to use this data here to show something, and instead I want to show from results. The problem is that, for example, for Copilot, we have only one result. So let's search here results for keyword Copilot. Apply. Maybe let's search for Git. Let's search for Git, and we have 2 because we have some dupes here, and as you can see, created at is on the same date, and to have something to show, I want to have at least 4. So I'm going to clone this document, and let's do insert. So now we have 3. I will clone this one again, and now we have 4, and now I will only change dates here. So this one will be the oldest, 13th, or maybe let's do this one, 14th. It's 14th today. Let's update this one. Now this one is 13th. Let's do this one 12th. Update. Okay, and this one created at will be 11th. So we will have some different dates to show the data. Right, and this is the one that we are going to see some nice data for. And later we will fix cron job, so we will fetch the new rankings for new rank positions for every keyword. But for now, let's see here. I will do something like this. I will do console, or maybe not. We don't need to console log because we know what's inside. Inside the results, we just have those results. So how we can do from those to something like this? We need an array, right? And we have an array of this. So let's do const data equals, and now let's do results. First we want to sort it, right? So let's see, I can do sort, but let's see if I can use custom function here. Yes, I can do custom function. So I'm going to do custom function here. I'm going to on this custom function, we take A element and B element to compare. So I'm going to grab created at from both of the elements to compare. And let's see, this will not work like this. I need to do A and B. And here I will do A created at is bigger than B created at. All right, and this one will be for to sort them, because we want to sort by created at, but then we still have all of this data and we want to change this from those objects to date and rank. So let's do map.map, and then let's do that for each result. We want to return an object with date of date will be created, result that created at, and rank will be result that rank. All right, and now let's try to get rid of this data. And here we have some imports that we don't need, so I will remove them as well. We don't need those axes. And now let's see. Now we have some errors. Let's see why. We don't need this function here. And let's see. Looks like some parentheses is not closed here, or not closed. Here we have some empty tag. Yeah, now it's fixed. Let's see, free. Okay, we have the same ranking everywhere, so we need to change some more data. Let's see, let's say that here we will have a ranking of 2. Here we will have 3. Here we will have 4. Let's say 4. So it will go up. It will be really positive. Here, this graph, and here will be 5. Okay, so now let's refresh here, and now as you can see, it goes wrong way, because here starts at 14th, here is 13th, 12th, 11th. So we need to change here to smaller than. And now it grows from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. But it should be, it's still the wrong order. 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th. So it didn't sort as I wanted. Let's see why. I will open, let's see, documentation of this. Returns the sorted array. Note that the array is sorted in place and not copy is made. All right, so that can be the problem. So let's do like this. Let's start that the data will be let, and let's do like this. Then let's do data sort, and then let's do data equals data map. So now let's see, I will refresh. Let's see, 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, wrong. Let's change this one to bigger than. And now let's see, 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, no, still wrong. So looks like this doesn't do anything at all. And I think the easy solution would be to install Lodash. And they have a nice function called sort by, and it's super easy to use. So you just do sort by from Lodash. So now it's imported. Let's do data, and we want to sort by created at. And let's do date, new data will be this. And now as you can see, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Now it's correct. But the problem here is it goes down, so it looks like something negative. And instead, I would like this to go up. So I would like the 0 to be on the top and not 5 on the top. So so we need to change it. And I think a quick hack for this would be to actually change the value here to minus. So now it goes like this, from -5 to -2, but it looks really bad. But we can probably fix the styling, right? All right, so I think I know what can be an issue here, or a possible solution. On y-axis we have something called reversed. So let's put this result to positive numbers as it was, and now let's import y-axis, and let's add reversed to true, and let's see. Now this looks a little bit better. So it starts with 5 and it goes to 2. So that is nice. But now I would like to have the color here underneath and not above. So let's see. Here we have an area with this color, and we have this color defined here. Let's see what happens if we change this. Okay, nothing good, but at least it's correct now, right? All right, so here as we can see, we have it working-ish, but the color is on the wrong side. So let's put it as it was with the correct color, and let's try with faking the values. So as you can see, for the area, we have this data key rank, but maybe we can change it. We can fake it and fix it. So here on the map, I will write a longer function. So I will do return and an arrow function here. All right, and let's put this return here. And let's see, this is okay. This one is not needed. Right, so we have this return, and we have this date. Date is correct, and rank is also correct. But now I would like to have a fake value just for the graphs. So we can use this fake value here and here. And the fake value should be bigger if the rank is smaller. So first, I would like to have like a smallest rank. So let me grab this by using, first maybe we can also make this, or no, maybe we can fix it later. Let's get const smallest, or maybe not smallest, lowest rank, and lowest rank will be from all of the results. We want to find the value where rank inside the results is the biggest, right? So let's do something like this. Let's do sort by results. We want to sort by rank, and we want to grab the last one, right? So let's do reverse on this one, and let's grab the first one, the first rank here. All right, so now we can do lowest rank here just to see, and we get 5, and that's okay because it is the lowest. Now let's get the highest, const highest rank, and it will be almost like the same, except we will not do reverse. So let's do 0 rank, and let's add here some dots and question marks just in case something is empty. So now let's do highest rank, and we get from 5 to 2, from 1 to 1. Right, so now we can create points here. Let's call it points. Points, and if the rank is smaller, we'll get more points, and points will be lowest rank minus result.rank. And now let's use points here. Points, and now let's see. Now it goes up, but it shows points. So let's see. Here we show date, here we show value, and I want to change to not show points here. So let's do value name props as it was, and let's do console log of everything here. So value name props, so we can see if we, if we can, let's see, something's wrong here. Yeah, I forgot about closing here. So we have points here, and let's see how we can style it better. So we have value 2. Here should be position 1, something like this. And we get here props. Let's see, props, payload, rank. So this is what we are going to use. Props, payload, rank, and I'm going to add the question marks in case something is null. Now, as you can see, we almost have it. Let's see, I will refresh. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, almost. Here is 1. Let's see, we have here points, and we should show the rank. Let's see, I will do rank this. Rank 5, yes, that's correct. Rank 2, now it's better. Let's see what happens if we return an array here. Rank 5 or rank 2, now it looks much better because it starts with 5 and then it goes to 2. Okay, I will add a space here. Now I can see that the dates look really weird. Since the beginning, I want to remove this part, and I want only like 2, 6, 8 first 10 characters. So let's do a sub string, and I want from 0 to 10. Let's see. Yeah, now it's much better. And I want to have more like space from the bottom. So I will add back a y-axis and like this, and I want to hide to true, but I will add a domain here. So I want to change that it will go from 0 to 100. Okay, that's too much. Let's see, maybe we need to change the points here. So let's say that the points will not go from the lowest, but it will go from 100. So now, yeah, maybe we should change this 100 to domain low or something like this. Domain low, and domain low will be the biggest lowest position, right? The lowest rank on the chart. So let's do lowest rank plus 5, and let's see how this will work. Let's do lowest rank, not lowest rank, domain low. So now we have something like this. It starts with 5, so that is nice. Maybe we can decrease it to extra 3. Yeah, that looks nice. And now we can put it here for the domain. So let's do lowest rank here. Maybe not like this. Let's put 0 and 10. And here let's try to put lowest rank. Okay, so this looks much nicer. And here we need highest rank. So let's do const highest rank. Highest rank will be, sorry, not highest rank, domain high. It will be always 0, right? Or always, I don't know, let's get rid of this. This 0 works nice here. So it will be always 0 or always 1. Let's see what happens if we change it to 1. Well, nothing much. I think I will put this back to 0. And well, now it looks nice, right? We have this area. Let's see if when we change it to line, how this will look like. Let's go here to the documentation area, bar, line chart, and let's try with line. I'll put here, oops, not here, here, line. Here we had this area. I will comment this for now. And here the data will be points. And let's see how this will look like comparing to, well, this doesn't work. This line doesn't work, not at all. Let's get rid of this. Let's see why line doesn't work. I'll put all of those here. And now let's get rid of this one. And let's import this one just in case if x-axis is required. Same with legend. And we get 500 error. So that is really weird. Let's see why. Let's restart this one. Let's see what happened here. Fetch failed. That's weird. Okay, so now we have something, but it doesn't work. We need only one line and we need to show points here. Let's try maybe with here will be date. Now we have some dates here. Let's see, data. Yes, this looks fine. And on x-axis we'll have date, and on the line we'll have points. But let's also try with rank, if this will fix anything. No. Let's see here, data key will be points, so from 0 to 8. But as you can see, it doesn't seem to work. Let's put points here as well. Let's get rid of those definitions and the tooltip. No, it doesn't seem to work. But I'm going to just comment everything, or maybe I will get rid of those. I want the area. I don't want those stuff for the lines, and the rest should be uncommented as it was. So we had this. So we have this working. And I'm going just to comment everything here, and oops, all the way to the responsive container. And I'm going to put this line chart here. And I think it wasn't working because we had this area chart here instead of line chart. So that can be the issue. We don't need Cartesian grid, and here I will do line chart. Let's import this one, and we need only one line of let's say points here, and here we'll have data key. On the X will be date. All right, and now we have something, so we can see it grows. Let's make it smaller, 150 here. So now we have something working, right? We can hide this one, hide to true. Same on this one, hide to true. And we don't need any legend here. So we have only lines here. I don't want to print the points. And what can be here? Points. Let's see, points, pointer events. No. Okay, and this looks boring in my opinion. Even if we change it to green and we change the color and we remove those dots, I think this with area looks better. So let's have it like this. Let me refresh to see if we get some warnings. And I want to fix this one. On the domain page, we don't have this key. Domain page, we have this, we loop through somewhere. Let's search for map here. And we need to add a key property here. Let's do keyword document dot ID, and now it should be fixed. And if I refresh, I don't see any warnings anymore. All right, so let's go back to our chart, and this looks fine. This looks better, and the small problem we have here is we have dupes here. As you can see, we have 3 values for the same day. So let's see. I want to remove the dupes, but how? Let's see on the Lodash if we have a function for removing duplicates. No, but we have for finding unique, and we have unique by, and this is the one we are going to use. So let's do something like this: data equals unique by from Lodash, and data and unique by. Here we want to find the date, not the full date, but well, or actually, let's put this here above like this, and instead of putting date like this, I'm going to do substring from 0 to 10, and here I'm going to do unique by date. Okay, and now let's see. So now we have only 1 point here, and that is fine. We just need more data for Copilot. Let's search for Copilot. Let's hit apply, and we have 2 or even 3, but all of those are from the same date. So I will remove let's maybe not remove, I will just edit those. This one will be from 12, and I will change the rank to 5, and the first one will be on rank, let's say this one will be on the 11th, and the rank will be 2nd. Okay, and now if I refresh here, I should have some more data even here. It ends with lower rank, but that's fine. Rank 2, here is rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 4, rank 5. So it goes down, and something is a little bit off, right? I think it should be, it goes by points. Why it doesn't go up? Let's see here. For the Copilot, we have 11th, 12th, 13th, and the 13th rank should be 1. Let's see. Copilot 13th. Oops. So the order is wrong here, and the same here. So it's not reversed anymore. Let's see the data. Here we are mapping through, and here we are sorting by created at. But created at doesn't exist anymore because we are mapping to have only date, rank, and points. So we need to change this to date. Okay, and now it looks better, as you can see. I would like to have yet another point here for Copilot. Let's see, Copilot, let's make a dupe of this one. Let's change this one to 10th, and let's do super low ranking, like 8 or something like this. Let's do insert, and here I'm going to refresh, and that looks nice, much nicer than this one. It just goes up. Maybe we can make some more random data on this one as well. So let's do search for Git and GitHub, and it starts from 5 and it goes to 2. Maybe we can change that this one will be like 5 update, and let's see here, and maybe let's go here. The last one will not be the best one. Let's change it. This one will be 4 update, and the previous one will be better. So let's change this one. Whoops, not this one. This one to be 3. Let's see how this looks now. Yeah, this looks much more like random data, so we are going to work with this. But now it works. The highest rank is not used anymore, so I can comment this out. Here we have some stuff that are not used, so they can be also removed from our imports. And well, I will remove this and this. And now let's see. This works now, and we have simple graphs here. And now we can probably do graphs for domains, right? So now here we have those green boxes. We shouldn't have them here. Instead, we should have graphs as well. And then even if we open a keyword, we want to see a bigger graph. And here's something that doesn't work. Use state latest result rank keyword row. Let's go. And let's do rank or default value. So let's do or null. Let's see, checking rank. So we get an error here. Let's see why. Undefined, check reading bright data response ID. Let's see, we don't have any bright data response ID. That is really weird. So looks like we don't have any results here. Let's see why. I will open here components and let's check this one. Let's see, can we find this one? Keyword row, keyword key. No, we cannot check this way. I think instead I'm going to just do here inside this div, I will just do JSON stringify and let's do latest result. And if I refresh, do we see anything? No, we just see checking rank. Let's see checking rank if we don't have any latest result. And if we don't have any latest rank, sorry. If we don't have any latest rank, then we check for latest result. Let's do just return here nothing. I don't want to do some stuff. I will just want to check for latest result. And let me see console logs here now. So looks like it's undefined. So that means that we need to delete this because we don't have any results, and I need to add this again. So let's get rid of, because the keyword was created before we implemented the checking for the ranking, right? So let's try again. I will do coding with David, enter. And now we have this checking rank, and it's still checking. 3 seconds left. And let's see, we get rank of 2. It says rank undefined, but the rank is actually 2. So it works, but it shows, okay, now it works. It shows rank 2. Right, so now it's a little better, but it's here on the top, and it should be on the top. It should be somewhere in the middle. So let's go back to our chart component, and we had this here, lowest rank, and 0 here. Let's see what happens if we change this to 5. Okay, then it's better. Let's change it to 1. Let's change it to 2. Let's change it to 3. Okay, then it's better, because I think that, let's see if I change it to 99. Okay, then it's here. Let's see how it looks like for github.com. It still looks fine here. And let's see for coding with David. It's just here, so I guess it's fine too. And now let's try to focus on those. So this is domain row. So let's go to domain row, and here we have those boxes. So I'm going to get rid of this and let's put a chart instead. The width will be, let's say 300, and we need to pass the results, right? Let's say, do we have results? No, we have only domain, but we have keywords, but the keywords do not contain results. Or let's see, let's go to our API domains route. Here is our get, and we are fetching domains, keywords, but no results for those keywords. We are doing this here inside keywords. So here we have keyword documents, and here we have results documents. So we can just copy this and we can put it to domains. Here we are fetching keywords, and here we will fetch results for a specific domain, but we don't know the domain here because we have several domains. So we need to do the same thing that we do with keywords. That keywords are inside keywords documents, and now the domain is inside domains documents. We need to map through those document domain. All right, and now we can add results here to the JSON, and this way we can go back to our domain row, and let's see where it's used. I think it's used on the main page on the inside the app. Here we have domains, keywords. We don't have a state for results, so let's do set results here. Default will be empty array, and here let's see, here we are fetching all of this, so let's do set results, response data results, and here we can pass along results, and let's go to domains list, and let's see, here it's not here, let's see, domains list here, and let's grab results here, and we pass keywords here. Here we are going to pass also results for this specific domain. So let's do results will be results filter, the same as above, where the result domain is the same as domain document domain. All right, so now we are passing everything to our domain row. So now we should have some results here that we can pass to our chart. So let's just pass our results, and let's see. Okay, so now we have some nice stuff going on here. So that is nice. Now the problem is that with chart component, we are removing the duplicates here by unique by, and instead we should do average instead of removing dupes. So in case we have two results from different keywords from the same date, we need to do an average of those two ranks, right? So first, let's change this unique by to a custom function. For each result, we want to make it custom, not custom, but unique. Let's also add here keyword to be result keyword. We want to make it unique by result keyword plus the date. So let's do result date. Okay, so now as you can see, it changed a little bit because here we have two results from the same date, from 11th, but with different rankings, different rank and different keywords. And now the problem is that here somewhere below, I need to check if we have unique data, unique result in dates that are the same. Then I need to do an average on those ranks, right? So let's see. We have sorted unique. We have sorted unique by. We have unique with. So how can we solve it? Well, here we have the data that is unique by keyword and date. Maybe here I will do something like, first I want to have also data that is not unique. So let's do const data with dupes, and it will be data. Or maybe can we do maybe a clone of this data? We can do something like this, dot dot dot, and let's do data. Okay, and here where we do unique for our data, I will do this unique by date. All right, and underneath I will check, or maybe here let's do original data that is not unique yet. Here the data is, as you can see, unique now, but I want to do something like this. I want to do for each, and for each let's do values here, and here will be the index. And now I want to check if here I will change to result. I want to check if result date, if the date that is here has several dates inside this data that is not unique. So how can we check this? We want to do something like this. Original data, we want to find, we want to filter, and where we filter we can check the indexes and the values. So let's do filter where the original result date, original result date is the same, equals result date, and the length of this is bigger than 1. Okay, and if this means that we are finding with filter inside original data that can have some duplicates with the date, we are finding those for this specific date inside the unique data. And if we find, then we know that inside this data of this index we need to create an average of those that we found, right? So let's do original data results, and I will put this here above like this, and let's put this filter here underneath. Here original data results, if the length is bigger than 0, then we want to, from those, we want to grab rank, and we want to do average. Let's see if we have something here, average. No, we don't, but we can do something like this, math, average. No, we don't have average, but it's a simple math. We can do math as sum. No, there's no summary. Let's see, sum. Yes, we can do sum by. So let's do sum by from Lodash, and let's do original data results, and by we want to add the points, and we want to divide it by original data results length. All right, and let's see why we have some problems here, because we need to add the const here probably. Now let's see. So now it's weird. Let's see why. I will do console log on the data to see how it looks like. Let's see, console. Here we have 5. Okay, so the data. Okay, I know what is the problem here. We should do of rank or points. Of points will be this, and we need to do the same on the rank. Okay, so now we have something like this. So here, for example, we have rank 3.5 because we have 2 keywords, keyword results for the 11th date, and one of which has rank 4 and other has maybe 3, and the average is 3.5. So that's why we have this 4.5, 4, and stuff like this. Right, so this looks fine. Now, if I go to GitHub and go to, let's say, Copilot, we have this one, and this should be also fixed. So I want to go to keyword page, and here we have this green box, and here I want to put chart with results, and we don't have any results here. So let's see, keyword page, and let's see, we don't have any data here inside the state, so I need to add this. So let's do const, and let's do results, and set results equals use state from React. Default will be empty array, and maybe here I will add use effect, and I will do like this, empty array, and I guess it's already used client, so it's fine. And I want to do something like this. Axios, I want to do get request to /API /keywords, and I want only one specific keyword to be this keyword. So let's do plus keyword, and I want to do also that the domain is this domain, and now let's see that in this endpoint we can add those keyword and domain params. So let's go to API /keywords /route, and let's see on this get, we don't have any, we have only param for domain. Let's see, let's add a param for the keyword as well. So let's add here keyword, and here we have this keyword documents. Before we will fetch them, let's do if we have a keyword param, we will do something else, and if we don't, we are going to fetch all of the keyword documents. But if we do, I want to fetch only for this specific keyword. So I'm going to add keyword param here, and I'll put this here and this here, and this looks fine. Now we have some problems with this. Let's see what's wrong here. Unresolved variable or type keyword documents, and I guess this is because we have const of the same constant in 2 places, depending if we have keyword or not. And I think we can make it a little bit simpler. Let's do const keyword docs, or I will just copy the thing that I have here above. And the only difference is if we have keyword, we should add a keyword. If we don't have keyword, we don't add a keyword. So here we have this filter object. I will put this like this, and here I will check if we have keyword, then we'll go with this object, and if we don't have a keyword, we are going to go with this object. I will format this a little better. Let's put this here, and now we don't need this if here. And now let's see. Now let's go. Now this should work, and let's go back to our page, and let's do that. Then with the result, we should be able to do set results with result data. Maybe it shouldn't be called results, it should be called response data results. All right, and now we can use results somewhere here. So let's do width of let's say 300, and let's pass results to be results. And now we have a cool looking graph. Let's try with 100% here, and as you can see, this works as well, and we have a cool looking graph here, or however you call it, chart. I added some more margin bottom to have some more separation, and I think this looks fine. Maybe we can put it into separate div to add some styling like we have for that's weird, no keywords found. Okay, so looks like this one is okay. I know what's wrong here. We shouldn't have a keyword. Now let's see if I refresh. Yeah, now it's correct. If I open Copilot, we don't have any rank. Let's see, I will refresh. Okay, I think this is because we are trying to render this chart even if we don't have any results data. So I will here add if we have results. Let's do and results length is bigger than 0. Then I'm going to print this div. So now we have it. Okay, and if I refresh, so that looks really nice. All right, so now let's see for our domains. Yeah, that looks fine. This looks fine too. Let's go to GitHub. Yes, and if we open Git, it looks like this, and if we open Copilot, it looks like this. So yeah, that looks fine. Now the last part that is also really important, that after we deploy our app, we need to have like a cron job to every night or every midnight go through all of the keywords and check the positions, because we want to have new results for every day, right? And we don't want to run some code manually. So this is what we are going to do next. Some kind of cron job, a script that will run every midnight, so we can gather data from every day for each keyword and each domain. All right, so now we want to create an endpoint, like an API endpoint, that when we visit this endpoint, it will fetch rankings, or it will ask Bright Data to send us rankings for all of the keywords. So let's go to API, and let's see. I think I will just do a directory here called Cron, and inside I will create a route.js, and here I will just do export default, not default, export function. It will be an async function, and maybe instead of cron I will rename it to this function will be a get function to make it simple, but instead of cron I will rename it to something meaningful that means that we will fetch results, new results for all domains. So I will do a directory called check for all domains, check for all keywords, check for all keywords. Maybe check rank, no, doesn't matter, check rank for all keywords. All right, and here we have this get endpoint, and basically what I want to do here is to first connect to our database. So let's connect process.env mongodb URI, and then we want to grab all of the keywords. So let's do const keywords equals await keyword, and we want to basically find all, so I will not have any filter here. And then we want to create empty results for all of those. So we want to do something like this, await, and now let's do result. Let's import from models, and we want to create for all of the keywords, right? But before we will create, we want also here to have this response ID, bright data response ID for all of those keywords. So let's see how it was done with keywords endpoint here inside our post. Here, as you can see, we are creating a keyword, and we are asking bright data to do Google search, and then we create a result with this bright data response ID. And thanks to this, later they will send us back information about the Google results, and we will parse it and update rank property here inside this result document that we are creating here. So basically we need to do the same thing, those two, do Google search and create result for all of the keywords that we are fetching. So let's do something like this. So we need to we have all of the keywords. Now we need to do something like this for const keyword of keywords. So for each keyword, what do we want to do? For each keyword, we want to do Google search, and the keyword, maybe this will be keywords documents. So we will do keyword document, so it will be easier to know keyword document, and do Google search for, here we put keyword, but only keyword as a string. So let's do keyword document dot keyword, and we need to add a await here, and then I will add here, it will give us return a response ID equals this, and now we can create a result. So let's do result create, and here we will put domain. The domain will be from keyword document domain. The keyword will be keyword document keyword, and now bright data response ID will be response ID. And I think that's it. We just need to add a await here, and this should work. So now, as you can see, we grab all of the keywords, and for each keyword document, we are going to do Google search, get response ID, save it inside the here results, create a new result with this response ID, domain, and the keyword. So this will work, but we can make it even faster, because here we are doing one at a time. We are doing do this keyword, save, do next keyword inside this loop, and save, and so on. I think that instead we could actually do like 10 at a time. So let's do something like this. First, I will do length of all of those keyword docs. And then I will do something like this. I will define how many per, or maybe not. We don't need to do how many per loop. But let's say we will do 10 at a time. So I want to grab the first 10 from here. So how can I do this? I can do something like this. I can change this keyword documents to be a regular array like this. And now this is a regular array with documents. If I remove this, it will be some kind of array, but it will be more like an object with extra methods and so on. But now I can do something like this, keyword documents, and let's see, I can do slice. So with this slice, as you can see, we can grab elements from 0 to 10, for example, and we will name it chunk. The chunk will be from 0 to 10. And then for this chunk, it will be also a chunk of keyword documents. And with this chunk, we can run this loop. But here again, we will do one at a time. We'll do first, second, third, and so on until we are done with 10. But instead here, I would like to do all at the same time. So I will remove this await here. And instead of response ID, I will get here a promise, Google search promise. And here I will remove await, and I will get instead here save promise equals this. And the problem here is I actually need to wait for the response ID so I can save it. So what can we do instead is to not save anything for now and to do 10 searches. So, or maybe not even 10. Let's do maybe all of the searches for all of the keywords. So I will do here keyword documents. Let's do all of the searches. So we have here Google search promise, and let's put it into an array. Let's do const Google search promises. All of the Google search promises will be here inside. And I'm going to push this one here inside. Let's do push, and I will push it here. All right. And as you can see, we will not have results here inside until I will do promise all settled, and here I will add Google search promises, and here I will add await. So for all, we don't need this length. Here we are grabbing all of the keyword documents. And here we are preparing an array, empty array for all of the promises. Here we are looping through the keywords, and we are doing Google search for this, for this, for this, for that, for this, and for this, and for that, and for that. And we are collecting those promises into this array, but we are not waiting for those promises to complete one at a time. Instead, we start all of them at the same time. And then when we started all of them, then we wait until all of them got finished. So here we know that they are finished, and we can probably get the results from here. So if we open here documentation, you can see all settled, and then we have results in the same way we put them. So I can do just const from response IDs, response IDs equals this. And here I will have response IDs for each of the keyword document. So now with those keywords, responses IDs, I want to do something like this: response ID of response IDs. All right. And now I want to create result for each. So let's do result create, and here we will do here we can do create this document for each response ID. So we want to know what keyword document it will be. So let's do keyword document, and maybe instead of here off, let's do in, and we'll change this to response ID key, and response, and then we will grab response ID will be response IDs of response ID key, right? And the keyword will be inside the keyword documents of response ID key. So now we can do something like this. We can create it by doing something like this: bright data response ID is response ID, and we also need domain to be keyword doc domain, and then keyword from here, and that's basically it. But now we can either do await here, but then we will do create one at a time in this loop, or we can collect promises as before. So let's do const save promises equals empty array, and let's don't do await, let's do save promises, and let's push, and let's put this inside, or we can do something like the const save promise equals this, and let's add it here, save promise. And now we will just do await all settled, promise all settled, and save promises. Yeah, and this should work. Now let's try to run it. It should go to check for all keywords. Let's try to run it. /API/check for all keywords. Enter, and we get 500 error. Let's see why. Cannot read properties. Cannot read properties of undefined reading headers. We don't have anything with headers, so maybe it's somewhere here. Here we have headers, but we can add a question mark here, and we can do if we don't have response headers, we can do something like console error, no headers in response, and we can put maybe here URL. And do we need data? Yeah, console error. Let's also put data here. All right, let's try to run this again to see if this work. Cannot read properties of undefined reading headers. So we still get the same problem. Cannot read properties of null reading domain. So even more errors. And let's see. Do we have anything about the domain here? No. So it's something wrong in here. Let's see. Save promises, domain, keyword document, response IDs. That's correct. Keyword documents, keyword document, response IDs. Let's maybe try first without saving. I will comment this out. Let's try without saving. I will restart here everything. And let's try to here do without saving. But I will also add here return response response JSON with true. And let's see, refresh. We get true. Small error here, reading domain of null. Let's see where it is. I cannot see this. Maybe this is because we are doing this somewhere else. Let's try again. I will restart. Let's refresh here. And everything seems to work fine here. And after a few seconds, we should also get an event from the ranking functions that we get here, the result. We can add the console log here, so we can be sure. Oh, now we had this reading domain in results route. Let's see what's there. The issue results route. Route. And let's see. Do we know what the line 30? Let's see. Let's search for that domain. Okay, so okay, the problem is we cannot save the result because we cannot find our result document. So let's add here in case the document doesn't exist. We are going to save it only if we have document here. All right, I'm going to restart it once again, and let's go back to our check for all keywords. So, here I will do slice from 0 to 2 to not go from through all keywords, but only first two. Let's see here, refresh, and everything went fine. So and we don't have any errors here, and I can go back to maybe here to this function, do a Google search, and we don't have any console error here, so that looks fine. And maybe we can add here an extra. We should stop here if we get an error, else we can do this. And null. All right, and here let's see, otherwise everything is fine. Response ID, let's print this response ID, so something like this. Let's try to do this again if everything works. As you can see, we got 2 response IDs. Let's do maybe 4 more. Let's do maybe 10. And let's see, response ID, we get 3 of them. So this seems to work, but why we get only 3? Let me maybe restart this. Before I will start, I will see here inside this function what those were for. Here I will do console log data. And just data like this, so we will know what keyword it is. Maybe we can just do console log keyword. And now let's go here, and let's start this again, and let's refresh. And we got it sent for Coding with David, Git, and Copilot. I limited to only 10, but we have only 3 keywords, so that's why. But everything is sent, and in a few seconds we should get a response from Bright Data. It takes like 5 to 10 seconds. So let's see well, actually it will not console log anything because we are not creating result documents for this. But we can now try to uncomment this, and we can maybe start doing this. So we have here response ID and keyword document, and I will uncomment everything here, and let's see if this will work. I will do again for all of the 3 keywords, and as you can see we get the 3 response IDs, and now just a few seconds we need to wait to get the information back from Bright Data. And looks like again something got stuck. Let's go to result route where we collect information, and let's see, we're trying to find one here. Let's do something like this. Here on the beginning I will do console log, and I will do let's do response ID, or maybe I will put the string fetching result 4 and this response ID, and I made a typo, response ID. Okay, and let's try again, refresh. So we triggered 3 requests to Bright Data, and now after a few seconds you can see we get response ID is not defined. Let's fix it. It should be response ID. Now let's see if I refresh. 3 more requests, and after a few seconds we should get a result back from Bright Data, and as you can see we have this fetching result for this and all of those. Now under we have this, if we find our result document, then we do all of this. Maybe I will add here another console log. Oops, not here. Here console log saying our result found, and here else console log our result not found. Then we will know what is the problem. Let's refresh and let's try again. As you can see, again 3 were sent and our result not found. So I guess the problem is that we are sending those requests, but we don't have enough time to save everything. So how can we do this? As you can, here we are sending to Bright Data like 3 requests. Check for this keyword, that keyword, and that keyword, and then we check until they respond with on all of those 3. Yeah, we are working on this. Then we try to prepare result documents inside our database, but before we are done with this, they come back with the results. The Bright Data comes back. So I guess what we need to do here to make it work, we need to send information to Bright Data that we want to do a Google search for this keyword, and at the same time we need to also create directly when any promise from here is done. We don't want to wait until we send all of those. So I think this save promises, we can move it here under Google search promises. And we can also create this document before. Let me do something like this. I will put this promise of doing this Google request here above. So let's do Google search promise equals this, and we are pushing it here, Google search promise. All right, but for this Google search promise, I want to add the then function that when it's done, and I get the response ID, I want to create a result in my database. So let's put this here. And for this save promise, I want to add this save promise to my save promises, like this. All right, and I don't need this for loop anymore. And I don't need to grab all of the response IDs here. Now let's see. We are looping through all of the keyword documents, and for each keyword document we are doing Google search through bright data. We are not doing await here, but we are just grabbing the promise. With this promise, we are doing something like this. We are adding a callback function. When you are done with this, please take the response ID and create a result document in our database with this response ID. And we are adding this Google search promise to our Google search promises, just that on the end, when we are outside of this loop, we are making sure that all of those promises are completed. All right, now let's see here. When we create a result document, we have all of this information about the keyword, domain, and response ID. And we are also not waiting for the save promise to complete. Instead, we are adding this promise to save promises, and we are waiting for those save promises as well. We could basically join even those two together. So we can do something like this. I will get rid of one here, and here I will create one array that will include both Google search promises and save promises. Google search promises and save promises. All right, and now let's see if this will help anyway. So let's restart here, refresh, and let's see, response ID. Everything looks fine. And fetching result for this, our result found. Fetching result, our result found. So now, as you can see, everything seems to work. We found the results, and the difference with this implementation is that before, at the first try, we tried to first send all of the Google searches first, and then create all of the result documents to our database. And now we are doing this Google search and saying when you're done with this specific Google search, then directly create this result document with the response ID that you got. And then after all of this is done, we are just saying wait for all Google search promises and wait for all of the save promises. So we are waiting until everything is done. And as you can see, this is really fast. It takes like less than a second to run this. So that is a really good thing about the JavaScript promises. So now it works, and this link here, /API/check for all keywords, you can make a cron job inside the GitHub to run this endpoint at every midnight. Now I will show you how to do this. You just need to create a workflow in GitHub. It's very simple, and the only thing that we need to do is inside our project I will do create a folder called .github, and inside it I will do another directory, workflows, and inside I will create a file called cron.yaml. And here what we need to do is put the name of our workflow. It will be, let's say the workflow name will be check ranking for all keywords. Yes. And then we want to do this on a specific schedule. The schedule will be type of cron, and here we can define our cron. And if you don't know cron jobs, there is something like cron tab guru, and here we can check that at 0 minute, at 0 hour, so at 000, any day of the month, any month, and any day of the week. So we just need to copy this. Let's put it here. And now we define that when do we want to run it. Now let's define what do we want to run. Let's do jobs, and let's call our job cron. And now we want to run it, runs on, let's say, Ubuntu latest Ubuntu machine. And now for the steps that we want to do, the step will have a name, and the name of our step will be just call our API route. And how to run it, you just need to run curl, and here will be the URL to the curl. So we can basically, let me open here, you can grab this HTTPS request, and you can put it here. Let me close this, and now I will just do /API, and we just need to add this. Yeah, and that basically it. If you put this on GitHub, every midnight it will run this link. But remember that this link will only work when you have your application running on your local machine. The thing is that you should put it on Vercel or deploy it somewhere else, and then instead of this link you will have something like let's say my rank tracker .vercel.net or something like this, .app, something like this, or your other link here. I don't know what it will be. And don't forget that then also you need to update this domain on here on the settings. So we have this configuration here. We are using this so Brightdata can send the results to us when they are done with specific Google search. So that's all about doing a cron job every midnight for our app. Let's go now to our start page, and now I will just fix some small things here. So for example, I will get rid of this padding here from the right and from the bottom. So let's go to domain row, and padding right to be 0, And let's see, padding row to be 0. Let's see this one. We still have some padding here on the, let's see this one, yeah. Because we need one of those divs needs to grow. Let's see, maybe this one. Let's do class name grow. Now it takes all of the space. We have still some padding on the bottom that I don't really like. So let's do padding bottom of 0. So now we have something like this. It looks really nice. And I want to go to GitHub and see how it looks here. Yeah, it looks fine. And on the domains, it looks fine as well. Maybe it would be better to see more of the bottom of this. I'm not sure. I think this looks fine. Let's try to add another domain. I will do Next.js.org and we get an error. So let's go to components chart.js. And let's see, the problem is that here we have, here something is missing. So we don't have rank or this, well, let's see, and cannot read properties of undefined reading rank. So the 0 element of this is undefined. That means that the result is actually empty. So we can do something like this. If results length, if we don't have any results length, let's just do return empty string. So we don't want to print any graph if we don't have any results. Now let's see. Now that is correct. The only problem is that here, where we don't have any keywords, we don't have this padding, and it looks bad. So I think we can go back to our domain row. Let's get rid of this padding bottom 0. And we have padding right of 0. Here we have padding on all sides of 4. Let's change it to, I don't think we need this. Instead, I would just add padding left of 4. Now we have something like this. And it looks a little bad. So I will change it to padding on all sides to 4. Here is the problem that I don't want the padding on the bottom. So how can we solve this? Well, I can get rid of this padding and get rid of all of the padding. So now we don't have any padding at all. And now I will only do padding on, let's see, the margin from the left from the icon. So let's do here, margin left will be 4 for the icons, and the same thing for the titles. Here we have a title. Let's do padding left maybe this time of 4, and 4 was too much. Let's do maybe just 2 because we have gap of 2, and this looks fine. But let's see, if we don't have anything here, as you can see here first, we don't have any padding from the top and the bottom, but we can easily fix this, saying that for those images, I want the margin to be on all sides of 4, or maybe let's change it to left 4, and margin on the top and the bottom should be at least 2. Let's see why now. Nice. Let's change it to 4. Yeah, that looks nice, and that looks better. But now we just need to fix this part. I don't want this to touch the top. So let's see. Here we have this chart with this div. I want to add padding on the top of 2. So now we have a little bit of space here. Let's see how this will look like with 4. Yeah, and looks fine, but I think I don't have enough space here. I can't see the dot. So let's go here inside, and maybe we can add a little bit of margins here from the top. Let's add the 10, and that's it. I think 10 is enough, so we can see those dots here. Right, now let's go back to domain row, and we had this padding from the top of 4. Let's change it back to 2, and yeah, I think it looks fine. So now it looks fine, and yeah, it looks fine. This one looks fine. If we open this one, and this looks fine as well, and this looks fine. Let's go to Next.js. No results found. Let's add Next.js as a keyword. Well, looks like nothing happened when now I have it. It says checking rank, and now let's see. Everything disappeared and it's undefined. And undefined can mean that we have this can mean that the rank is undefined because we couldn't find it on the first page. To fix it, here we have rank 1. Let's see. No, it actually worked, but it was undefined on the beginning. Let's see, why could it be undefined? I think it could be undefined because we had here results, but the problem was results were with empty ranking. So here I will also add another if, and I will see if we have any result, or maybe here we should check for results, but I will also check here if we have results with rank, because we are not interested on results without rank. So let's do something like this: const results with rank equals, and let's do results filter where result have rank. So we can add here bang, so it will be converted to a boolean, but that's not really important. And here we can do just use this to get lowest rank, but that's not yeah, let's use results with rank, and or maybe we can just rename this. We can do results equals results with rank. We don't need to do constant here because it's defined here above. So and here let's do if we don't have any results length, the same thing that we had here. If we don't have any, just return empty string. Maybe we can just get rid of this one and it should still work. And here I can do parentheses, and in case this is empty or something, I can do or empty array, just to be sure that this doesn't break. I can also add here question mark in case filter will not exist on this, and now it should work. I will delete now this keyword Next.js, delete, and let's do this again, Next.js. One problem here is that we added, but it waits until everything is finished to notify this form here, this list here. Now we have checking rank, and I will go to this domain, not keyword row, no, keyword form. And here we are running this on new when we are done with saving. We should also notify on saving started, something like this, started. And let's grab this from params, and let's see where it's used. It's used, I'm sure, on domain page. And let's see, here we have domain on the new, and on saving started, we should do, what should we do? Let's do arrow function. We should do set loading to true. So let's do this. Set loading to true. Okay. And let's do React framework. Let's add this, and now we get this loading immediately, so that is much nicer. And React framework, we are checking the rank. Maybe let's search for checking. Let's see, where is the checking rank? I think it should be inside the keyword row. Let's see. Yes, we have it here. And now looks like this is empty. Maybe because React framework, now we have rank of 3. Yeah. So we had to wait, and on the beginning everything was empty. We just returned an empty string. So let's see. Let's go to new, our keyword row, and let's see. Here we are checking if we have latest rank, latest result. Here we have rank. If we don't, then we are asking for it, and then we set it to state, and then we are passing those results. I will do something like this to make sure that results is a new array every time. And I will add here Fullstack React framework, and let's see if this will change anything. Now it's loading, now it's checking rank, and after like 10 seconds we should see the result, or it will just send us an empty string from chart component. Because if the results is doesn't have any rank, then it will still be empty here, as you can see, component. And I think I know what is the problem, because as you can see, we are checking this, we are asking for the latest rank, but instead of updating those results that we got here and we are sending, we are updating only the latest rank. So let's see, what do we get here? We get the latest result. Here we are grabbing response data rank. We are running results for this specific ID. And well, basically we don't want to check for one ranking. Instead, we want to check that we have inside the results, if we have any result that has a rank. So how can we do this? We want to do something like this. Function refetch results, and this will be a function that we will use to grab new results. And to do this, we will just do axios get, and here we can do just /API /results for domain of domain and keyword of this keyword, and that will be it basically. But then we want to run this with use effect only if we don't have any rank inside those results. So we can maybe add it here, refetch results if no rank, something like this. So let's do here const results with rank equals results filter, and we want to find where result has rank, and then we want to check if results with rank has a length bigger than 0. If it's, well, let's check if it's 0, then we want to do this refresh. We want to fetch them again, and let's check what information it will send back from API. So let's go to results and get here, and let's see, it will only send us, well, we can get only one result, and because it fetches only result for this specific ID. I think that instead of this, I will do something like this. If we have an ID, then okay, do this. But I will also check for params like domain and keyword. So let's do domain and here keyword. And here I will do if we have domain and keyword, return response JSON, and I want to do await result find. I want to find many where domain is this and the keyword is this, and that's it. So now let's go back to our keyword row, and let's see, then we get a response, and maybe we can do just res, so for response. And with this response, what can we do? We want inside response data we have the results for this keyword and this domain, right? So we don't need owners here, and we have new results, but the problem, we have results here and not inside state. So let's put them inside state. Let's do results and set results equals use state, and default will be empty array for now. Now we have a problem because we have results here and here, and to fix it, I'll rename those results to default results. Okay, and now I'm going to use default results here as default, or if it's null, it will be replaced with empty array. Right, so now here on use effect, when this component mounts keyword row, I will run this function. If we refetch result if no rank, and it will check that if we have no results with rank, we'll run this Axios request, and we will get all of the results for this domain and keyword, and I'm going to set it to state. So let's do set results response data, right? And now let's see, we don't have any latest rank here, so let's see, we can do, maybe we can grab this and we can put it outside so we can use it. Results with rank will be results only with rank, and or maybe we can rename it to have or rank exists, and we can do here that length is bigger than 0, and here we can just replace this with rank exists, and we can use the same constant here. If rank doesn't exist, checking rank. If it exists, print this chart. And now it works. So maybe I will remove one of those. Let's do delete, and let's do Next.js org. And if I add, it says loading, but now it says checking rank. And I could do flex items center here to make it more aligned. That is nice. I can also add the text center to make it more aligned. Maybe that text center is not needed here. I can add the flex as well and justify center, or maybe content center. No, okay. Let's do just block and text center with full. And now it's centered. So yes, now it's checking the rank. Looks like we don't have any response. Let's see why. Okay, now I know what is the problem. Even after we check inside the keyword row, let's see. We mount this, we get a new keyword, and we see that we don't have any rank inside our results. We are running this, we don't have any. Oops, here should be rank doesn't exist. So we are running this Axios. But here also the problem here is that I should add set timeout with a custom function. Let's run it after 3000 seconds, 3000 milliseconds, that we want to run it again. Refetch if no rank. So now let's try again. Let's remove React Framework keyword, and let's remove all of those. I will delete this one, and I will delete this one, and I will add a keyword, maybe a new keyword. Next.js is the best. Why not? And now it's loading. I will clear here everything once it's loaded. And now we have keywords, and it's checking the rank. We have results, but still without rank. So it's ask again after 3 seconds, as you can see, and again after 3 seconds. And again, let's see. No, still nothing. We don't have any rank. Let's see here. No, still no rank. Do we have a rank? No, not yet. So it takes like, and it takes several seconds here, and still nothing. That makes me suspicious that we cannot find any rank for this, or it's actually empty. So because it's null, we are still asking for this. That is not good. So I will get rid of this, and instead I will do something like this. And I will go to my result models result, and I will do something like this: complete. The type will be boolean, and the default will be false. And we have this API endpoint called the results, and we have route there. And here we are updating this document. We are setting rank, but let's also set result document complete equals true. Okay, and now I will just restart my environment, and let's refresh here because something doesn't work. Let's hide sidebar. Let's delete this one, and let's go to keyword row. And here, instead of checking if we have and if rank exists, we will change this to complete. So as the const complete equals, and I will check if we have any that is complete, right? And then maybe we can also leave rank exists. And here we'll run only if it's not complete, if we don't have any complete result. So let's add this, and here this is fine. We are only showing if we have any rank, and we don't care if it's complete or not. We want to have a rank. Let's go also to do Google search function, and here we have those params here for query and so on. I think there is a param also to get not only the first page but also other pages. So let me see here. Number defines the number of search results to return. So we want to, this is the default, only 10 results, but I would like to change it to 100. So to the query I will add num100, so 10 first pages, num 100, and just in case here I will add num100 as well. And now let's go back here. We don't have any keywords inside our Next.js org domain, but let's add Next.js React as a keyword, and let's add this one. Now it's loading. It says it's checking the rank. Let's see, after 3 seconds we get a response. The domain, we don't have any rank, and the complete is false. Here, let's see, complete false. Here, complete false, and it's still false. So I guess it just takes few seconds to complete. And now it's completed. After like, I don't know, 10-20 seconds, it says complete true, and we have rank 1. So this worked. And if we have, let's say now the keyword that will Next.js will not rank for, let's for example do my name here. And now it says checking rank, but it will not find Next.js org as a result for keyword David, even on the first 10 pages. So here it's still says complete false because it's still parsing the Google results. And but after a few seconds it should be done with complete true, but still the rank will not be existent. So it looks like it's still complete false. Let's see why. Even after like 1 minute, I'm going to refresh here my database, and let's go to results, and let's check the latest result. So here is the result. It says complete false, but we have bright response, bright data response ID, and it ends with TTO and fetching results, our result found. So it should be updated. Let's see why it hasn't been. Let's go to results route here. So our result found, and now let's see our result document. Okay, so we are updating this to true only if we found ranking. We should get rid of this and we should move it here. We should mark it as complete even if we didn't find any ranking, and we should save it regardless here. So now I'm going to delete this result, and I'm going to delete this keyword from the database, and I'm going to add this again. So here I will also remove this keyword because I don't need this. And now let's add my name here, and let's see if everything will work. So now it says checking rank, and we should get a request every 3 seconds. As you can see, with complete false. Complete false. We don't have any rank here, as you can see. And after like 10 seconds or so, we should see complete true if everything works as it should. Okay, so now it says complete true, but it still keeps asking about new data. So let's see what is wrong inside the keyword row. And here, as you can see, we are asking if it's complete, and then we are setting results here, and complete is only if we have results that are complete where length is bigger than 0. Let's see if we do. We have one that is complete true, so this should be true. And I think the problem here is that we have this set timeout, and instead of doing set timeout and having this as a state, we should use actually reference, because we are using this set timeout. So to fix it, I will do here results reference, and use ref from React, and here I will do results. Actually, we should set the defaults here. So let's do like this, and now let's do results reference dot current, and same here, results reference dot current, and rank exists should and complete should also be a reference. So let's do const complete reference equals use reference, and the default will be this. So let's set it here, and we don't need complete. Here we just need to check complete reference current instead, and here instead of set results we will do results reference current equals this. We don't need parentheses, and this should work. Here we'll do results reference current instead. So let's get rid of this one, and I want to get rid of the latest result for this keyword, so I can replicate the bag. All right, so this looks fine. We have reference and no states. Now let's do David here. I will clear everything. Add. Now it's adding and asking for results if there are any. And now it's checking rank and complete false. Let's see here, complete false. And it keeps asking until it will be complete true. So now it's complete true, but still keeps asking. So something is not correct. I think that the problem here is we are not updating complete reference, and to update this complete reference current, we need to take this and we need to put it here, and that should be it. Maybe we can rename it to is complete reference, and this should work. Let's uncomment this Axios, and I will again refresh results here, and I will delete this keyword, and let's check even once again if everything works as it should. So I'll delete this result from here, and let's add David as a keyword. Yeah, so now it keeps asking about the results for this keyword, and in a few seconds we should see if it will actually stop. So it should get complete true, and then it should stop asking with those requests. So again, we get complete true, but it keeps asking. And maybe I should replace this. I will put it here to response data, and of course this should be here inside, so that can be the issue. Also, I want to see the response data here, or maybe I don't need this. I will do the same thing here again. I will remove the result for my name on the Next.js, and I will also get rid of this keyword from here. And I will add this again, clear the network console. Oops, some weird error. So we get filter, but looks like it's empty or something. So we are asking here, if I refresh, checking rank. Okay, and it still asks results, and looks like it failed. Payload, our result found. Let's see. It says checking rank because rank doesn't exist. Let's see. Okay, but later it should exist. So this should be updated. Let's see. I will do console log results reference current to see how it looks like inside. And here we can see that we have one that is complete. We don't have any rank, so rank exists should be false, so that's correct. But if rank doesn't exist, it shouldn't say checking rank. If rank doesn't exist, then let's do something else here. If rank doesn't exist, but we are complete, is complete reference current is true, then we will do empty string. Otherwise, checking rank, and we will do empty string, or maybe we should do a message, but the message should say ranking or rank not found in top 100. Maybe I can put this as a div like this, rank not found in top 100, and here I will do also a div saying checking rank and ... Maybe I would just not found in top 100, maybe not in top 100, and a sad face here. Okay, and now we see that David is not in top 100, so everything works. If I add David 2, it should be the same thing. We get an error for like a second. Let's see what it is. Cannot read filter on keyword row, line 31. Let's see. I think it's this filter. Response data. Here we don't have any current, so that was the issue, I guess. Let's see here, and David 2 not in top 100. Let's delete this and let's try with David 3. Let's add this one, and let's open network here, checking rank for David 3. So it asks for results here, and it should still keep asking until the result will be complete true. So now it's a checking rank, but it stopped checking because we get complete true. We don't have any ranking, but still says checking rank. Let's see why. And we have this rank exists, and I think this should be a reference as well, because let's see, rank exists. Yeah, it should be a reference. So let's do const rank exists reference, and the default will be this. And now let's use this instead. Rank exists reference current, rank exists reference current. And let's also update this here. Rank exists reference current will be updated to this, but we are going to change this to rank. So rank exists current will be true if we have any rank in the latest response data. All right, and that should work. Now I will delete both David and David 3. Let's delete this one, and I will add David 4. Let's add this one. Let's clear this. And now, as you can see, it asks for results because we don't have any result that is complete yet. But after a few seconds, we should get this, the one that is complete true. And now we get complete true. And as you can see, we don't get any more requests. The problem is only that it still says checking rank. So something still here is not working, because is complete reference. Maybe this is the one that is not updated. Current is this looks fine, and this works because it stopped asking us with more requests, but still says checking rank. So let's see here. Checking rank is complete reference. If it's true, then it says, if it's complete, then it says not in top 100. Otherwise, it says checking rank. So I will check by doing console log on the, let's see, we have another console log here. No, is complete reference current, and I will add David 5, and I'll get rid of the David 4, so it will be easier to follow here. And it says not in top 100, but I will also add another one just to be sure that works even with one keyword. So it said false once, and it's not asking anymore. So maybe it's complete if I refresh. Yeah, not in top 100. I'm going to delete it again, and let's clear everything. David 7, let's add, and it's true, and then it's false. So we get a result here. No, we don't. And so it's false, but it's not re-rendering this component. I think that we need to have also a state for this to re-render the component. So I will have both reference and the state. So let's do rank exists and set rank exists equals use state. Default will be, let's say, same thing that we have for this reference current value. And then we are going to update this one. Rank exists to the new current value of this one, and is complete. Let's do the same thing. Const is complete complete, and set is complete use state. Default will be is complete reference current, and here rank exists and set is complete reference current. And here we should actually use just state. So let's do like this, and this should work, right? And I will remove this keyword, and let's try with David 8. I will clear here everything, and here let's add, and it's created the keyword David 8, and it's asking for results every few seconds until we will get complete true. And now we got complete true, and it's not asking again, it's just shown not in top 100. So yeah, that is now fixed and it works, so that is nice. Another thing that is fixed, we get some error here, a warning about domain row. So let's go to domain row. We have some map here. We need to add a key. Keyword document, let's do ID here for the key of the link, and I think that should be good enough. Let's now check. We have another one, and we have console log somewhere here, and let's see, let's first fix this warning. So domains list, here we are looping through, but we don't have any key. Let's do domain document ID, and let's try again, refresh here, and another domain row. Let's go to domain row, and here we are mapping through, but we have the key. No, we don't, because we need to put like a div here, and the key should go to that div like this. Now let's see if I refresh. Looks fine, no errors, only some console logs. Let's see if I open Copilot. Maybe even this should be a little bit smaller. Let's go to this. I think this is domain row. Yeah, let's make it a little bit shorter. 250 pixels should be enough. Let's see how much space do we have here. Not much. Let's see. And those are now divs, and they should not be divs. Those should be like spans or anything that is in line. So now they are next to each other. Right, that is better. Now if I open one, this looks fine. We don't get any errors, only some console logs. Let's see, I will get rid of those console log here, and maybe even on graph inside this chart component we get some console logs. Yes, here we have console log data. Let's get rid of this, refresh. No console logs, so that is much better. Let's see here on the domains. Let's go on a specific keyword. Everything looks fine. So now we have everything working, so that is really nice. And I can get rid of this keyword, and let's add the React framework, so we'll have some data here. And if we go to domains, yeah, and that looks much better. All right, so there are a few more things I would like to fix. The first is that, as you can see, for long domains, this takes too much space, and then we get also some warnings here in the console. No next auth URL and no secret, and then also when I pick a domain, we get some weird padding here in the bottom that I would like to get rid of. So let's fix this, and we will also deploy our app to see if everything works when it's deployed. All right, so let's start with this. On the domain row, I think we have this here width of 250. I will make it smaller to 200. And now we have space for everything. I think I will also get rid of this domain. Let's delete this, and now everything looks much nicer. We have some real data here. And let's go to GitHub and let's see if we have padding here. Yes, we do. So let's go to keyword row, and let's see here, where is this padding? I will hit inspect here to see, and let's see. Here is the border. Here we have some padding. Let's see here. Let's see inside. We have a tag, and then we have a div. Let's see. This a tag is this big. This div is this big. And let's see here. Here we have another div. Here we have another div. Let's see, where is this padding? I think it's here. So on this main div. So let's see here, keyword row, and we have padding of 4 on all of the sides. Let's remove it. So now we don't have any padding at all. We need to add padding for the keyword, and the keyword is here on the link. So I will put this here and this here, and let's add padding of 4 on everything here. So we have some padding around here, and now on the div with the chart, we can do some spacing here. Let's add the class names. Let's add the padding top of at least 2, I think. Yes, that is much better. And well, and now this is too small because, as you can see, it's outside of this. And I think it's because inside the chart component we have this height of 80. I don't know if this can be an issue. Let's see. Yeah, our box height is 68. So let's go back to our keyword row, and let's see. I will go to this, and I will do main height of let's do 80 pixels. And this didn't help. Let's see here. The one above has 64 pixels, so that's why. Let's add 80 pixels here, and now it's better. We probably don't need this min height from here. And let's see, here we have height. Let's do minimum height of 80, and now it looks much better. So the graphs look better, and I think it looks fine. Let's see also here. This looks fine. This looks fine as well, and all of the domains looks fine as well. If you want to add some extra features, you can add a log, for example, for a specific domain and the keyword. When you select, you can print table with all of the fetched results. And another cool thing would be to implement some kind of notifications. So let's say you can add the notifications for example, you own this domain and you want to be notified when this keyword will land, will be below position of 5, let's say, then you want to be notified. Or if it's above 3, then you want to be notified as well. That would be a cool feature to make it more like enterprise ready SaaS app. But for now, let's also fix those warnings here. We need to have a next auth URL and secret. So let's go to .env and let's put next auth URL, and here it will be this URL. Let's see if I will restart. I should get only error or warning about now the secret. So let's fix this secret warning here, and let's define just secret here, and the secret will be just some random string. Now let's go to our auth route, and here we are going to add a secret, and our secret will be from process.env.secret. Yes. And now we shouldn't get any warnings anymore. I will start here everything to just make sure that everything works without any warnings. And now we can actually try to deploy our app. I'll create a repo here on my GitHub. So let's go to repos and let's do new, and let's call this one Rank Tracker. And it will be public. Yes, let's create this repository. And now in my console here, I will clear this one. Let's do git init. And now let's see. We need to add this as a remote. So let's do git remote add origin this. And now let's see git status. We have all of this that we can push to GitHub. I would like to add .env and that idea to git ignore. So let's see if we have git ignore file, and let's see, we have git ignore here. Git ignore is a list of files that you don't want to push. So I don't want to push that idea. It's just a directory with configuration of my editor. And I think there was something more, .env. Yeah, .env is just my secrets and all of this. You never want to push it to GitHub. So let's start, let's check again git status. And now we are pushing this GitHub, yes, git ignore, yes, readme JS config, next config, package JSON, post CSS, public source, tailwind config, TS config, and yarn lock. That's fine. Let's git add everything, and let's do now git commit with message of initial commit, and let's do git push origin master. Yes. Now I just need to put my password, and now it's pushed. So let's see, I will refresh here code, and we have our code here. So now let's go to Vercel, and I will do a new project, and rank tracker. Let's import this one, and we need to have some environment variables here. So I'm going to go to my .env file. I will copy all of this and I will put it here. And now I will also change the name to David Rank Tracker. And I think that will be it. We also need to change this URL to the URL you will get from Vercel. So for now we don't have it. I will put this back to just rank tracker. Let's deploy this one. And after it's deployed, we also need to change this URL. Right now it's deploying. Don't forget about your Mongo database, that you need to allow all of the IP addresses to be open to connect to your database. Because when we created the database, we allowed only our own local IP address. So let's go to network access for our database. And as you can see, only my home IP is allowed here. So I will do add IP addresses, and I will click allow access from anywhere. Let's do confirm. And now even servers from Vercel can connect to the database. And that is really important. Otherwise you will get timeouts and stuff like this. All right, so this one is now building. This one is fixed. So we need to wait for the building and deployment to complete and finish. And it can take like a few minutes. We can see inside what is happening here. It's creating all of the backend functions. And now congratulations, it's deployed. So now we can also get a link somewhere here. Let's see, continue to the dashboard, and here is the link we can use. Maybe we can change it. Let's see. Let's go to settings and domains, and let's edit this one to rank tracker. I will do David rank tracker Vercel app. Let's save this one, and let's go to environment variables, and we have this URL here that I want to change. So let's change this one. Let's edit and let's change it to HTTPS and David rank tracker Vercel app. Let's save this one. And there's also on Google console, we need to update the authentication URL. So inside our rank tracker project, let's go to, let's see, API and services, credentials, and we have our OAuth client here that we need to edit. Let's see, here we have authorized redirect URLs, and this part is the part that we need to update. Let's add https:// like this. Let's save this one. Let's save. Actually, we could also add the localhost as well. So I will put this localhost 3000 as well without HTTPS. It should be HTTP. So we have both of those for local and for production on Vercel. And now it's fixed. And now there's another thing that I need to fix, and it's here for Bright Data. They are sending us notifications to when Google search is complete, and this is also something I want to change here from this temporary tunnel mall URL to this. So I will fix this link to be /API/results, and this now looks fine. So let's save it. Yes, and let's see. On our Vercel, we changed this let's see, next auth URL. Let's see if it has been redeployed. Let's go to deployments. Now it has been deployed only once, so we need to redeploy this one. Let's go to this deployment and let's do redeploy. Let's do redeploy. I need to redeploy so it will get the latest configuration for the URL, so everything will work. Otherwise, it would redirect us to the localhost instead of this public URL that we get from Vercel. So this will take like a minute or so. So as you can see, the first took 1.5 minutes, and this one will take, well, probably the same amount of time. All right, so now it's deployed, and it took exactly the same amount of seconds. Let's go to our project, and let's see. I will open this URL. Let's try to log in with Google, and I will pick my user here. And the database is the same, so I see the same stuff here. I can add the new domain if I want. I can add like, let's maybe add react.dev, and for this I can add React.js. And now let's see if everything will work. I will do here network to see if this will grab result for React.js for domain react.dev. Yeah, so now it's complete and the rank is 1. So everything seems to work. I will delete this domain now. I don't need this, and I will just keep those two here. So everything seems to work. We created a rank tracker for domains and keywords, and I hope you enjoyed it. That's all for today. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.